Hello, everyone, and welcome to this space. It's very good to have every one of you here. Please, I'll crave your indulgence to allow us to just give another 2-3 minutes for people to come in here, especially our professional financial analyst. He'll soon be here. He just finished from another space. So while we wait for him, I would like to appeal to everyone here to share this space. This conversation today, I promise you, is going to be very interesting and intellectual. So you don't want to learn all by yourself. You want to invite your friends or family members to come join in the conversation. So do well to share this space to your friends and family members. Welcome once again. So guys, I think we can just go on with the conversation while we wait for our analyst to come up here. So if you want to just chip in what you think about the recent CBN policy, do well to request for the mic and come up here. I don't need to go through what the policy entails because we all know what has been happening lately, but I know that so many people may not really understand what it takes and the effect it has on the average Nigerians. So, but if you just want to share your thoughts on what you think about the whole thing, do well to request for the mic and come up here. I'm sorry for the DMs I'm getting. If for any reason you're not able to request for the mic, it happens sometimes. It's a glitch from Twitter. Do well to leave the space and return. I have on stage with me Benjamin, and I have a couple of people requesting for the mic. So I'll just add those I see requesting while we wait for more requests. I see people here. I see Uche Okoye, I see Kibati, Roy, Theodore, Commander. Every one of you, you all are welcome to this space. Hi Benjamin, how you doing?
Oh, good evening, Miss Bells. I'm fine. The electionary season, so everybody is just doing what is best for the campaign organization and for the party and for Peter Obi as well. It's a very good thing. It's a very good topic. I'm still of the opinion that we'll just give it like 2 to 3 minutes to people who want to join this space, and especially the person that you are waiting for, your special guest, especially coming. I know about the policy. I'm not. I would say that it's not halting. It's halting, but I would like to hear from other people who are directly um, knows information about the CBN policies to speak, so that we can stand under the existing protocol to start adding our own opinion. As you can see, the videos and information coming from Nigerian is not good at all, and it shows that people are living in that. People are actually suffering, getting their own little funds that they save in our financial institutions. And on some video that also coming up that banks are the one holding the new currency and all this stuff. It's so pathetic, and there is nothing we here can actually do about it. But I can see that the security agencies are trying to carry out the laws, force the bank managers to bring out the new naira notes so that you can be in circulations and all that. All these are important steps that they are taking. But I will speak as if um, I no longer take things like this to be a negative impact on my things or rather anything I'm doing. I always thank God if things like this, they will definitely work for my favor. And I can see that whatever that is happening in that country today, it is designed by God, and God is using it to pave the way for us and pave the way for Peter Obi. Because if it was Labour Party that is in power today and this kind of thing is happening, and you should know how much effect it's going to have on Peter Obi's campaign. Thank God that we are not even close to. None of us have. Labour Party doesn't have anybody in power at the moment, not even the councillor. So you can see that APC and the PDP governors who are holding different positions, they have actually failed the entire Nigerians and the Nigerian people. And I'm very happy that it's happening this time. It's just for us to wake up and know the right thing to do. I no longer tell people to vote wisely. I tell them vote Peter Obi because that is the only solution we have for now. I know this. I know that your space spells is not for. It's all about politics today, but you cannot discuss anything in Nigeria at the moment without bringing politics inside. That is just the simple truth. No matter how we try to shy away from it, we will definitely stay bring politics into it because nothing works in Nigeria at the moment, and it's the result of uh, the, mis- uh, the mismanagement of funds and epileptic policy and cosmetic solution that Nigerian government or Nigerian leaders are trying to render to situation that is currently ravaging the entire country. So, like I said, I will wait for you to invite the special guest that we are waiting for, so that we can also hear from him because that system is a little bit far from where I am, and I believe the CBN policy, eh, since it's coming from Buhari and CBN, the governor, they have a reason why they're doing it. So let's hear from the person that you're inviting. Thank you, Miss Pels.
Okay, thank you very much, Benjamin, for your contribution. And we have on stage right here Mr. Kalu Aja. I'm not even going to attempt to introduce him because everyone here, literally everyone here, knows who Mr. Kalu is. So I'm going to pass the mic over to him to speak to us, like generally about this policy and what it entails, and the effect it's going to have on Nigerians at large. I'm trying to add more people, bring more people on stage. So, Mr. Kalu, good to have you here. How are you doing today?
Hi, Pros. Thank you so much. I'm doing well. Good evening, everyone. Where you're listening from?
It's very good to have you here. So, please, do you want to talk to us about the policy and the effect it's going to have on Nigerians?
Okay. Yeah. Let's do detailed. Maybe let's just talk about it in detail. So, what we're seeing, the entire policy is called the cashless policy. What it means is that the Central Bank of Nigeria wants to have an economy that is, one, financially inclusive, that number two, uses less physical cash to complete transactions. This policy was started in 2012, i.e. March 30th, 2012. Why are we doing cashless banking? For Nigeria, it's a different reason from cashless banking in, say, the US. In the US, they want to pursue cashless banking because it's more effective, it's more efficient, it's more productive. If you have a Starbucks restaurant in the US and you are collecting cash, then someone has to count that cash, someone has to safeguard the cash, someone has to go pay that cash into the bank. So that's labor that you're paying for. So for the US and the other economies, when they do cashless banking, they are targeting efficiency of operations. Cash is expensive. If you go cashless, you get your funds into your bank immediately, and you are able to use your labor appropriately. What about Nigeria? Nigeria is a different reason. In Nigeria, if you listen to the stats that were given by the central bank governor, let's assume, I'm not sure of the exact numbers, he said it was about 3 trillion cash in circulation. Out of that 3 trillion, less than 50% was circulating within Nigerian banks. It's much, much below 50. I just don't have the figures top of mind. So why CBN is doing cashless to say they want the Nigerians that have cash to, number one, use banks. Why? Because the Central Bank of Nigeria and all central banks in the world are created for only one purpose. Central banks are very, very new creations. They came into effect really after the Second World War. Before the Second World War, we really didn't have central banks. People think currencies have always been issued by the government. No. In America, for instance, railways issue their own currencies. Individuals issue their own currencies. You can issue your own currencies, right? After the Second World War, the monopoly to issue currencies was reserved with the countries via their central banks. Why? Because the central banks can then create money for the government to spend, what we call deficit spending. So if you are broke in the past and you have no gold, your country will become bankrupt. But after the Second World War, they had this whole Bretton Woods arrangement where the US became the central bank of the world, and countries can simply print naira if they have reserves of dollar. So let's go back to Nigeria. Why do they want you to put your money in the bank? Because the central bank controls inflation, or they want to keep inflation low in Nigeria. All central banks are created to keep inflation low. So when the central bank raises their interest rates, that's how they fight inflation. So look at it this way. If there's 3 trillion outside in Nigeria and less of it is in the bank, then the central bank cannot fight inflation because you have more money outside the bank than inside the bank. So when they raise interest rates, it has no effect. So when they change the color, remember what they're changing is the color of the higher denomination notes. What they are saying is this: every naira note in existence today, wherever it's residing, has to physically come back to a Nigerian bank, then be reissued. In effect, it's like a car recall. They are recalling all the naira bills. It goes back to a Nigerian bank, then they destroy them because it's a different color. Then they issue new currency. Their idea is that when the new currency is issued, because they have issued this new currency, they know exactly how much currency is out there. Counterfeiters and all that do not have the new currency because it's all coming from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Hence, if they increase interest rates tomorrow, like they did last week, it has a much direct effect on you because it's the currency in circulation is now only in banks. It hasn't yet permeated throughout the economy. So that's the core reason why the central bank is doing this, because they want to retain the cash in the banks and then fight inflation according to them. There are also other reasons. They want to fight counterfeiters, they want to fight crime, they want to fight banditry and terrorism. Those are short term ways that they can do with this policy. But remember what I said, cashless is more efficient and more productive. So let's go back to the first point about the cashless banking. This policy of restricting cash is to drive this policy of cashless banking that was done in 2012. The problem today is that the Central Bank of Nigeria has no trust capital left. Nobody trusts the Central Bank of Nigeria. So even this policy that is, in my view, very good for Nigerians to adopt, because there is no trust, you can see the breakdown in the selling of this proposal to the Nigerian people. So the implementation, in my view, is where it has broken down. The policy itself, cashless banking, is excellent. It's happening all over the world, in the US, in Europe, in Asia, in China. We are all going cashless. Whatever conspiracy theory you might have, this is the future. The future is cashless. That's the future. And we can debate if that's a good future or a bad future, but that is the future that we're going to go to. Cashless banking. It ties into even to Bitcoin, it ties into digital naira, digital dollar, and all that. It's all the future, and that's where we are. So, Pearls, I'll stop here. And if you have more direct questions, I can take questions from your audience or from you. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much, Mr. Kalu, for that insight. A lot of people here must have been enlightened by what you've submitted. And right now, I'm going to pass the mic over to my co-host. I have my able co-host here with me, a very wonderful personality in the person of Kibati Bankole. Very good to have you here. How are you doing today?
Hi, Pearls. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I trust your evening has been great. So I'm spacing from Lagos, where it's been, I don't know, the last week has been hectic. Pearls, as I speak to you, I don't have a single naira in my purse. I don't think I've had a single, even 5 naira in any of my wallets for about 2 weeks now. I just have not bothered. So I understand where Carlo is coming from. I'm one of those people who does not really like to spend cash. But I mean, however, I mean, Nigeria is a society where, obviously you cannot really do much without cash. You can, I mean, most of the people around us, the petty traders, yes, the POS machines are littered all around us, but most people still, a lot of businesses, at the grassroots levels, I mean, if we're being honest, still only deal with cash. That's still our reality. So as much as I know that this cashless policy is the future, I know also that Nigeria is not there yet. I would love for us to get there faster because, to be very honest, I hate holding cash. I hate counting cash. I hate holding cash. I find the entire process of counting money strenuous. So I prefer to just, use my bank app, use my card and all that. But I don't think we're ready yet. But I'm not even sure this present scarcity. We can't run away from the fact that we're in a political season. The Nigerian general elections, the presidential election is in 20 days, right? So this policy, the naira scarcity, obviously we can't run away from the fact that it's been an extremely controversial issue. There are political undertones under it. Obviously, there's conspiracy theories about certain political parties, you know, being, running after the neck of the CBN governor, not wanting this policy to stand because they want to. Well, the accusation is that they want to buy votes, And obviously, there's this mudslinging within the APC, accusations and counter accusations between I think it was the presidential candidate Tinubu accusing the president, of sabotage, and which actually shocked me, because I remember there was a day, I think it was a few days ago, I was watching Arise TV in the morning, and I saw the spokesperson of the APC being interviewed by the Arise TV hosts, and they asked him a simple question about, I think it was about the Naira policy. And he immediately tied it to the conspiracy. They asked him, oh, Nigerians are suffering, oh, they can't get Naira and all that. And what actually shocked me is that he did not even pretend. He didn't even hide it. He didn't hide the fact that he believes that the policy is against his party. And it sounds like, oh, vote buying, election manipulation via buying votes and, distributing Naira, I mean, with the help of the Naira, is now so normalized. Like, I was like, wow. So this is what's actually going on. And the man was, he went on and on and on, and, started throwing accusations at the president. Sorry, not at the presidency. Of course, it was, but, at the opposition, oh, they're after us, they're after us, they're after us, they're after us. And I was like, wow, is this what's going on? Is this what's going on? And of course, there's been accusations of banks, working for some of these guys in the political establishment to frustrate Nigerians and to pile up pressure on the CBN, to extend this, to the implementation of this policy. So I think we can't run away from the political aspect of it. I would like to ask Kalu a few questions about this, about the policy. Whether we like it or not, we cannot run away from the political aspect of it. Elections are in 20 days. There's a lot of pressure. There's been stories in the news about, the security agencies running after the CBN governor. First of all, what do you think is going on in this regard? Do you think, let me just ask you the plain question, is this policy politically motivated? And if yes, how do you think it will impact the general election, whether or not, INEC extends it? What's your thoughts? I want your thoughts on the political implications of this policy.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think it has a lot of politics around it, because the central bank governor has acted very political, even in the functions of his office. The MPR, the interest rates were not raised when he was running for office. When you raise MPR, you kill business, but you fight inflation. So he didn't do that when he was still contesting for the presidency. Number two, the speed that he then raised the MPR after he lost tells you he knew what to do, but didn't do it. One. Number two, this policy to change the currency obviously is political. I'm giving you the economic background of what's going on. That started since 2012. But the decision to do it right now, say in November, October, December, January, February, it's really political. And you can also see where he's getting his backing from. He says the House has called him, the Senate has called him, everyone has called him, but he says, oh, it's the president that's asked him to do it. There was this issue about the DSS. So, yes, it's political. We can't pretend or wear blinders and think it's not. It is political. But it's also, so it's like taking an economic decision, but the end game is to affect a political win. Who is it going to affect? Will it affect politicians? I think it would affect perhaps the run-of-the-mill, quote-unquote, local politicians. One reason why you see the banks not dispersing cash is that, and I'm going to say this openly, right? The banks are selling the currencies in bulk to politicians. The central bank has funded all the banks. I have my records. All the banks get cash flow from the central bank. They are records. If you go to someone will tell you this particular branch has gotten 10 million. This particular branch has gotten 5 million. They all have those records in. But the bank can say, yes, we give it to this person, we give it to that person, because it's an ATM. You put your card in, it rolls out. The bank can also say this person withdrew money. So all they are doing now is that because there's a loophole that says you can withdraw 5 million if you pay the fee. Cash is not banned. They are just going to charge you more. Of course, so the banks would give someone 100 million and charge him. It's very, very easy. 100 million and charge him. And that money is going directly to fund the only business today. I asked in a tweet, Why do you need 100,000 naira cash a week? I asked the question. Tell me why you need 100,000 naira in cash for the week. This is not to pay your rent. It's not to pay your school fees. I mean, every week. What do you want to do with 100,000 naira cash? The answer is if you're going to give it to someone that needs cash. Who needs cash today? Politicians. So they have taken the money from the banks in bulk and given to politicians to then share and to vote buy and to do logistics towards the election. That's what's going on, right? How can you stop it? Just stop any withdrawal above 100,000 a week for the next 2 or 3 months. Just say you cannot withdraw 100,000 naira. I don't care what you're doing. You have checks, you have POS, you have transfers. Everyone is complaining. POS don't work, checks don't work. Guy, it's not true. If you want to do a transaction today, you can get a transaction done. It might take time. If I want to buy your car and I give you a check, it won't be instantaneous, but it will go through. So if you want to do a high-level transaction, CBN can say no fees for cashier's checks. It means you can do your cashier's checks, no fee. Just a bank checks is going to go through 100%. You can do transfers for any amount, no transfer fees. You can take money out of the ATM, no fees for the next 90 days. You can only take 100,000 naira per account, per person, whatever you do from now till the end of February. Just do that and all the lines disappear because there'll be no incentive for any bank to then give anyone cash. You have workers to pay. That's fine. Give them check or do a transfer. I'm going to sound elitist, but I'm going to say, well, sound elitist, but I am in the banking sector. I'm in the investment sector. I have friends. We are talking. This is what's going on. Once the elections are over, you're going to see cash everywhere. Everywhere. So let me just put it that way, Kifani. Thank you.
Okay, one other question. As I said, there's immense pressure, as we've all seen this for the past couple of weeks now. There is crazy, grueling pressure on the CBN governor, right, on Emefiele to reverse this policy or at least suspend it till after the elections. What do you think the consequence will be if he caves to this pressure? I know, yes, the situation is tough for Nigerians. It's difficult, but where do you stand on the pressure on the CBN governor and people who are saying, you know what, this is, I mean, it's rushed, it's rushed, it's rushed. We need more time. It's not realistic. And
Yeah.
what do you think will be the consequence if he bows to this pressure?
Well, he has already lost political capital. This is his last hurrah. Elections are going to be in by the end of February. I think we can wait till then, right? People are suffering. People every you see on Twitter, I have no money to pay for cab. I have that. I get that, but guys, trust me. If you allow this extension to happen and for folks to get cash out, why do you think all the governors went to meet the president? Have you ever in your life seen them go to meet the president because of inflation or because of bandit attacks or because of a flood that happened? When have you ever in your life seen governors, the Senate, the House, and all of the Twitter sphere attack one individual consistently for 1 month? When have you ever seen that? When you see sort of attacks, that tells you are right over the target. If you follow me, I talk on policy. Emefiele has been a disaster of a central bank governor, but the clock is right twice in a day. This policy of changing the naira color has to be done quickly because you want to catch counterfeiters. You don't change currency over 6 months. You change it over 1 month or even one day. People are comparing us to, say, India and the US. In the US, when they change the currency, they don't retire legal tender. In Nigeria, we are retiring legal tender for a reason, because you want to make sure that the legal tender outside the bank does not come into the bank. It's 30 days. People have been lined up for gas. I support it, but they are suffering. Why can't we endure for this next 30 days? Is it going to be a difference? Yes, because they are complaining. If there was not going to be a difference, they would not complain. Let me leave it at that.
Okay, Pels, do you want to come in now, or should we go to the speakers we have
Yeah,
on stage?
I think we should just pass the mic around to people to ask their questions. Thank you.
Okay, okay, one or two people. Whose hand went up first? Okay, let's go to Benjamin. I think your hand was up the longest. Benjamin Mayor, good evening.
Good evening, madam. Mr. Kalu, good evening. There is one thing I don't understand. I know central bank is a little bit independent, but I think, like I know, in every other community, international communities and all that, I think they have oversight from for the House of Senate or House of Rep and all those things that are looking into the activities of central banks. That is one thing. I am not bothered if it is why is it coming this time. I'm not bothered why the redesign of the naira is coming this time. I'm a little bit happy because in one way or the other is favoring some of us. Because if not, most of us will have not been able to say we are going to have a free and fair election. Because people have actually loaded their homes with a lot of money for them to buy vote. You have touched that direction already. I just want to know if there are oversight from the House of the Senate, from the House of Rep that are looking into the activities of the central bank, because a central bank governor cannot just wake up one morning and make up a decision and said, Mr. President told me to do it. I know there is executive power, I understand. That one is for one side. Nigerians cannot trust Emily anymore. During the primaries, this man printed a lot of balance, design cars, posters. He wanted to go for APC primaries. Nigerian stood up and said, "This is not fair." Immediately he made a U-turn and all those things. So you can see the controversy around his decision. Like I said, we cannot discuss this CBN policy without we bringing politics inside. Whatever he's doing, and like you have actually the way you analyze it, it's okay. We understand the policy. He's just trying to do all those things. He's trying to save his head and all those things. But I just want to know if he just wake up in the morning and make decision himself and said that is the way it's supposed to be. Because in every other economy, in every other country, like the US you mentioned, I know very well, they have Senate oversight, they have a House of Rep oversight, they even have stock exchange oversight that look into the activities of the central banks and their operations. And secondly, does central bank don't have the right to publish the amount of nairas or what the amount sent to different banks that are doing private banks like the commercial banks and all those things. So if they can do it like that, Nigerians will definitely know okay, what they are doing is right. So that we'll know how many new naira notes are deposited in these banks and why are they saying these nairas are not available? Because I'm not well acquainted with the way the constitution works between the central bank in Nigeria and the commercial bank. If there are laws that mandate them to publish the names and the amount. Thank you, Mr. Kalu, as you give a light into that.
Yeah, great question. So I'll answer your questions very directly. The central bank is not somewhat independent; it is very independent. As a matter of fact, if you try to impinge in the independence of your central bank, you get sanctioned. So in the Central Banks Act, they are fully independent. The foreign currency reserves you keep on here, Nigeria has reserves. Who do you think owns it? It's owned by the central bank, not by the federal government, not by the federation, by the central bank alone. 77% of the foreign reserves are owned by the central bank alone. They don't pass a budget for approval. Why are they independent? Because what they do, they go against, in quotes, the government of the day. Every government, no matter the party, Republican, PDP, APC, Democrat, they want to spend. Governments spend money. The role of the central bank is to watch inflation. So when the government spends, the central bank increases the interest rate to make sure that spending is expensive, so they spend less. When the government is broke, the central bank reduces interest rates so the government can borrow and spend. Hence, they must be independent. In the Nigerian law, they actually say that the central bank governor is not supposed to even have a vocation. So he's not even supposed to support Arsenal or Chelsea. He can't even go to a book club. He can't even do that. Why? They don't want him to be influenced by anyone. He's supposed to be 120% independent. So Emefiele broke the central bank law by his actions by running for presidency. That's why he's in trouble, because he has already exposed himself to manipulation. So he has nothing else to hang. He can't quote the law because he broke the law. So he has to run to Buhari. Now, can the National Assembly oversight the CBN? No. According to the Central Bank Law, Section 2B, Section 17, is right there. The central bank has the sole right to issue currency notes throughout Nigeria. The only person they take permission from is the president. Section 18, the central bank gives the central bank the power to print banknotes and mint coins. Only the government. They don't answer to NAS. They can look at your Naira note. What does it say? Central bank signs it. Your Naira note is not your money. You have yam, you sell your yam, you get the central bank's banknote. You take the central bank's banknote, you buy a car, you get a car. You don't own your Naira. The same way you don't own a dollar. It's owned by the Federal Reserve. In America, you even see presidents. You saw how Trump was attacking the central bank governor in America. It's been like that forever. Lyndon Johnson, literally, I heard he grabbed the central bank governor by the throat once or by the shirt, and like, you got to reduce interest rates. So it's a constant battle anywhere in the world. Look at the Bank of England. They are raising rates, the government is broke. So the central bank governor today is 100% independent. He can do exactly what he has done. The problem is that he has no trust capital. So he can't, you see, he can't quote the law. Because once he quotes the law, they'll tell him, but the same law says you should not run for presidency. And you run for presidency. That's the problem he's having. So his only support is Buhari. That's why you see him in this mountain, he'll run to Abuja and take a picture of Buhari and say, President said, he shouldn't even say things like, he's going to support the president's agenda. The central bank governors are not even seen. If you listen to how they talk, a central bank governor will talk, you don't understand what they are saying. It's on purpose. They are supposed to not even be seen or heard. But this guy, you see him everywhere saying, come and fight me. So in summary, he has lost the argument in terms of the law. His actions have also betrayed him. It's a good policy, but he has put himself in a situation where he's in a lot of trouble. That's how I'll answer your question.
All right, thank you very much, Kalu. All right, guys. So the name of the space is CBN policy. Who is hurting Nigerians? Like we've said, there's immense pressure on the CBN governor to reverse this policy. Of course, as Nigerians, we're clever enough to know it's political season. We know the people who are screaming for the loudest voices against this policy are certain, political parties. Well, you know them. Well, you know their name, PDAPC. I saw article running an ad on, I think, AIT and a few other channels challenging the government to reverse this policy. I've seen APC spokespeople, like I said, lash out at this policy. And of course, as soon as the policy was implemented, deadline day came to pass. Suddenly, Naira is scarce. So the question is, what do we do about it as Nigerians? Who are the people? Why is Naira scarce? That's the question. And who are the people behind it? And what can we do as Nigerians to relieve ourselves of this headache, of this particular problem? I'm going to go to the next speaker, whose hand was up the longest. I think that was Commander Sesk. Good evening,
Yeah,
Commander Sesk. How you doing?
good evening. I'm very fine. Good evening. Good
I'm
evening,
sorry. Before you
Pels. Good
continue,
evening. Okay.
before you continue, Commander Sesk, please, can everyone on the space tweet the space? If you speak, please, for everyone speaking, please, we're going to have to limit you to a maximum of Pels. What do you think? 2 minutes, because we have so many requests to speak. Pels, should we limit it to 2 minutes? 1 minute? What should we do?
Yeah, I think we should make it 3 minutes for
3
each.
minutes. All right, beautiful. So we can go round to everyone. All right, Commander says you have the floor. Go ahead, please.
Okay, good evening. I'll try as much as possible to be fast. I'm going to say this: the banks are the issue. I think they are the ones that we need to all put our minds and protest against. It doesn't have to do with physical protest. It can be an online protest. I feel everybody should retweet and put everybody should retweet and probably put your bank, Access Bank, release the money, hashtag Access Bank release the money, or hashtag Zenith Bank release the money. Why am I saying this? I stay in Abuja, and if you know Abuja very well, I'm in the Kano Crescent, the Banex Road. There's a Union Bank there. Before this policy of before the deadline, the first deadline they gave, Union Bank has actually they've been putting new money in their ATMs, and I can tell you this thing for a fact because I that it's so close to my office. Now, if the money in that machine finishes, I can bet it with you in 3 hours' time, they are coming back to load this money, new cash in that machine. And if you check the whole of that area, there's GT Bank, there's Zenith Bank. The Union Bank machine is the only one that has been working. I can tell you back to back, every day new money is being put inside their ATM machine. And I ask one question: where are they getting their money from? Because this machine is always giving money. Where are they getting it from? Is it not the same place these other banks get their money from? This has been what has been in my mind since, and I've been asking this question because we keep on saying it's CBN. I don't think it's CBN, it is the bank. And I want to really appreciate Kalu for coming and telling us that this money has actually been released to these banks. And if you check your check the Twitter trail throughout today, you will find out that if you probably even go and check what I posted lately, my last post, you will notice that this money is being hoarded by these banks. There is an intentional I asked one question: who are the owners of this bank? Will you tell me that this bank are just standing there without the politicians having one or two say when it comes to most of these big banks? And you think they will not? These same politicians are still the ones going against the policy, and you think they won't fight back? We Nigerians, we need to open our eyes and look at things clearly. It is clear in front of us, but we are attacking CBN. Now, the banks are the issue. As I still repeat, everybody should retweet. That's the protest I even think everybody should do. Put it hashtag Access Bank release the money. Because now, let me give an example. CBN has been coming and be telling us, and they've come out and they've told us that they've released the money. CBN keep on telling us, but what have the bank been saying? The bank, they've not come out and be accountable and tell us, okay, see, this is the amount of money these people have released. Now, I can tell you, a close friend of mine who runs a POS company, he bought 1 million naira for 100,000 naira, new cash. Who did he buy it from? Is it not from the same bank? Or have they started giving individual so much bulk money? 1 million naira, this POS, for 100,000 naira, which I beg. I beg. You can see the rubbish these guys have been doing. So everybody should open their eyes. I'm just rounding up. Everybody should open their eyes. The people we should follow is this bank, because if we hold them accountable, they will be forced to release this money to everybody rather than keeping us in this mess we are seeing and this wickedness. They are all wicked. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commander Sass. That was beautifully well put, beautifully put. Let's go to the next speaker real quick. Whose hand was up next? Okay. Okay, should we go to Roy? Roy, you've not spoken, right? Good evening, Roy.
Good
Roy,
evening. No, I haven't spoken.
All right, you have the floor real quick. Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. I'll be quick on this. Thank you for having me, and good evening, everyone. The topic's saying who is hurting Nigerians. It's obvious this is policy, and even though it's from the CBN, who is supposed to be independent, we know it has the blessing and the backing of the president. So it's a leadership problem. Why do I say that? He has said so himself. President Buhari has said he backs this policy. I think this is about the fifth spaces I'm joining concerning this issue. We had about the same number, if not more, as soon as this issue kicked off. And what I said, I'm not an economist, I'm not a financial specialist, I'm just someone who tries his best to tell himself the truth. And I said, what are the president's antecedents? What all the policies they've released? They've blamed Aboki FX. They blamed the border, the southern border, and everything. They've blamed everything else but themselves. They don't take responsibility. It is very easy, if you want to tell yourself the truth, whether or not something would happen, would work. How long did they have for this? And Kalu just reiterated what their objectives were, what their reasons behind this policy were. They want to curb terrorists who transact with cash. They want to curb vote buying. They want to handle inflation. It is all a blame game. What they should be correcting is changing the leader. The leadership of the country is wrong. They don't have the political will to tackle security, to tackle terrorists. When you rehabilitate terrorists, you come back and say, "Oh, we'll do this about the naira. We'll change the color." And as Carlo rightly said, every other country that has tried to do this had very good reasons. Plus, they give themselves a lot of time. Even the UK, that is as cashless as it is, the extent to which it is, they still are going towards the cashless policy. They are not 100% cashless because it takes a long time to do these things. I said this is just stupid. It's just stupid leadership, terrible planning, and of course, diabolical implementation. It's easy to just know whether something or not will work. Don't wait to be taken to the edge of a cliff and maybe even fall over before you say, "Oh yeah, this was a test." You had carried 200 million people on your back. That's stupid leadership. They should be really. It's just for them. It's lucky that they are in Nigeria. It's unfortunate for the citizens that they have those kind of people leading them, and they want to reinforce this failure by saying, "Hey, vote for us again. We will do this. We'll do that." It doesn't work that way. You can't be toying people's lives. If they promise little things and they don't deliver, kick them out. How much more big things? If they promise to fix potholes and they don't do that, kick them out. The system must be that good, must be that effective. They are the ones hurting us. They cannot blame anybody else. The show they are putting up the last few days is just a show, and they are clowns. So please, people, pick up your PVCs and vote these clowns out. I yield the mic for now.
Thanks so much, Roy. Before we go to the next speaker, Mr. Kalu Aja, yes, we have a special guest on the space. That's Mr. Kalu Aja, financial expert. He's the best person to speak on the subject. The CBN policy, who is hurting Nigerians, Naira scarcity. Mr. Kalu, do you want to respond to anything our last speakers just said before we move on to the next speakers?
I know, just to summarize the point again, the policy is good. It's not wrong with cashless banking. It's good. In 5 years' time, we'll see the effects. But right now, it's been politicized, and that's what we're seeing, the wrong implementation. That's the problem with it right now. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, if you're on the stage and you would like to speak, please raise up your hand so we can come to you. Our speakers on stage, please raise up your hand if you would like to speak. Izuchukwu, your hand has been up for a while. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. And I also want to thank Mr. Kalu for the beautiful explanation that he gave us concerning the policy, its intentions, and most of the problems that we are having in its implementation. I'm not going to waste too much time. I think I've noticed two things that have been a problem, which I think I don't know where that is coming from. I think the name of the space say who is hurting Nigerians, I think the two things I've actually noticed yesterday, I went out to try and actually get some cash. Then I've noticed that all through the policy implementation that the CBN has been asking banks to, load their ATMs with the new monies, because before now, what was happening in the banks was that the word on the street was that actually the banks, that the commercial banks, what we are doing prior to this time was to pay attention to their, to the big boys, and they dispense these monies over the counter and load the ATMs with the old monies. So what they do before this time was to, okay, if a big man walks into the bank and says, okay, I want $1 million, they will just give the man. Before, I think that was last week, that the CBN had to order them to say, okay, everybody has to withdraw the money through the ATM so that everybody will have the equal opportunity of having a specific amount. Then one of the things that I noticed is that the lower denominations are not available. So I don't know how the deadline is going to work. It's not just the 1,000 naira is not what the woman in the street, the bus driver, the bus conductors, the people selling whatever they're selling in the street is going to use. If the lower denominator, the 500 naira and the 200 naira, if they are not available to augment the lower denomination, which is 1,000, which are dispensing everywhere now, I don't know how that is going to work. I don't know whether that is deliberate. I don't know whether the politicians have cornered the 200 naira notes and the 500 naira notes. Then another thing I noticed before this time is that now that the thing is biting hard, a lot of people are complaining that the e-channels are not working any longer. Personally, I use GTB. And notice that the transfer, the USSD is not working. You understand? And forcing a whole lot of people to go back to using cash. And one of the reasons why CBN is, of course, they started the cashless policy a while ago, tried it over in Lagos and Port Harcourt and Abuja, which was the first state they tried it in, and expanded it. They are not going to expect the CBN to print the entire 3 trillion and pour it into the streets at the same time. No. What the intention is to reduce the amount of cash in circulation, and I encourage people to use the e-channels to do their businesses. But now, if you walk into probably you want to buy fuel with your car, they tell you, oh, our POS is not working. You understand? Now should have been the time for them to preach, okay, use the e-channels, do this, reduce the cash in circulation, go through this, cover the mobile money, do the transfer, use this. But I don't know whether there is a deliberate plan, like Mr. I just said, that the politicians, of course, the politicians know that one of the cardinal reasons why this policy is coming at this time is to reduce vote buying. And the politicians are not going to sit on their behind them and think that policy is going to work. Of course, they're going to fight it. That's why all of them gathered themselves and went to Asoro to go meet Mr. President. And they're asking him to extend the deadline to the end of the year. Can you imagine? I think the thing is biting hard now, but I think Nigerians should try as much as possible to see that this thing works. For us to see that this thing works is very, very important. Very, very important. So I think the people that are hurting Nigerians, the banks, number one, cannot exonerate themselves. You understand? Because I don't know, most of you must have seen the video that is circulating on social media where people are just in a party throwing bundles of money, throwing it on people while they are partying and they're matching on it. Those people, they got it from the banks. And the banks are also selling the money. You had a guy now that just came up in the space and said, and that person bought 1 million naira and they had to charge the person 100,000. Of course, they're making money. They're making money from it. So the banks are colluding with the big boys, cornering these monies. And I think the lower denomination, they're cornering it specifically to make sure that this thing doesn't work. They are selling it and they are making money. And the politicians also are fighting it, making sure that the thing doesn't work. So I don't know how the CBN is going to come in and try to curb these things and also make sure that all the e-channels of the banks are working so that there wouldn't be so much pressure on the ATMs. So that if I want to buy something, I transfer. Then Nigerians also, they should encourage them to add the local people that are selling things on the street, not just the big people. Because, too, I've noticed that some people, even in this Lagos, don't have bank accounts. So I don't know how they're going to try as much as possible to include these people into the system. Now, yes, they say that they've recouped 2 point something trillion.
Sorry
Yes.
to interrupt, please. Can you wrap up your submission, please?
Yes.
In 30 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. To wrap up, I think the central bank should step up. Is either they print more of the lower denominations to make sure they augment the ones they have now and encourage people to use more of the channels. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Izuchukwu, for the submission.
Yeah.
Yes, I picked up a lot of things from what you said. Oh, yeah, Mr. Kalu, you want to respond to that?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to ask you some questions based on some things you said. Go ahead,
Yeah.
respond, please.
Just to give some data back, So in Nigeria, we have a lot of banks, but we don't do a lot of banking. So let me give you the data points. This is from EFINA, EFINA. They do this financial inclusion survey every 2 years. Less than 50% of Nigerians are financially included. That means that less than 50% of Nigerians have a bank account, formal bank account. The bulk of Nigerians use their bank accounts for withdrawal and deposit. So your employer pays you your salary, you withdraw it through ATM. That's what we call banking in Nigeria. Less than 5% of Nigerians have ever accessed a bank loan. It's actually less than 3%. So when you see all these banks, gleaming branches, I think it's less than 10% have more than 500,000 in their bank account. Less than 5%. So all these trillions you hear is held by 5% of the banking population. The bulk of the banking that we do in Nigeria is cash based. If you go to what we're seeing in Lagos today is what happens in the north of if you go to the north of Nigeria, they have canopies on their ATMs, long lines. You see long queues of people to withdraw 200 naira at ATMs, 100 naira at ATMs, because they do a lot of cash economy over there. In Lagos, people are being used to plastic. This is the first time they are seeing them go look for cash. It's a run on the bank. People don't need this cash they're withdrawing, but because cash is not available, they want to have it because if it's an emergency, they want to have that cash to pay for now. So the way to stop, like I said at the beginning, the way to stop is to say, stop all cash withdrawals above 100,000. It's just for 1 month. Stop it for 1 month. By March, you guys will see, by March, there will be cash everywhere. So what's the difference between February and March? There's an election in February. So I'll let you ask your questions.
Yeah, so the question I wanted to ask you is I noticed that since this CBN deadline, Naira swap deadline came into effect, as Izuchukwu said, there's been so many technical problems with internet banking. He referred to USSD not working. I tried to make transfers and it's bouncing back. So many people have been complaining about POS is not working. General network problems in the banks with the banks. So my question is it a conspiracy or is it a coincidence, a conspiracy, or something else? Why are the banks suddenly having so many? Yes, they were never. I mean, their systems were not never so smooth, but that problem has really escalated in recent days. I know there's a particular person I've been trying to transfer money to for about 3 days now, and I've not been able to do so. So, what do you think it is? Is it coincidence, conspiracy? What do you think the problem is?
Yeah, a long time ago, I spoke to a guy in the bank, an ED in a big bank, and he was telling me that the biggest problem, this was well before this, he said the biggest problem the banks in Nigeria have today is this jackpot thing, that they train people and immediately the people leave Nigeria. So they have a big problem with especially IT workers. He said especially IT staff. You train them, they're just in the bank to earn salary till the jackpot. So they were having a huge problem with that. So when you see that the bank's IT staff have all left Nigeria, the guys that they have, they are learning on the job or are basically new. Now you have what's called a surge. This is a stress test on the banking system. Because of the cash issues, you have double or triple the amount of folks that have never done online banking now attempting online banking for the first time. So servers are overloaded. Tie that into the fact that diesel and data centers are now overloaded because of fuel scarcity. So you see a lot of factors are now hitting the banks at the same time. No staff, the power is not working, so they don't work as long as they would have wanted to work. So it transferred, maybe they get 1 million hits maybe a month. They're getting maybe 10 million hits a month. So it's an overloaded system because everyone is doing this for the first time. It goes back to the implementation. Well, was this stress tested? Did the CBN go to the banks and say, if we increase your IT demands by tenfold, can you handle? I don't think that was done. And that's basically what you're seeing play out in Nigeria. It's just the usual stress testing. If you all go to your bank today, if you all go to Bank of America today and request for all your money today, Bank of America also will have an issue. It's a computer. It just has how much it can take, right? So it's not the banks per se, but that the stress on the bank, the stress testing was never done, and now they failed that basic transaction stress test, and that's why we're seeing all these problems happening.
Wow. Thank you very much for that. Thanks for that. Okay, I want to steer the conversation. Like we've been talking about, the elections are in 20 days. I want to steer it back towards politics a bit and the political implications or the role politics is playing on this problem. Because whether we like it or not, Nigerians are suffering. It's really crazy out there. This has just added. This is just another layer of pain in addition to, I don't know, for how long has false casting been on? I know people in Abuja said they've had false casting for over a year now. In Lagos, there's been false casting for a couple, I think 6 months. I've lost count. Good evening. Yeah, please.
Hello?
Yeah, mute your mic for a while. Mute your mic, Kobe. Good evening. Yeah, thanks. So the implication, the role of politics, and of course the drama between the ruling party within the ruling party and the pressure on the CBN. You know, the role of these factors on this. We need to know because questions need to be answered. You know, we need to know who is responsible for the pain that Nigerians are going through at the moment. Okay, I want to go to Chudi. I know he's been on the stage. I think he's been on the stage the longest. But before then, I'm going to go to the people whose hands are up. Good evening, Kobe. Please, yeah, mute your mic for a while. I'll come to you.
Okay,
Ogbede, good
awesome.
evening. Your hand has been up for a while.
Hi.
Good evening, ma'am. Can you mute your mic for a while?
Good
We will
evening.
come to you. Good evening.
Oh, okay, cool.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ogbede, good evening. You have the floor. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, and thanks for hosting this space. I just wanted to share a few thoughts. Um, who do we blame? One, I would heap the blame on the CBN and the banks, but more on the CBN because the CBN oversights the banks. So if banks are hoarding money, that is to tell you that the CBN is not doing enough monitoring and oversight on these banks. Because if you're going to issue monies to banks and all through the day their ATMs are not working and they're not giving customers over the counter, then there's a problem. So the CBN should go all out. They should have all their directors, all their senior management all out monitoring these banks because the banks are scared of the CBN. If there's no monitoring coming from the CBN, then the banks will do just whatever they want to do. But that aside, I am excited that our politicians are having a hard time with this policy. For me, I'm having a hard time too because I need cash to do a couple things. But I'm excited that this cashless policy is happening at this time and it is giving everybody a hard time. This is perhaps the very first time or one of the very few things that bothers everybody. You know, when there's first scarcity, the big guys don't queue. I mean, they have their friends, they own these gas stations, they easily get gas. But this is different. The National Assembly cannot do anything to the CBN. The CBN is 100% independent, just like the INEC. They do whatever they want to do, but that is happening in this political season. I'm happy. I'm happy because apart from the fact that the 2023 elections was going to be a watershed, we've never seen anything like this. This policy just makes it even more interesting. Now, politicians are stranded. Political parties will be stranded, and it's going to affect everybody. But those it will affect the most are those who had a plan to steal the election, those who had a plan to steal votes by financial inducements. Those are the ones that will hurt the most. Those who see themselves as popular, those who see themselves as being loved by the people, won't have so much to bother about except when it comes to mobilizing party infrastructure for the elections. We have polling unit agents, that we have to give some monies to prosecute the election on election day. But all that can be handled. I share the view with Carlo that in a couple weeks, all of this craziness, will ease out. I'm happy that there's an unavailability of naira in the hands of Nigerians. Now we're seeing small businesses, petty businesses having the POS. They wouldn't have had a need for the POS because of this. I think we should do more of electronic business. Sad that we're having, the electronic system is becoming too, is overburdened. A lot of us are now wanting to transfer for little things. What would have paid cash for? But, I'm sad that Nigerians are having to go through a hard time, but I'm happy that it's going to make it difficult for the election to be stolen. If we cannot get our politics right, we would never get anything right in Nigeria. And if the people do not have a general buy-in into those who are elected or selected into leadership, there will be no form of accountability before the leaders. So I'm happy that it gives me a semblance of hope that the elections will be fair. It will be difficult to buy the votes. And I'm also thankful that because of this, scarcity of cash, those who have had to go through a hard time with their folks being kidnapped, the kidnappers too know that there's no money available. So there's just the much anybody can do to pay for ransom. I'm happy about that. We may not understand how sad that is because most of us have never had to deal with that. But having, a loved one in the hands of bandits, you're having to look for 20 million naira cash. And now even the bandits know that, nobody can have it. So I think that there will be an ease in that area too. Overall, I think the CBN needs to do a little bit more in their monitoring, but Nigerians should calm down. It is hard, but what good comes easy? Let us go through this tough time with the hope that it's going to get better. That's all I have to say now. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Mr. Ogbede. Okay, so I want to go to someone to speak to. Well, because I saw a tweet he made earlier in the day, and that's Trudy. I mean, he made a tweet earlier today about the difficulty Nigerians. I mean, I'll call it the voice of the streets. But also I would like for him to also speak on the political implication of this policy. Trudy, good evening. How you doing?
Okay, my dear, good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
So what happened earlier today? The pressure was high. Everybody giving their own opinion about the subject. But my own stand is this: out there, the people are suffering. The policy is not easy on Nigerians. So before anything, we have to consider what people are going through. I see people talking about um, standing with CBN, this, that. But before you talk about standing with CBN, you have to sympathize with the public. I mean, people are giving up in banks. We saw a news that a man slumped and died in one bank. So this is somebody's father. This is somebody's wife and relative. The policy is not easy on anyone. Before you talk about going out to stand with central bank, you think about central bank have um, they have the responsibility to manage the whole crisis, but they failed. They failed. They are the ones who are supposed to hold the banks accountable. They are the ones who are supposed to make sure banks um, dispense this money correctly, but they failed. You get. So the whole crisis in Nigeria is getting so bad. If you are going to march on the streets, that you are solidly behind central bank. We know their policy is good for the general public, but then you have to put the people into consideration at this point, because the whole essence of the whole purpose of making this policy is being destroyed by the establishment who are who have conspired with the politicians, the bankers, to hold this money for their own benefits. Many people are of the opinion that one of the reasons is to keep vote buying, but we are seeing that it's the whole thing has failed. Like, let's say it the way it is, because for months now the new currency have not been in circulation. Aside Lagos and Abuja, if you go to other states, you hardly see this note in bulk, in, like, let's say 50,000 naira, 20,000 naira. You won't see it. So where is the new note? People are suffering. Before the last deadline, you go to the streets and to buy something, and you see the shop owners telling you, okay, POS. this amount. If you have old naira, this amount. If you had new naira, this amount. You see, because the new naira is nowhere to be found. So you at this point we have to be sympathetic. The average Nigerian is not having it easy. Some of us who live in the mega cities like Lagos and Abuja, we don't experience this thing because our reality is not the same with these people who live in the suburbs and urban and rural communities. You see, so it's mad
Okay,
what
Chidi,
people
I want to
go
ask you a
through. Imagine,
question.
yeah,
Chidi, I want to ask you a question. What do you
okay,
think should be done? I mean, you've heard the arguments about, you've heard the speakers who said, this is fantastic. There's an election coming up in 20 days. You're hurting
yeah,
these politicians that want to buy votes. We know what their motive is. So what do you
yeah,
think? And yes, we've also seen these videos of Nigerians slumping in banks and all that. We've seen videos of people tearing their clothes, beating each other up at ATMs. We saw what happened in Benin recently, at Uniben, with soldiers versus students. I mean, we all
sure.
know it was because of this naira scarcity issue. I know how that issue could have escalated. But what do we do? You understand? What do we do? Should the CBN governor cave in? Should he extend the policy? Or what can we do? What can we do to at least, cut short the suffering of Nigerians? What's the way
Okay,
forward?
extension is not the way forward. At this point we have endured. Endured. After the 10 days additional deadline, they should um, they should make the new currency the legal tender. The old ones should be retired. So but now, if after the deadline, then we will know how it stands. They say they are giving extra 4 days for the return of the old notes after the deadline. So and I understand that what led to the whole standing with the central bank is that about the pressure on central bank and other things. But I don't think extension again can is it we can deal with another extension, because in as much as we are suffering, this redesign of the naira will help a lot, on the economic side, and maybe it will influence the outcome of the election. So I don't think so. On the way forward, I suggest we mount pressure on banks, because that is where we have problem. I have seen some of the videos where people break into banks, people beat bank officials and other things. This is frustration. Do you know what you will do to an average Nigeria to start breaking into banks? These people are people who go out to get what they eat on a daily basis. They are not like some of us. So to mount pressure on them, when they get some of these reactions, the other branches will sit up. We have seen videos where some of the CBN intervention agents found start of new naira notes being stored in banks. They were hidden behind the old notes. So you see, these banks have it. We just have to mount pressure on them. And anybody that is clamping down on the people not to protest, will you give them money? Will you give them food? People are like, if you go there out there, people are just, I don't know how to put it, but it's not
Okay.
easy on them. So anything that will mount pressure on banks, let us do it. We just need to buckle up. And
Okay.
I hope that after the deadline, things will sit up. So that's my opinion.
Okay, Shirley, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Before I speak, please, I would like for all the speakers to know that we have so many. I mean, we have our over 30 speaker requests. So we will have to be dropping people who have already spoken. Please don't be offended if we drop you from the speaker section after you've spoken. Please bear with us. Yes, Judy said something about banks earlier, and it was also alluding to a conversation that happened on the timeline. I think it started yesterday. about people putting pressure on the CBN, possibly protesting or marching in solidarity with the central bank. Um, and there's been a lot of back and forth on that conversation. Of course, a lot of people, Nigerians, are suffering and may not really find the CBN a friendly party. However, we need to find out who our enemies are. That's the name. I'm sorry, Trudy, please switch off your mic, please. The name of the space is Who is Hurting Nigerians? We need to identify where the problem is. And yes, Trudy and others have identified one of the enemies, which is Nigerian banks. And I made a tweet earlier in the day asking all Nigerians, saying starting tomorrow, we need to call out Nigerian banks, put pressure on them. I would like to implore all Nigerians, if everyone on this space can maybe tweet to that effect, tweet out evidence if you have video proof of banks hoarding cash, banks refusing to dispense cash, banks deliberately making life miserable for Nigerians. I think it is time we call them out, because we've been talking about the politicians, we've been talking about the CBN. I think we've been talking too much about them. As so many people have said, the CBN has disbursed money to banks. And we saw, I think I put a tweet up on the Jumbotron earlier about the CBN's a security operation, a CBN joint operation with the EFCC and ICPC, where they busted a bank, and recovered, oh my God, 287 million redesigned new Naira notes where it was stacked and hoarded. What are they hoarding this money for? I don't know. So I think it's time we expose the real enemy, who the real enemies are. Why will a bank hoard 287 million Naira when customers are out in the banking hall dying, fainting, beating each other up? I mean, for me, that's just evil. So I think we need to unmask those guys, expose them, identify who the real enemy are, and maybe even call on the CBN to do more. So this is my own personal opinion. I think it's high time we call them out. Have more Nigerians tweet out there, name and shame them. There's nothing wrong with it. Let's name them and shame them. Name the specific banks, your branch. I mean, who is doing this? Why are you doing this? Because I would like to believe that the consensus so far on this space has been no one wants the CBN to reverse the policy. We've agreed it's a good thing. We all heard from Mr. Kaluaja. I'm saying yes, it's a good thing. We need to move forward. It will also obviously curtail votes buying in the election. The only people screaming against it are criminals. Let's call it spade a spade. As you can see, I mean, it's very evident that the people in politics screaming against it, working against it, are people who obviously, are not even shy about the fact that they are going to buy votes during the election. So I think it's high time we identify who our real enemies are and call them out. Mr. Kalu, do you want to respond to anything that's just been said, or should we move on to the next speaker? Also, Pels, do you want to come in?
So, well, if you have a question, I'll respond. We've got about an hour, then any questions I'll answer directly, but yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much. Before I go to the guys, if you're on the speaker section and want to speak, please raise up your hand. Before I go to the guys with their hands up, we've got Jack here on stage. Many of you know Jack as the convener of TBN, Take Back Niger. Jack also has been tweeting about this subject and tweeted some things yesterday. Obviously, I think yesterday and today on this subject, calling for action in support of the CBN. I think that's what Trudy was referring to. I'd like to hear from Jack. I'd like to hear his perspective on this matter and what he thinks we should do. What he thinks the next step should do. The next step should be, and the implication of everything that's going on. Jack, good evening. Jack, are you with us? Okay, it seems Jack is not ready to speak. All right, let me go to Mr. Uba. I'll come back to Jack in a bit. Mr. Uba Jeremiah, good evening. Your hand has been up for a while. Good evening, sir.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for joining us. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I have some different opinion about this, and I hope I'm not going to be called a criminal. Well, in my own opinion, I'm starting with the quote from Karl Marx. They said, if a doctor or a physician makes a mistake, it can affect a multitude of one, but if an economist makes a mistake, it affects a great multitude of people. And I want us to put this into perspective. if the cause of this particular space is who is to blame, we need to look at the longest serving CBN president. It's true that it's time for the Naira to be redesigned. 25 years overdue. But this has been a governor that has been there since 2014. If you really wanted to make this policy, don't you think there is a well laid out plan on how to do this? Right? As an economist, you need to understand that it's not by the benevolence of the baker that we have bread, but his self-interest. And if anything Emefiele has told us from his past actions, it shows that he's somebody that could be selfish in pursuing his gains or pursuing policies that, are not necessarily helping anybody but props him up. For example, if he could have implemented the e-naira properly, this would be serving as a viable alternative to Nigerians in this time of scarcity. It could have even been a front where the CBN would be able to contact individuals directly. Okay, we know that less than 55% of Nigerians have access to internet, but close to 85% of Nigerians have access to mobile phones. So that means the e-naira working perfectly will be able to integrate 85% of Nigerians that possibly, whether they are unbanked or unbanked, doesn't really matter as long as they have a mobile phone. So the problem why this is not, we shouldn't be looking at the CBN as an enforcement agency trying to curb corruption. That is not the CBN objective. The CBN in every country has 4 primary objectives. And when it starts swaying too much, rather than tackling inflation, pushing full employment of resources, promoting economic growth, when it starts swaying too much to the left or swaying too much to the right, we have economic disrupt. As one thing can trigger a multitude of other things. Because of this policy, people are going to die. People are going to be more desperate. And in my opinion, the desperation level is going to make it easier to buy votes. Because before, it's easy to just give somebody 500 naira now and 1,000 naira. The person will say, what's this? If you give somebody 1,000 naira now, the person will cherish you. So imagine what will happen on the day of the election, because you cannot hold this money from the people that have the means. They will be able to pay the premium, but the well-meaning Nigerians would suffer. And that's just it. Whether we should think about the policy, whether the policy is good or not, the damages it has caused is enough for the CBN governor to take a moral stand and say, okay, let me leave this and see whether other people can take this to fruition. We should stop looking for how to blame the banks, because the banks are already under a lot of pressure. They're not the ones that advised the CBN and said, this is the way to go. They just need to be like other players in the market. Remember, the CBN has tried to do other policies, whether making the banks their friend or also even adapting this BDC, and find out that, see, this is not really working. We shouldn't be experimenting with the lives and property of Nigerians. This should be done under the comfort of laboratory with economics, thinking men, not with lives and property, because that's what it's going to cost. You're talking about ransom. I heard somebody saying, oh, it's going to be harder to get ransom. If you don't have the money, you have cash equivalent. We have cash equivalent. You can bring you can bring your car. You can bring other things. This will make things more difficult for the average Nigerian, and we should call a spade a spade. The CBN is supposed to be neutral. We're not supposed to be getting into politics. You're not supposed to be fighting corruption. That's not what your job is. You're supposed to be focusing on the core objectives of the CBN. And but when you start to sway, that's when it becomes a problem. I'm not I'm not I'm not against facing a little bit of hard time for the greater good. We have seen examples of this in the past. But this has been deliberate to curb inflation and push things into the right direction. But all we have seen on the central bank is a policy that increases misery. We see the inflation increasing, and we also see interest rates increasing, making the misery index go haywire. So we are seeing policies that are not work, and we are expecting to give the central bank kudos. So whatever we are trying to do, if you're trying to make concisive policies, first we should stop throughout these ad hoc models and say, oh, if everything was equal, this is supposed to go this. Everything is never equal. This is something that has been long resolved with economic school of thought. We stop looking at secondary school economics. If you're not looking at it as a dynamic body, we shouldn't be talking economics. Everything is not going to be equal. Agents are going to react immediately you put policies. So you're supposed to anticipate those reactions. And if everything goes haywire, you're supposed to bear the repercussions and don't play the blame game. So I'm not saying banks are the problem. I'm not in favor of, because the banks will play the game that is available. If one bank doesn't do it, another bank will do it because the infrastructure is corrupt. So let us look at the thinking men that were supposed to know the infrastructure is corrupt and come up with a plan that will shield the everyday Nigerians and attack the people they want to attack. Because the person that is going to die tomorrow because he's looking for money is not going to have, he probably will not be on this space, probably does never have money to subscribe to listen to what we are saying. But let us start by cutting the snake's head and let's see what will happen. That's my own opinion. Thank you.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Uba Jeremiah. Thanks for your submission. I will come to you, Kobe Ajayi. Goody. I'll come to you shortly. I got your message. Yes, I know you've been patient. I'll come to you shortly. But Mr. Kalu, I would love for you to respond to what Mr. Uba said. Was one thing he said in particular that struck me because I've been around this argument, this debate for a while. The question of will this policy not actually backfire? If Nigerians are desperate on election day, for example, cash is scarce. Will it not actually make them more susceptible to votes buying? Desperate enough to collect whatever they can get, whatever crumbs they can get from corrupt politicians. But I would love for your reaction to that and every other thing he said.
Yeah, I mean, if guys are going to take money, are going to take money. Whether there's cashless or no cashless, whatever the reason why guys will take salt and money, doesn't matter. This is not going to change who will take money or will not take money. That's the point we have to put aside. But again, just remember like what I said. This is a 2012 policy. Was it done now for politics? Yes, but it was done for a good reason. There's cash that would have gone into this politics. This is going to be painful for everybody, you, I, the politician, and also the market woman. It's a sweeping policy that is designed to cause pain, but that pain is designed to stop excess cash flowing into the elections. Can we really argue here that without this policy, we would not be talking about people being given 50,000 naira cash to go vote? That's less than $1 or less than $10. That would have been seen it right now. People's PVC cards were being taken. I saw it on a video well before this. What do you think they took it for? So this has had an effect. That's why you see the response by the governors going to the president. If it didn't have an effect, they would not bother. It is having an effect. That's what they're bothering. But remember, guys, this is a cashless policy. The policy as a whole has already started. We can debate when should it have been done, but it's been done. You can't reverse it. All this is a policy only for 200, 500, and 1,000 naira. I'm not hearing anyone say where are the lower denomination notes? Why are those notes not in the ATMs? It should have been put the other way around. The ATM should only disburse all the notes, or even 100 naira notes. And then if you want the higher ones, go into the bank vault and go into the bank hall and get them. Why were we saying that? No one touched 100 naira notes. So why are 100 naira notes unavailable? Who do you think needs 1 million in 1,000 naira notes? Tell me who needs that. Not the amount, but which profession do you think needs 1 million in 1,000 naira notes? It's politicians. We just need 100 naira notes maybe to buy fuel or to pay for suya. We don't need 1,000 naira notes in a million. So guys, remember the intent. I don't go and read about and Mefele. Let's not let the perfect stand in the way of the necessary. That's what I see many people saying. And Mefele is not a god. He's not going to get everything right. But when he has done this, it has the impact. And they said it clearly. We want to target counterfeiters. We want to target terrorists. In addition to the monetary policy of bringing the cash back to the banking system and then doing more better policy. So let's keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Okay, let's go to Kobe Ajayi. Good evening. You have the floor now.
Thank you so much. Thank you for creating this space and for everyone that have contributed so beautifully. Like someone mentioned that the implementation has been diabolical. I thought that was really, really a better adjective to describe it. For me, I think we've there's been a lot of information on this space. The banks, the CBN, they all have their share of blames, right? However, one thing that seems to be a that I that is something that has been on my mind is implementation. What is going on? How are we trying to curb misinformation? How are we trying to reach out to people in the rural areas? We are on this space because we have Wi-Fi, we have mobile data, we have a phone that can access this information. So we are hearing from like-minded people. What about people, for instance, my mom, she has a phone, she has an account, I think, with Keystone Bank, and she doesn't even remember her e the her password to her e-banking platform, right? And she's so much against this of everything about the cashless policy, not because she knows what it is, but just because she sees all the troubles there's all the experiences being shared on social media. So I wonder, to what extent are the banks, the CBN, or even media houses as well, to what extent are they trying to educate, to bring this information, to make people understand, okay, this is why Ms. Kalu has very well succinctly told us the importance of this cashless policy, of which in Nigeria there is this love for cash. I remember there was a while in church in Nigeria, I only pay with POS. And I know how there's this backlash, there's this frown, like, these church people, they've even graduated to POS. See how fraudulent they've become. But the truth is, we are graduating, we are moving. It's better for us economically, and it has both economic benefits and social benefits. So how are we encouraging or educating the rural people in the rural area who do not have understanding? The only information they are seeing right now is information on the internet, which is, of course, hysteria, causing panic and things like that. That's just what I wanted to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's quickly move to the next speaker. Before Mr. Kalu responds, let's go to the next speaker. Ibuka, I think your hand has been up the longest. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, please.
Good evening, Ibuka. You have the floor. 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you very much. For me, when this policy came out I think in November or October, by Emefiele, there was something that he did I actually like. The policy about ATMs having 200 naira notes maximum and 20K, I think, per week, withdrawal limit per day. If he has stuck to that policy, I'm sure we won't have this much issues. Now, let me give an example. You are saying we should change naira, and I go to the ATM, and you are giving me 1,000 naira notes, and you know that I want to use this money to go to the market to buy stuffs. Now, obviously, if I'm spending 1,000, I will expect to get change. So those small denominations, the 200 and the 100, how are people going to get it? So I was expecting them, like, this is a very good policy. Is it political? Yes. The man lost in primaries, perhaps wanted to, because when people are saying, oh, it's funny, if you know the amount of money these politicians have saved up since 2019 in their houses. So for me, this policy is actually favoring us, but it's actually political as well. So I feel like what you should have done is, first of all, they need to ensure that these ATMs, they cannot be bringing out 1,000 naira notes. How are people going to be spending it? Because if I go to the market and I want to buy something of maybe 200 naira and they want to give me change, who is going to find? I've never even seen the 200 naira notes in circulation. And that should be the notes that should actually be in the ATM, and not this 1,500. I thought this policy was going to make it, they are going to gradually phase out even the 1,000 naira note and make sure that, okay, it's the 200 naira note that will be our baseline and 100 naira. So if these guys had implemented these small denominations, I'm sure we won't have this pressure we are having today. Because right now, you are having 1K and you want to spend, or you want to use for transport, and you can't even get these small current the new ones. You have to get the old ones. Now you are scared of getting the old ones because the deadline will soon come. So it's chaos. I don't know how the CBN is going to solve this issue, but I just know that they have to solve it, because we cannot suffer this long, and you now tell me that you are not going to extend it for 3 months or 4 months after we have suffered this long, after I've gotten used to the fact that, oh, any small thing now I have to transfer. I just got something from a kiosk now, I had to transfer to the person something of maybe 800 naira. So I'm already getting used to it. So, but for me, they need to solve this issue. It's a very good policy, but I don't think they did their risk assessment very well. Like, okay, they didn't factor in that most of these politicians own these banks. So even if they give the banks this money, how would they implement this? The banks, how would they enforce that the banks load this money in their ATMs and give it to the customers? They didn't factor that in. Perhaps I was thinking maybe they would transact directly with POS cash swap agents, so that they can actually take this money down to the rural areas, these people that need the cash the most. So that's my own opinion on it. For me, it's going to favor my candidates and to make sure that there's a free and fair election, because I know these politicians have saved up enough money in their house, but they should just try and do better in making sure that this currency goes down to who actually needs it and not the politicians. Thank you.
Ibuka, before we go to the next speaker, I want to ask you a question. We heard, some very credible, we got some credible information that the CBN governor is under immense pressure, and there's a possibility that he might cave into this pressure. Look, as difficult as it is at the moment, in your opinion, what do you think will be the consequence? What do you think will be the consequence if that happens? How much of a blow will it be to the credibility of the upcoming election if the CBN governor actually caves to this pressure?
First of all, to me, I feel like he has done a lot of damage already. So even if they say, oh, at the end of the day, you can now accept cash, blah blah blah, they've mopped up a lot of cash. So I don't think there's a lot of cash in the circulation. Even the old notes are scarce. So for me, if they say, oh, he wants to cave into pressure, yes, it's messed up. As in, that means to me, he should just be fired immediately. Because this guy, since 2014 that you are doing, has been doing a lot of gaffes. And these same APC people that have been complaining and crying, they didn't say nothing. This man was there, he took it from $2 from 200 to 800, and they said nothing. But now this stuff is affecting them now. Oh, they're having meetings upon meetings with the president. For me, it should not cave into, because it will make people angry. We cannot suffer this long and wait and be patient, and all of a sudden by the deadline time, you not tell us that, oh, we are extending by 3 months. Who are you deceiving? It doesn't make sense to me. So you must not cave to pressure. We have suffered this suffer, and I'm already adjusting my lifestyle to cashless policy. So don't come and tell me now that all of a sudden you want to change and say, oh, extend to 3 months. I don't think you can even do it as well. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks, Ebuka. Thanks so much. Let's move on over to Olumide Adeshino. Good evening, Olumide.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to add a bit color and data narrative to what Kalu mentioned. I think first of all, we're all aware the inconvenience the CBN's policy is bringing on Nigeria, but I think it's a very positive one, and I think the timing is perfect. I think we need to understand that reforms are painful and much more pains lie ahead, because petrol subsidy still coming, tax reforms are still coming, and the reality is that these are just the start. So first of all, the banks, we had some hiccups. The banks have made some mistakes, like some allegations about auditing new notes and things like that. But the reality on ground is that the banks are not culpable. The reality on ground is that the CBN is not culpable. The reality on ground is that you see political interest, selfish interest have played into the hands. Because if you look at money supply, 52 trillion, right? And the cash in circulation is what? It's about less than 5%. So let's say 3 trillion. And the CBN said they recovered about 1.9 so far. And we have 900 that is really costing havoc. Now, report says that, okay, the CBN printed maybe about less than, according to the governor of the Northern State, about 400 billion. But the question is, where is this cash coming from? Who are in need of this cash? So let's look at data. In 2021, a an NGO that focus on high net worth individuals. Say we have about 9,100 Nigerians with a net worth of $1 million. And if you recall, recent NBS data says that 103 million Nigerians live on less than $2 a day. So probably, I don't think it's those that are really complaining so much. So it means that we're having a dispersion of either the data is lying or political interest and ulterior motives. And if you look at what Carlo really said, yeah, it's really causing a lot of political pain. And I think that political pain has been used as a mask for media houses. And if you look deep down, the policy has started to take shape. If you look at that's why we see transactions on mobile at all-time high, from NBIS data to different fintech apps. You see that things are going online. So it's bringing more positivity. Definitely, you're seeing a lot of Gen Z millennials creating valuable companies, and these things come at a price. Now, the problem is that we don't like to own up to the consequence of reforms. Reforms are painful anywhere in the world, and definitely they have a psychological effect. Now, we know what vote buying has influenced in Nigeria's election, and we know the reason why the Apex Bank is really concerned about the informal sector influence in our monetary, um, from the monetary perspective side. So I think as media houses and as professionals on social network, I think it's our job for us to calm people's nerves down that these things are temporary. And just like I rightly said, these things will definitely go in place. You've seen the CBN task force going to banks, trying to make things easier. But for those that are concerned about ATM, I think you need to also look at POS agents. You know, these are not government officials. They're already taking advantage. You see the charges, some charge as much as 15% on transactions. It just tells you the selfish interest of individuals. And that's why businesses are reforming, and fintechs apps will definitely push those guys out of business. So I think for us, rather than just pushing blames on government, also we should also ensure ourselves that we check within ourselves, because charity begins at home, and it's just a reflection that also some entities within are making things difficult. So I just wanted to add a little color. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Olumide. Thank you so much. All right, let's move to the other guys whose hands are up. Please, if you want to speak and you're in the speaker section, raise up your hand, okay? So I can come. Let's go to Njama, Paul Asu. Good evening. Good evening, Njama.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Good evening. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. All right. I wouldn't want us to judge this policy by the previous failings from the Mefele-led Central Bank of Nigeria. I think this one, he has gotten it right. I don't know if I'm saying this because I'm a supporter of Obi, but the truth is, when people make assertions that politicians who own banks will get these monies and still go ahead do the vote buying, it is not really true. And it's, I have a friend, I have a neighbor who is running for the senatorial seat in Cross River State. His younger brother works in the bank, and I'm very aware. He called last week when he was going for his campaigns for just 400,000, and he couldn't get it. The fact that governors went to see the president, then it is really biting not just Nigerians, but even the elite, the political elites, who this policy will prevent their vote buying exercise come February 25th and maybe March during the gubernatorials. I want to stand with what Kalu said. It's actually is it hurting me? Yes. Every day I get up in the morning, I start calculating where do I go to? How do I get monies to run this, particularly when when I try to do this online transfers and it's not working. But I think it's one pain one is willing to endure for a greater good. And I don't think we should even blame the banks, commercial banks, for this thing. The central bank knows what they are doing. The truth is, if we were to go by the initial limits the central bank rolled out, which is 500 naira a week, we wouldn't have had this chaos we are experiencing right now. But I think what the central bank is doing is implementing in installments. They are actually instructing banks on how much to pay. And I know for a fact, because I'm very close to bankers, that they don't receive that much money we think they receive. I was in the bank yesterday on Friday, and I couldn't even get just 20,000 naira at some point after they made previous payment to other customers who came on time. So they don't really have this money as we think they have. I'm not denying the fact that there are some very funny persons who, or before now, they weren't giving out large sums of monies when the implementation started initially. But I think after some point, all those things were all blocked, and banks don't really get as much money as we think. If you go to the bank, you can get 20 on the counter, maybe 20 at your ATM. That should be enough for you. Then the rest should be done online. I think if we just hold ourselves for this short period, probably after elections, things will ease off, and we'll be happy that this thing actually happened.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Njama. Lovely submission. All right, let's go over to Debi. The Debi Ajayi. Good evening.
Hi, KBT. Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing?
So I just called you KBT. Yeah.
Yes.
I
Yes.
know that's the name they used to call you on this sports program on Top Radio I used to listen to a few years ago. So
I
thank you
knew
for the
that. Go ahead.
opportunity.
Good evening.
Um, yeah, thank you for the opportunity and good evening, everybody. I'd like to thank everyone that has spoken so far because I think that we've to a large degree spoken the pulse of the streets with regards to how Nigerians are feeling with respect to this policy. In terms of personal opinion, I will start from acknowledging a few things. Number one, I would acknowledge that the CBN they've not done the rollout of this policy the best that it could be done. Number two, I would also acknowledge that this policy was also a targeted attempt at frustrating certain political powers that be, if I would say. And number three, I would also say that the banks are complicit in the kind of chaos that we are experiencing currently. So I'll start from this. Granted that the CBN has not done the rollout as best as they could, however, I still think that if the banks did not become complicit with regards to holding back funds, we would see a lot less chaos than what we are seeing in the society today. I have been online throughout today and I have seen several videos. There's even a video online. I probably would maybe try to copy that tweet and post it in the chat section for this space, where a bank vault with almost 300 million naira was put on video. I think it was said to be an EFCC and ICPC joint operation that unlocked the vault and found that amount of money in there. Now, it's not strange that we are finding these monies at parties, that we are finding these monies in places where they ordinarily aren't supposed to be. And it just points to the fact that the bankers are doing the most, if I would say, on the background to frustrate people, right? So the first thing I would say, if I would say who is to blame, I would say the CBN has some culpability with this because maybe if the rollout had been perfected a lot better, we wouldn't be experiencing what we're experiencing. But I would say even more so, the banks should be held responsible because we've had a lot of people come on this space and say, oh, the banks are not getting the money as we think they are. But then we have physical evidence online. And I'm sure that if we are seeing this online, I can only imagine what we've not seen, which is happening offline. That these monies are actually with the banks and they are holding it back. And for me, the holding back just speaks to the fact that they know what happens. Kibati, I've had conversations with banks before. I'm a trainer, right? And I've done some trainings for banks, and I've heard people tell me some of the interesting things that happen leading up to elections. I've heard people tell me how politicians come to banks and make massive withdrawals days to elections. Now, I think that the reason why there's a lot of noise in the public space currently about this cashless policy is because the politicians know not just because they cannot spend the money they've stockpiled, because we know they've stockpiled it. I mean, CBN came out with the statistics a few days ago about how much they've recovered and how much they still have in circulation. And I think as at when CBN made their last press release, they still had about 900, right? So the politicians know that they can't use the money that they've stockpiled. And secondly, they also know that if there is no extension on this policy and they show up on election day with money to buy votes from people, people are obviously going to cotton on to the fact that they've been the ones holding back the money that they've been queuing being and standing under the sun and spending entire days in the bank waiting for. So that's why we have this clamor of different politicians going to different, and I'm trying as well as much as possible not to mention names because, of course, we know that this same administration found somebody that tweeted against the first lady when they can't find the criminals that have been kidnapping people across the country. So we have a situation where, you know, these people know that they are in a tight position because if the policy is not extended, if the time limit is not extended, they can't spend the money that they have because they would obviously be shown to be who they really are to the people. And also, they know that not being able to buy votes is not going to work for them because that has been the only way that they've been able to get the kind of seeming support and structure that they've claimed to have over the years. So my appeal to everyone who is on this space, I know that there's a lot of pain in the streets. I know that a lot of us are seeing these things. I mean, I stay in Abuja. I was out early this morning and I saw the number of people who were at ATMs, who were, you know, queuing, fighting to get into the ATM centers and all of those. And we know that these things are happening. I mean, I tried to withdraw money the other day. I was being told that for me to get 10,000 naira, I'd have to pay 3,000 naira. And, you know, we see all these jokes online of people buying, you know, naira on the POS parallel market and all of those. And I know that this is a real pain, you know, for everybody on the streets. But I also want to say that let's I heard Mr. Uba Jeremiah talking a lot earlier about the economics of all this, and I really appreciate that analysis because he's an economist and I understand what he was talking about. However, like Mr. Kalu said earlier, let us not ignore the ideal for what is necessary at this point in time. With where we have been as a nation, this policy is absolutely necessary for us to have the kind of free and fair elections that we've been clamoring for all through this time. And for people who say, oh, people are going to become more desperate to vote by, I understand that, but I also want to believe that Nigerians are not foolish. Nigerians are not stupid. We may be desperate in some quarters, we may be hungry in some quarters, but we also are not stupid. So if somebody shows up on the election day with bundles of cash, when everybody has been on the streets for weeks trying to get cash, we obviously know who has been putting us in trouble. We obviously know who has been starving us of cash. We obviously know who has made our lives difficult. And that's what we've been saying. This is the conversation that we've been having ever since this election cycle started. We need to kick these guys out. It's as simple as that. See, we can. I would enjoin everybody. Let me just wrap up with this. I would enjoin everybody. Let us bear the pain of this. After the election cycle is over, we can extend the deadline and ease whatever sufferings we're going through because the purpose of all of this would have been achieved. But it's a few weeks to the elections. We have just, I think, about 3 or 4 weeks for the election cycle to be over. Let's endure this. We will not die. I mean, we've been in this for 8 years. We've experienced the pain. We've experienced the deprivation. We've experienced the suffering for 8 years. If we would even count back to PDP years, we've been experiencing this for a very long time. We're not going to die in the next 4 weeks. So let's endure it, because this is what they hinge their hopes on. That Nigerians would always clamor, you know, to find the easy way out. So let's endure. It will all get better within the next 1 month. So thank you, KBT, and thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Debbie. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Johnville. Johnville 500. Good evening.
Good evening, guys. Good evening, Kilbati, Pierce, Carly, Jack, and everyone in space. Look, my contribution is to some people, I may sound naive. To some others, I may sound like a professional. I just want to try to look at this thing from a different perspective, like an ordinary Nigerian. Put book aside. Let's just analyze this thing as a normal person on the street. You understand? Is this policy a good one? Fine, great. Is it the right timing? Perfect, fine. The intention, good intention, which you're already seen based on the reactions of politicians and other. But is this a well thought out plan? No. I heard Carlos saying something about 2012. I don't know if you're saying this is a 2012 plan or something. If truly this is a 2012 plan, then Buhari is responsible for. I'm going to hold Buhari responsible for everything happening right now, and I'll tell you why. Look, Buhari has good intention, but Buhari knows that. Look, I'm coming. I'm carrying out. I'm implementing this thing at this crucial time, and I'm going to inflict so much pain on Nigeria. What are the alternatives? How can I pacify Nigeria? You know, you should draw. Before you come up with something like this at the critical time, you should be able to know if this happens. Do your permutations. If this happens, what can you see? People, I don't know. For the past how many years I've been in this country, this is just about 5 million population. I've not seen cash. I've not used cash. Like the only time I've used cash is when I need coins to park my vehicle in the car park. Just coins. Like I've not seen park. So I know that this is not the right time to start talking about why they've not implemented the cashless policy and all that. I know it's not rocket science. We all know cashless policy is not rocket science. I don't want to dwell on that. But look, this is where I'm coming from. I'm coming from a very holistic approach. One thing Buhari would have done that would have given us 70% succor, that would have given us seamless transaction or withdrawal, we are not going to be having these queues in bank, is to deploy more than enough staffs from ICPC and EFCC to all. See, this bank, I don't know the number of bank branches we have. We have so many. Look, we need the local government, we need the state government, we need the federal government to come together, deploy more than enough officials, to do a radical, reform or follow-up of this policy. Look, this is just simple. I heard Emefiele. Look, I've never, one thing about Nigerians, the problem we have with our government, number one problem, we don't trust the government. If they say A, if they say red is black. I have never trusted the government, but for once, I heard Emefiele saying, I read on the paper that Emefiele said they give the bank branches 30 million daily. Like, I don't know how true this is. I read it on paper, 30 million naira daily bank branches. If this is true, which I've been seeing, based on the videos I've been seeing online, I think this is true. We have been seeing the way they've been hiding the cash behind the old currencies in the machine, in the automated teller machine. So because of this reason, people have been suffering unnecessarily. They are holding this cash for special VIPs. It's understandable. These VIPs have big shares in these banks. They would have threatened the manager, look, if you don't do this, I'll withdraw my money, your bank will crash. And once your bank crashes, federal government will not come and Emefiele will not even bail you out. Just shit happens like that in Nigeria. So what I'm just trying to say is that we have ICPC and EFCC people already out there, going after these banks, but they are not enough. And the worst part of it, let me tell you, I don't know if this is just, you see the people playing in the players in this game now. Let me show you. I don't know if this is just a thing of the press. I read on the paper, it said ICPC clamped down on so bank branch for holding cash. They did not mention the bank. Are you mad? Why are you not mentioning the bank? Like, how can you bring out a news like this in this crucial time? Nigerians really want to know what's happening now. You are not writing it. It's not on the headline. It's not in the main article. Why are you not telling us the bank? Who is it? The press? Should I blame the newspaper, or I should blame the ICPC? Who are you people hiding? What are you people covering? Do you understand? So if Buhari is sincere, Buhari will deploy more than enough stars. He will work with he will work with the states and local government. They will deploy more than enough officials, and they should be transparent. They should be sincere. Every bank branch in this country must have ICPC and EFCC people on standby. Then you will see cash. There will be no more queue because these banks, they have the cash. So this is just what I want Buhari to do, even though I know that Buhari has not done his main assignments. He just came up with this as an emergency. But now, This is the alternative. Go and deploy your men and let's get cash. I don't want to just say more than this. I hit the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for that. On to the next speaker. Good evening. Okay, I guess he's not ready to speak, so let's go in the meantime to Justice Samuel.
Hello?
Good evening. Okay, Chidilisi is here. All right, hold on, Justice. Good evening, Chidilisi. You have the floor.
Yeah,
Please
Akibati,
restrict your
I dey
yeah,
hear
I
now.
would be really grateful if you can restrict your submission to 3 minutes, so that because we have a lot of requests.
I'm trying. I will
Go
try
ahead.
that.
You have the floor. Thank you.
Kibati, as a football fan, I want to, give this example or scenario. When a match is about to start, Man U is playing Manchester United. The fans, they are always, waiting. They are always. The viewing center already, showing us the channel that will display the match, isn't it? That the fans will come in and join. The fans will not come in and wait for the owner to tune into the channel. Now, what am I trying to say here is Nigerians, we have a leadership problem, and that's the fact. It's not the bank, whatever, we have a leadership issues. And why am I saying this? We are going to a cashless, cashless society for since 2012 or whatever year they called it. And the CBN and the government could not make the debit machine available for even the retailers, minor shops, banks, even in our airports, you cannot fly in and buy things with your card. They will ask you to pay with cash. It's very sad. We just wake up and make laws. It's good. But the mechanism that will actually enable this policy to work properly is not there. The banking sector is debiting people, charging people VAT, discouraging people to open bank account, to even own ATM card. And you are making this kind of policy and say cashless society. Okay, what happens? I buy something of 10,000 naira and put my card. They debit me mistakenly as they normally do 50,000. Then you begin to call Access Bank every day. I need my money. It's crazy. The Nigeria need to fix the system first. Before all this law, we are not mature for all these laws yet, as far as I'm concerned. Now, let's go back to the main issue. The banks, who owns the banks? The license are given to politicians, who are the major players and the gladiators in the political sectors of Nigeria. And the CBN is making a law to affect them. What do you think will happen? They will seize this money. They will give them this money from the back door. Just as they normally do with fuel subsidies. When government want to remove subsidies, all the fuel stations owned by politicians will shut down. They will refuse to sell. They will hold Nigeria, to ransom, and they will begin to beg them. For me personally, if I am to be given a power in this country, I will start building banks. The government need to own banks by themselves. Institutions own fuel stations as they own AP, own banks, so that when this private sector begin to misbehave, open the bank, slot in these new Naira notes for people to have access to it, and withdraw license from all these politicians. They are the major problems. We don't need to operate full mixed economics. There should be a limited economy. What should we are giving license to critical sectors? We have given license to Dangote. He has built refinery. Tomorrow, if he joins politics, he will refuse to refine our crude oil. And we'll begin to beg him. We need to wise up. We must not copy from the United States and other developed countries. We have a country where selfish people are holding major companies, major sectors, and they will use that against us. Thank you.
Wow. All right. Thank you very much for that. Pels, do you want to say something? Who is speaking?
I should be the person
Okay,
speaking.
I thought you wanted to say something.
Waiting there.
Waiting there.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
hold on, guys. Please mute your microphone. If you would love to speak, raise up your hand so we can identify and cue you. Please, if you're on stage and you would love to speak, raise up your hand so we can come to you. Okay. All right. Who's next? Who's next? Okay. Waiting there. I'm gonna come to you. Yes. Sorry, Justice. Yes, I called you. Yeah, you were supposed to go next. Yeah, please go ahead. Please limit it to 3 minutes. You have the floor.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Okay, so I basically everybody is talking about who is hurting Nigerians. I have a question for Carlo, but let me talk about who is hurting Nigerians. I will not blame the bank. I wouldn't see the fault of the bank. I would blame the politicians mainly, as it is the politicians that I will blame. Why? The politicians have created an economy for them that works only for them. Because when you look at it now, I have friends in the banking sector and those who work in the marketing, especially. How do marketers actually meet their targets most of the time? Like, where? How do they meet their targets? Mostly, they work with corrupt politicians or corrupt people in the government agencies. So these people will, in a corrupt way, fund you so that you hit your targets, and then you, in your as a in the other as a in you now will now help them maneuver the situation for them to now get away with their corrupt practices. And by so doing, the banks become susceptible to these politicians. And that is it right now. If you look at it, the bank, their hands are tied. They are being held to the guts and held on the guts by the politicians. They can't do any other thing. And the bank right now in the country, as in, I don't know if they are the highest, but they are one of the highest collectively. They are one of the highest employers of labor in Nigeria. If you now start clamping down on them and then try to start telling them not to allow these politicians, especially as the country is right now, they can't actually be in business. Why? Because the politicians have sabotaged the whole process. The cash are in the hands of the politicians. Can the banks now start going after people on the streets to open accounts? The marketers will not hit their targets. That is the problem. Or is it people that work in the corporate offices? No, we all know that it is the people in the government that mostly help all these marketers to hit targets. So that is it. The question I have for Mr. Kalu is well, for the common man on the street, like for me now, if I want to go out to buy something, uh, I or some most times I will try advising the trader on on a way whereby she can accept transfer and then just get along with her business. So, what is the better alternative to transfer becoming viable? What is that better alternative, like and as it regards to uh fake alerts? So what is that better alternative? Where does even mobile banking stands in all this? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kalu, do you want to respond to that real quickly?
Real quickly, there are lots of questions asked. Do you want to take this one or take all of them?
Okay, you have the floor.
No, I'm just going to be real quick. And I get it, people are angry, but I just think you should just ask the question. I don't want to stop them from talking or expressing anger, but anger is it's not a strategy. Let's really get to the core of the problem, right? So there was a good question about rural dwellers, right? Whatever's going to happen has to start from Lagos, that it spreads out of Lagos, right? To maybe Abuja and Port Harcourt before it gets everywhere. When GSM came, it was Lagos first, then Abuja, then the East. Same thing is going to happen with digital banking and online banking and all this POS banking. It has to start from Lagos and then all the cities before it gets to rural dwellers. I don't expect the guys in my village for half year to use POS. They don't need it. They need it. They're going to do cash for now till after a long while. Since you go to America, to the small towns and all that, they don't do Zelle, they do cash. It's going to take time to get there, right? Let me just say something real quick, right? No bank in Nigeria can open without cash. I worked as a banker. I know it's not like having friends. I worked as a bank in Nigeria. No bank in Nigeria can open its doors without having cash. There's an amount of cash you must have before you open your doors. If you need more cash, then you request for cash. That's why you see those bullion vans going from bank to bank or from CBN to that particular bank. So every bank has got cash. The question is now, is the ATM loaded? All banks have a policy of how much liquidity should be in the ATMs and how much liquidity should be in the vault. Having cash in the vault does not mean that cash must go out. It could be reserved for someone that has said, I need cash, or the bank needs to make its own liquidity needs. So the point is this: all CBN has got to do to stay from now till February, every cash withdrawal is restricted to say 100,000 a day, which means anyone that needs cash can get cash, irrespective of the number. If you need 100,000 naira, walk into a bank in a day, you can get cash. End of story. If you need more than 100,000 naira, do a check, do a POS, or do something else. I've asked this question 3 times. What do you want to do with 100,000 naira in cash that you cannot get done without cash? People say the POS is not working. Yeah, but it will eventually work. Check is not working. Yes, but it will work. Transfer is not working. Yes, but it will work, right? So we just have 28 days or so in February. Put that stuff in there, and all this goes away completely. So the question he asked, how do you make transfers become a thing? When the customers start to request to pay with transfers, then the marketers or the guys selling stuff will have to go get POS. When did POS come to Nigeria? A long time ago, no seller would touch POS. None. They wouldn't touch it. Alaba wouldn't touch POS. It's either you bring your cash to Alaba or they won't sell to you. But now, POS is now, it's working, but it's hanging. So it's gradual. It is the customer that determines how he pays, not the seller that tells the customer how to pay. They are giving you guys conditions now because you guys are rushing to pay. When no one buys rice or whatever with cash, they will have to go and get POS. The buyer has the power, not the seller. But eventually it will get there. Let this all die away. You will see that eventually every market man is going to have a POS. You have to, because if everyone wants to pay you by POS and your competitors has a POS, then you also have to go to get a POS. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mr. Kalu Aja. Guys, Mr. Kalu says he may not be able to stay for much longer. Mr. Kalu Aja is our special guest tonight on this conversation. Sadly, he won't be here for much longer. Mr. Kalu, for how many more minutes can you stay with us before you have to run?
Maybe, I'm not sure, 10, 20.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right. Let's go to the next speaker.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, sorry, my
can you
mic
guys
was
hear me?
off. Okay, wait in there. Okay, I know you're about to beat me. All right, so I'll just come to you so that I don't get into any more trouble. I know you've been wanting to go. All right, you have the floor, please. Limit it to less than 3 minutes.
Who is speaking now,
Wait in there.
please?
Go ahead. You have the
Okay,
floor. Go
thank
ahead.
okay, thank you. I'm very glad to join this space this night, and thank you for organizing a very educative program like this. I've been following since we started, and I've learned a lot. You know, we learn every day, and this is a forum for me to learn. However, I would like to split my topics into three. The number one is to speak about the government. The number two is to speak about the policy, and the number three is to speak about the way forward. The government has not really done well. Let me say from 2015 to date, the government have not really done well at all. When you look at our policies, when you look at devaluation of our naira from 200 naira to a dollar to we don't even know the amount now. We're not even starting. Maybe 1,000, maybe 700, maybe 450. We don't even know. And when you look for dollars now, before this government came in, you can use an ATM card to perform any international transaction without problem. But now, initially, it was pegged to $100 per month. Now, $50 per month. Now, I think some banks have even cancelled it. Now, also, when you talk of dollar to naira, you cannot get dollar in the banks, but you can always get dollars at the black market. So, if the governor of the central bank is trying to mop up the naira we have in circulation, you should also try to mop up even more dollars we have in circulation. There are more dollars in circulation than what we have in the banks, and that has to be looked into. Do you want to talk of security? Do you want to talk of economy? Do you want to talk of inflation? All those things will be affected. Now, let us come to the topic of today, the redesigning of Naira, the redesigning of Naira and everything. I think the central bank has not really done the good homework. You know, one thing I observe is that there is a very big gap between the policymakers and the people. And unless we try as much as possible to bridge the gaps,
things like this will continue to happen. Before we have a program like this, they're supposed to have been a survey. Because when you look at, I'm speaking from Ekiti State, I'm speaking from Ado in particular, and when you look at the people I've been speaking since morning, most of them are from cities. In Ekiti State, where we have 16 local governments and about 300 communities, I can boldly tell you that apart from Ado Ekiti and some few towns, all other towns don't have banks. So when you look at those, when you are formulating any policy, you have to consider those people. According to the report down, we have more poor people in Nigeria than the rich people. Our poverty level is rated as about 70%. So how will you cover those people? Though we believe that those people are not really having much money with them, but even the little money they have, they must be able to have access to a forum whereby they can exchange it easily. So all those things have to be considered. So if I'm talking of the state with few banks, what do you want to say about some other states like Kaduna State, where they have problems every day, tribal wars every day, like Benue, like Borno, and some other states like that. So all those people have to be considered. So I think the program is good, but sometimes it's like a military mission. You consider the advantage of your mission with collateral damage. If the collateral damage might not really be favorable to the people, then you think of a way to modify it. I think this program needs to be modified. It has to be modified because a lot of people are suffering. For me, I can stay for as many months as possible without carrying cash. But how many people can do that? So we need infrastructure. Our infrastructures are very weak when it comes to things like that. We need to have more. Now I'm on the solution, and I will be happy if more people could provide more solution rather than only talking about the problems. You see, someone like me, I can afford for more than 2 weeks now. I'll be going about for more than 2 weeks now with something less than 10,000. Anything I want to do, I use card. That is because I'll be using it, I can use it and have the ability to use it. But most people are not actually in that particular realm. So we need to train more people. We need to develop our people. This is the time NGO, the non-governmental organization, should come out and teach people how to go on electronic platform so that more people could be captured. I've not been able to give my father the monthly salary now because I don't even know how to do it. I don't have cash. And if I send money, how can an 89 years old man go to a bank that is flooded with a lot of people to collect money? It might be very difficult. So most of those things have to be considered. It is a good policy, but the policy have to be reviewed so that the people can feel it, they can enjoy it. For me, I don't like Emefiele. Emefiele have not done very well at all. Why this time? What magic do you want to perform this time? And that is why people are looking at it as vendetta. After our economics has turned upside down, after our naira have been devaluated, after a lot of somersaulted policies have been introduced by the central bank. So why now? And that is why some people are looking at it like that. And people that are using penny that they are targeting them, where are they? Since 2007 to 2015, when they inherited 7,000 bag of rice, now 50,000 naira. Where are they? They were not targeted. When they inherited 200 naira to $1, and now it's about, we can't even say whether it is 1,000, whether it is 700, it is just falling, having a free fall. So where are they during the security? Now they inherited fuel at less than 100 naira. Now we don't even know whether fuel is 1,000, whether it is 500 naira. In Ekiti here, we have people, black market is 1,000. We have filling stations that are selling for 600, 700. So where are they when all those things are happening? And we can continue to count like that till infinity. So I just want us to deliberate more on the solution to this. And I wish the government will be ready to listen to us. Thank you.
Wow, Mr. Wasinde, that was a very interesting, touching submission. I'd like to come to Mr. Kalu for a response. You said something. I mean, your story about your dad was very touching. You said you would love for the policy to be modified. Before I come to Mr. Kalu, do you have any ideas as to in what ways it can be modified to ease the suffering of Nigerians? Do you have any examples of ways to modify it?
Well,
to make it easier.
The community banks should be incorporated into this exercise. The community banks, there should be mobile. Now there should be more mobile banking coming from the banks. The banks should be empowered to have their own mobile banking. You know, in medical profession, we have mobile clinics. Just like we have mobile clinics, banks too should have mobile banks so that they can reach the small villages If you want us to be collecting 10,000, if you say we should be collecting 10,000 naira per month, for me, I am satisfied. If you say 10,000 naira per week, I am satisfied. But make it available and make it easier for me to obtain it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening.
Mr. Khalid, do you want to respond to that? Do you want to sorry, poultry farmer, good evening. Please, can you mute your microphone? We'll come to you in due course. Please mute your microphone for now.
So
Thank you. We'll come to you.
I
Yeah, Mr. Khalid, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're getting a bit. I like all what the gentleman just said. Very, 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 very good submissions. But I think we're losing track of what's really going on. The policy itself, right? The cashless banking simply says that, right? We're going to have less cash. This naira change it's something that came. It's secondary. Let me put it this way: everyone is complaining about the cash. This cash thing is not the policy we're talking about. This cash thing is because the central bank was doing an update on paper naira, and the paper naira has coincided with the cashless policy. And suddenly in January we have no cash paper available for people. But let me say this: the CBN governor said that in January, that's after January 1st, that cash will not be available. He said it openly that it will be harder to get cash. He said it openly. Go back and listen to what he says. He says there will be no cash because they were trying to fight inflation. I didn't agree with that, but he said it. What is happening now again, guys, remember, is that the cash is not available because the folks that need cash are outbidding you. If there was no election in February, you would not see a cash shortage. You are only seeing a cash shortage because folks want cash, a lot of cash in the month of February alone. Once we get to March, you will suddenly see the lights will disappear. So when people say the policy is not working, what policy do you refer to? The policy is cashless and financial inclusion. Hence, on your phone, you are allowed, if you have a phone today and it's NIN enabled, you have a bank account in quote, and you can transfer money even without the internet. Every phone that is NIN enabled today with your phone number is a bank. Momo, Airtel, those are banks. You can send money from yourself to someone else. What CBN is actually trying to do is to say those companies that are selling things to you, they want them to do the POS. The policy is not targeted as you, the individual, is targeted at the guys that are selling. They want the SMEs to have POS so that when you send money back and forth, you can pay. Don't confuse that policy with what's going on now with the cash shortage. The cash shortage is because of politics. It's sort of it's sort of collapsing together. From March, you will see cash everywhere. The only people in Nigeria today that need cash of 1 million, 1 billion, 100 million are politicians. Like gentleman said, 10,000 cash. That's all you really need. How much is suya? How much is your discretionary spend that you spend with cash? You're not going to pay rent with cash. Even if you're going to pay rent, you can give your landlord a check. Fuel, food. How much do you pay with cash that you need with millionaire cash? So let's just understand the differentiation. This cash shortage is being caused by politics that will end in February the 28th or whatever. The cashless policy is the one that is from 2012, is designed to force the guys that sell goods and services to adopt cashless policies so that you can pay from your phone to those sellers. If you go to Kenya, in Kenya, I went to Kenya, they are buying Buka food with their phone. Not, this is in Nigerian equivalent, they're buying 50 naira. They're buying corn. You see the woman will put the paper with her M-Pesa number right there on her umbrella. They buy fish, corn on the street with their phone. They are not more educated than us. They don't have the infrastructure we have. It's simply because they have adopted it, because they don't have the sort of banking network that we have. What killed mobile banking in Nigeria is the banks. Once the banks took about mobile banking, they made it become a bank service. Banking is not done only by banks. In Nigeria, we have equated banks with cash. Hence, when we want to get to pay, we think we must pay cash for services. No. Cashless means you can pay for your car, for your rent, for your school fees with your phone, with POS, with transfers. That's what they are targeting. So let's not confuse both policies. This cash shortage, March 1st, it will go away miraculously, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Kalu. Wow, that was wow. Thank you so much. Thanks for clarifying that. Okay, let's go to the next speaker. All right, name, not number. I think you're from the north. You're from, I think you said Kano or so. Give us a perspective from that part of the country. Good evening. You have the floor, please. Please limit it to under 3 minutes.
Okay, good
Thank
evening.
you.
Actually, I'm not from the north, but recently I relocated to the north, to help serve the customers better. And I think this policy started something like October down. So within that October down, I've been in Kano, and I see how things are playing out. But in this January, after I went back to Lagos and came back, and things changed actually. Many people are complaining that this policy is making people to suffer. Yes, people are suffering. People are actually suffering. But I noticed something. I went to market a day before yesterday and to buy Gary. And the Gary I went to bought, just Gary of 1,000 naira, I was able to do transfer to the woman that was selling Gary. The madam that is selling yam, I was able to do transfer to the madam that was selling yam. Other things that I've been buying, even when they don't have even when they don't have bank, they will call one of their family members. This person, send your account number so that somebody can send money to me. And that is what all these things is all about. When you see politicians clamoring, complaining, for me, I feel they are just complaining because it is affecting what they are planning for. Yes, the thing is affecting Nigerians, and the way that these stuffs are, the way that the thing is being implemented is actually not so smooth. Because I can remember like 2 weeks ago, I was still in Kano, like 2 weeks ago, I can withdraw up to 50,000 naira from the ATM, new notes. But if it were to be that these people actually planned it very well, okay, now the highest thing you can withdraw from the ATM is 20,000 naira. Plan it very well. Start sharing only 20,000 naira of new notes. Nobody can withdraw more than 20,000 naira of new notes. The thing would have not affected anybody. I move around more than most of these locals in this place, and I don't have my car around now. I have to pay KK, I have to pay Okada, I have to pay each and every one of them with cash. I've been running around with less than 10,000 naira since all this while, paying all those things that I actually need cash for. There are things that you need cash for, but to buy something from the market, to buy one or two things, you don't need cash. So some of this there is problem actually. It is affecting people, but the major reason why it is affecting people is because of the politicians. The bankers are helping the politicians hoard the money. The policy, for me, when I heard about the policy, I was actually so glad because the policy is designed it is going to solve many problems. Like now, a policeman stopping me on the way and I say, "Oga, I don't have cash. Bring your account number." He will not agree to do that. So there are many rubbish that this cashless policy is going to curb, and Nigerians actually have to learn to suck it up. It's not every time that everything will be rosy for us. There are times that we have to make a sacrifice. Me also, like on Thursday, I didn't go to work because I have to go and withdraw because I needed money. But I know that those are some of the sacrifices that I have to make for things to work well. Anybody crying, yes, my mom, I also spoke to my mom. My mom is having the same problem, but I spoke to her mom. This thing, they are going to resolve it. This is the main reason why they are doing it. And she calmed down. So we should all try to educate the people around us why this thing is good, because it is actually very good. And any organization, any business now that is not going cashless, it is either that there is corruption going on in the organization or something like that. apart from that, I don't see the thing affecting any business. Yes, individuals, it is going to affect us. And also, I don't even know the reason why the small currency like 50 naira, 100 naira is not readily available. Because those are the things that the common man on the road in the market need to transact, not the 1,000 naira, 500 naira, and 200 naira. So this is just my own. We are not. This is just for the people that are supposed to implement this thing causing problem. The bankers and also the CBN, they didn't. The 20,000 naira that they are giving out now, they would have done it earlier than this. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for your observations. All right, I know that D1 and Jayama have had their hands up for a while. I cannot remember whose hand has been up the longest, but okay, let me come to D1. Good evening, D1.
Good evening. Yeah.
Sorry, you're not very audible. Is it just me? You're not audible at all.
Can you
Are
hear
you
me
using a
clearly?
device, a Bluetooth device?
No, mic. I'm using my phone directly. Can
Wait,
you
am
hear
I
me
the only
clearly
one
now?
that can't hear D1?
No, Kitty, it's not just you. I can barely hear him.
Uh-oh. D1, you know what? Can you try to resolve your sound? We cannot hear you at all.
Can
You
you
sound
hear me
very
now?
hollow, and there's an echo. I'll come back to you. Please try to resolve your
Okay.
sound. I think there's a problem with your phone. Please try to fix it. But in the meantime, let's go to Jayama. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Good evening.
Okay, good evening. Yeah, what I want to say is that actually the CBN policy, in my own view, in my own understanding, is a good policy. But I believe that Nigeria is not yet ripe for cashless policy because of the fact that there are a lot of people that are illiterate. There are a lot of illiterates in the country who still don't understand the basic use of using an ATM, having a bank account. I was rather talking to one man and he was telling me that he doesn't have a bank account, in the southeast here. And a lot of people don't even see the need of having a bank account. They would rather keep cash in their house because of the level of exposure and the level of education that they have. And Nigeria, I believe, is trying to get inspiration from developed countries, with respect to how they do their bank transactions and how they, run the economy. Because if you take a look at China, where if you want to buy anything, you basically use your phone and scan whatever you want to buy, and the money automatically deducts from your account, because there's this centralized payment system that is used in China and other developed parts of the world. But in Nigeria, I believe that we are not yet ripe to you know, go around, not having enough cash. With this new Naira design, apparently we heard that the Central Bank of Nigeria printed just 300 billion. That's definitely not enough. And even though they are trying to curb inflation, we can see it's already having an adverse effect, on the citizens, because at the moment, people no longer even trust the CBN to even have their money. People that withdraw these new Naira notes actually now hoard it, because everybody's scared of the elections. Nobody's even, confident enough that when the elections come and go, there will be enough circulation of the new Naira notes. And this happens because the government has already created this panic. There's already panic everywhere. In Enugu here, I'm currently in Enugu in the southeast, and I tell you, every day you wake up and you look around, you see that so many people are in the banks. People stand in lines for up to 5 hours, just to withdraw money. Now, can I ask you, if anybody stays in the bank for that long, why would the person want to even spend that money? The person would rather withdraw as much as he or she can and then hold it. And then the problem keeps continuing. I just believe that Nigeria is not yet ripe for the cashless policy. We still have a long way to go. We have so many people who don't know the need to have an ATM card, so many people who can't even use an ATM card, people who can't read, they're in their millions in the country. So even though CBN is coming up with a good policy, a policy that is futuristic, a policy that is progressive, looking at other countries of the world, Nigeria is still not yet ripe to have that kind of policy where the government wants to have a little bit more control over how cash is being spent and over how cash is being disbursed. That's my submission. Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you very much, Jayama. Mr. Kalu, oh, you want to respond? Go ahead, please.
Interesting submission he's making that Nigerians are not as illiterate to have bank accounts and to operate ATM cards. That's totally false. If you look at the data across Africa, the guys in Rwanda, the guys in Kenya, the guys in Malawi, the guys that we have even a higher level of education than, they all use ATM, they all use, should we say, mobile banking higher than Nigerians. Higher than Nigerians. I've given the data to you. Nigerians don't use banks. Only 38% of Nigerians, as of 2018, are financially included. The bulk of Nigerians use for in banks is savings accounts. 91% of Nigerians have a savings account. They just use that money to get their salary, then they spend it. 76% of Nigerians have an ATM or debit card. So that's essentially what's happening. They get their salary, then they spend. Less than 5% of Nigerians do mobile money. This is mobile banking, not the Momo, not the POS, just the bank mobile deposit that we're doing with the banks. Less than 5% of them do it. And I'm quoting EFINA as our 2016 survey, right? Credit cards, nowhere. Mobile banking, nowhere. Loans, less than 5%. All these figures are very, very low in Nigeria. It has nothing to do with illiteracy. It's how our banking is structured. Are Kenyans more educated than us? Are Togolese or Rwandans more educated than Nigerians? They simply use those other outlets because they really have no other, should we say, choice, right? In Nigeria, we tend to do a lot of informal banking. There's Esusu. There's those guys that go to the markets day to day. More Nigerians use those outlets than banks in Nigeria. But the cash is in the banks. And he's made the point I've been making. Because there's a lack of confidence in getting cash, Nigerians are withdrawing cash, not to spend, but to keep. Really, what do you need 100,000 naira for? I've asked this question again. In South Africa, let me give you the exact figures. Financially included in South Africa, 80% of South Africans are financially included. 80%. Namibia, 68. Kenya, 42. Rwanda, if you add everything together, almost 67. Uganda, almost 55. Burkina Faso is almost as the same with Nigeria. Nigeria is only 40% of Nigerians are banked. Only 40%. 37% are financially completely excluded. So the problem is not the banking. All these lines are from the guys that live in the towns that are going to the banks. Already in Nigeria, 37% of Nigerians have no bank account and do not use the banks. So who is complaining really? The town folks. But the town folks are the ones that even have the options. So you find a situation where the guys that don't use banks and don't have the Naira have, this is not their policy. The folks that are complaining are the guys that have bank accounts, have Naira, but don't want to use cash instead of using the same online means they've used even before the policy was done. I'm just quoting data for you. And the gentleman has said people are withdrawing cash to keep, not to spend, because they've lost confidence in the central bank to have cash available even after February. The only folks looking for cash today are politicians. That's it. By March, you will see what will happen. There will be cash everywhere. ATMs will have no lines. So what happened? It's like those go-slows in Lagos. You get to the end of the go-slow, you don't see what caused the go-slow. There's a big hold-up for miles. You get there, what happened? No one knows.
Wow, thank you very much, Mr. Kalu. Pels, what do you think? I'm thinking we should wrap up the space by 11 p.m. What do you think?
Absolutely, I totally agree with
Absolutely.
you. We will round up by
Uh,
11 p.m. So
yeah, I
we
think
might
we've been
just want
here
to reduce
since
the
8.
time to 2 minutes each.
Yes, for all the
Yeah,
speakers, yes, yes.
yeah.
Okay, we're
Though
gonna
we
try to.
still have lots of people, like lots and
So
lots
many
of people
requests.
requesting. Yeah, we will just
Let's
try
try
to
and take
take
as
as
many
much
people as
people.
possible. Let's just try to take as
Absolutely.
many people as possible. Please, if you're on the speaker section and you've not spoken, you'd like to speak, please raise up your hand so we can come to you. And yes, like we said, we'll reduce your time to 2 minutes. Please, let's make our submission as brief as possible. Okay, let's go to. Okay, now I'm lost. Okay, D1, is your
D1.
sound better now? Good evening.
Yeah, so check.
All right, you have the
Can you hear
floor.
me
Good
now?
evening. Loud and clear. Go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
Oh yeah, wonderful. That's great. So good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a very wonderful conversation we're having here today. So first of all, I want to say that Kanu's last submission was spot on. It was perfect. Yeah. And secondly, I'm going to I want to there's a popular saying in Nigeria. They say cash is king. It's a very popular saying. I don't know if anyone else here is have heard that. Well, first of all, I'm going to say that there is nothing wrong with the policy that central bank has come up with. Buhari is not at fault. Emefiele is not at fault, right? I'm going to say that the problem we are having today is with the system in Nigeria. The whole goddamn system has a very big problem. I worked in the bank for about 2 years. Let me quickly give you a scenario. The bank is very meticulous. They do not make mistakes. They take everything seriously, right? So they have a group of people they call the controls in the bank. If you stamp on the check or you stamp on the deposit slip and you put a wrong date, the control is going to check those dates. They check everything, and if you have put the wrong date on the check, you're going to have a problem with the bank, right? They are going to query you. They are going to punish you if you continue to make such mistakes. And I mean, it could even lead to you losing your job. So they do not make mistakes in the bank. Whatever the banks do, they are intentional about it, right? So for me, I think that the problem we're having with circulation is strictly the problem of the bank. Why are they keeping this cash? Why are they keeping it for? Who are they keeping it for if not for their customers? Right? So I come to the bank and I deposit my money, and then I'm coming back to get that money, and you're denying me access to that money. Why? That is the question Nigerians should be asking. Why are they keeping this money, and for whom? So I think, personally, in my own opinion, I think the professionals in this country are to be blamed for everything that's going on today. The lawyers, the bankers, you name them. The broadcasters, the journalists, they are all to be blamed for what's going on today. These politicians cannot perpetrate these crimes on their own. They have to be helped by the professionals in the country. The politicians cannot go to the bank and force the bank to go against their policies or do against their or break their code of conduct. They can't do that. They are in bed with the bankers, and that's why they can have their way. So why are the bankers keeping this cash? In my own opinion, I believe they are selling this cash to the highest bidders. Now, naturally, the everyday Nigerian would not need a huge sum of cash to go about their daily business. For me, particularly, for instance, in the past 2 weeks, I don't think I've handled more than 5,000 naira in a go, right? When I try to buy stuffs on the streets, when I make transfers, I have to wait after making the transfer for sometimes even an hour just to get them to confirm that they've received the cash, the credit in their bank before I'm allowed to leave the place. So first of all, I think that the policy is great, but then implementation is where we're having the problem. Let the bankers distribute the money.
D1, sorry to interrupt. Please wrap up your submission, please. You've gone way past 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll do that very quickly. So I want us to really look at why it's a problem to gain access to these big denominations. First of all, we have to answer the question why we don't have our ATMs loaded with smaller denomination. I mean, if 500 naira notes, 1,000 naira notes, and the 200 naira notes are difficult to come by, what's happening to the 100 naira notes? What's happening to the 50 naira notes? Why is it a problem to even get access to those notes today? Now, I'm going to say that because of my experience working in the bank, 100 naira notes are not loaded onto the ATM machines because they believe that it's always a problem for the machines to dispense that denomination, probably because it has lower quality of production. Because this cash, they get stuck in the machine when they try to pay out. That is why you have the 1,000 naira notes and the 500 naira notes being loaded in the banks. It's not a policy of the bank. It's not in the books of the bank to do that. But they just believe that since the 100 naira notes and the 200 naira notes get stuck in the machines so often, then it's best to load the machines with the 500 naira and 1,000 naira notes. I think that should stop. They should look into the reason why the 100 naira notes and 200 naira notes are not loaded onto the machines. And then they should start to load those denominations into the machines. And Nigerians can have access to this cash and run their daily activities without having a problem. Right? So I think that the CBN should begin to punish these banks for failing to distribute this cash as they are meant to. That is the simple solution to this problem. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, let's quickly go to the next speaker. We're almost out of time. Okay, let me go to Gem F. Gem.F. ETH. Good evening. Are you there?
Yeah. Good evening,
Good
everyone.
evening. Please try to make your submission brief, please. We're almost out of time, and we still have a couple of speakers. Go ahead, please. You have the floor.
All right. So I want to talk about the CBN educating people, right? I don't know if I left secondary school a while ago, but I don't know if there are subjects right now that teaches students about online transactions and cashless policies, right? Also, if they can also introduce something like that in the university system, because I know in the university system we have the entrepreneurial studies, right? So if they can introduce something that would teach everybody, whether you are in economics or financial, any department that relates to finance, they teach everybody about these things, about money, because a lot of people are reacting based on false, like rumors, false information. If they knew better, if they know better, if they understand these things, they wouldn't think and react the way they are reacting at the moment. That's just what I have to say.
All right, thank you very much, MF. Well, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. You probably have to ask those in the educational sector. I do not know much about the current secondary school curriculum. If anyone has an answer to that question, it would be nice if you can give us an answer. Okay, in the meantime, let's please move on to the next speaker. Oh boy, we've got so many speakers. Okay, Niger Blood, good evening. You have the floor. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Confirm you can hear me.
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good evening. So I need to be fast. I understand we're running out of time. So basically, I'm an electrical person. I'm just likening it to when I run my solar turbines. I have on the display parameters, which I monitor. There are over 50 parameters, and I train them on a daily. So within a week or 2 weeks, I will be able to tell you the effect of any of those parameters which I'm trending. Also, you can liken it to people who play chess. When your opponent makes a move, you will know exactly what that move will actually, determine what the next move that you will make. So if somebody has been in CBN for years and that same person is learning on the daily, and then people don't want to blame somebody like that. No. Emefiele has shown a lot of incompetence for a very long time. It's not just today. Everything is not working. Everything comes and tells us it doesn't work. So if you want to bring something to the fore, you have to know exactly how it's going to turn out. And that is another side where I blame Buhari. Buhari having to see a lot of things and is allowing it. Even that situation where he had to go and apply for a political party, that alone, you can sack him, but he didn't get that sack. So Emefiele is just playing around. And you come today, you tell me this. Okay, all those statements you tell me, how has it helped me? It has not helped me because I want to see how things are going to be straightened. It's not to come and tell me the problems. You are not sitting down there as a CBN governor because you want to tell me we have this issue, I've given this bank. No, before you give banks that amount of money, you should know what will play out. You are in Nigeria, you live in Nigeria here, you know how things will turn out. You know, so also guys that are going to queue, stay, sleep in the bank, we need to ask, what exactly are they doing there? What exactly are they doing there? Because if you look at it, there are other things that are affecting them that people need to actually find out. Like me, since yesterday, USSD has not been working. So I will understand, okay, that's why some people go there. But is it everybody that is there that really needs cash? Do you know that I went to the bank one day? The first 10 persons that were in front of that ATM were POS people. They come there, collect all the money because they want to sell it in the street. So when other people come, they don't get that money at all. And then you see people staying there. They don't want to even look at other options. All those people that are there, many of them, like what Kalu said from the beginning, what do you need 100K for? Even me, 20K, what more than 20K? I do a lot of transactions on USSD or use what's it called, online apps. So what do you really need that amount of money? All those people that are there, what they need that money for? Then the other question, which is very good, if the bank does not have the new note, don't you have the 100 naira notes? They are still new. The ones they give people before to go and spray in the occasions. Why can't they use that to pay? All those people who come there because of 10,000, because of 20,000, why can't they use that to pay? If you tell people that you have 50 naira, if you want 20,000, 10,000, 50 naira is available for you, that's another option. Why is that one not happening? So CBN is not ensuring that anyway we don't have that amount of queue in any of those banks. They have not come out with any strategy. It's just to tell us we gave the banks and then it ends there. Because those banks, Nigeria, any situation where people will make money, you will see that people will abuse it. Just imagine some of the filling stations. When you go there, they will tell you they are not selling in jerrycan. Why? Because they don't want people to take that jerrycan, go and be selling. So you come with your car. If it's 20 liters, you buy and you go. The next day you come again if you need. Where are you driving to? So we actually need to look at all these things to, holistically. Let me just stop there for others to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker real quick. Let's go to the crypto preacher. Good evening, sir.
Hello, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead, please. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I've been to a couple of countries in East Africa. Somebody was saying that a lot of people are not educated, and I was surprised. In Nigeria, in fact, the last trip I went to in Uganda, I practically paid someone selling what we call pop-off here with mobile money. Can you imagine? I did that, and it was easy, you know. And I think that even though we don't have this information about online payment being put forward by the CBN to educate or sensitize even better, I think Nigerians are spoiled. Nigerians are very, very spoiled people in terms of cash, using cash. You understand? In fact, when you go to some country, they kind of laugh us in some way, but we take it as pride that as Nigerians we spend cash, which is something that is innate in our culture that we need to stop. So today, because of the fact that there are no much cash around me, I was able to manage the few ones I have. And there's something they did in church today that actually made some sense to me. Okay, those that want cash in some little quantity, it was listed. You enlist your name, and they give you certain amount money that I know that I could spend in the week for running around basic. I was able to put my name there, and I got the cash, and I transferred. And that is going to help me. So I think we need to reorientate ourselves going forward, that this our flamboyant lifestyle of always carrying cash around will not help our society, although we have lost hope in government and all of the things that they are doing. But again, let us watch and see if this will prove a point and we can get this right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And Kibati, are you there?
Oh, so sorry, so sorry. I didn't unmute my microphone. Okay. Thank you so much, Crypto Preacher. I know we're approaching 11 p.m. I had a conversation with Pels, and we have decided to extend the space for a further 30 minutes. So, we'll have the space till 11:30 p.m. I know this is a very important conversation. A lot of Nigerians are very passionate about the subject, and so many people want to speak. I know Mr. Kalu wants to take his leave soon. Mr. Kalu, whenever you want to take your leave, you can just let us know. And if you want to react to anything that's being said, please let us know. Although we would love to have you till the end of the space, obviously. Okay. In the meantime, let's move on to the next. Let's move on to the next speaker. Oh boy. Let's go to Kachi. I think your hand has been up for a while. Kachi and Amuche. Good evening. Good evening, Kachi.
Good evening. Can you
Yeah,
hear
you
me?
have the floor. Briefly, please. Go ahead, please.
Okay, okay. Good evening, everybody. It's been wonderful listening to everybody and our submissions. Quite illuminating. Well, what I would the angle I'll come from is the angle of incompetence. And I would first of all start with the president, the commander in chief, because once you tolerate incompetence, once you have a character of not sacking people who are incompetent for 8 years, the CBN governor has been there and he has been tolerated. He has been a mediocre CBN governor and he has not been fired. What's happening? Okay.
Sorry. Oh, okay. I think that was Mr. Carlos' microphone. Sorry. Go ahead, please. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. So that's what gave the CBN governor this impetus to keep giving us a policy somersault in our fiscal space, and it has affected our currency badly. You see the increase in the downward trend of the currency. Well, for this issue, I'm not an economist, so I won't try to be an economist here. But it's common sense. It's a social political issue, and it's also a security issue. There's been some rumors about counterfeiting of the currency, and for political reasons, and there's also the elections coming up. So the whole idea was element of surprise, trying to surprise the establishment, those who keep cash for election purposes and all that. But the problem is that the incompetence of the president and the CBN governor actually, made the whole exercise a failure. Last year we heard hearing about the e-naira and all that. So it was a build up to cashless economy, but the whole implementation was poor. It was ill planned. It was rush. It was fire brigade approach. It wasn't quite articulate enough, considering the fact that Nigeria is a unique country. We have massive illiteracy, and Nigerians are cash. Nigerians love cash, So the fact that the CBN governor is behaving this way and he's not being called order is because of one, and there have been some compromises between the CBN and the presidency during lots of things have happened under the ground, under the bridge, like during the time the president was sick, cash funneled to the UK for treatment and all that. There have been lots of compromises, and the CBN governor seems to have the presidency in the jugular. So he's been, there's this understanding. And the fact that he joined the APC and all that, he was someone who were even encouraging him to run for presidency, that the president has his backing and all that. So it's when politics comes in to financing and economics, there's lots of mistakes. That's why most times professionals shouldn't dabble into politics because it clouds their judgment. It clouds their ability to perform their duties. Like bankers are known to be very, very meticulous people. Economists are known to be very meticulous people because numbers are very, very important in an economy like this. Well, as citizens, it's like a tripartite situation we have in our hands. One, we have to survive in our day-to-day activities. We have to be alive. We have to feed. We have to, we need cash. Two, we need to root out the establishment from government, And three, we don't have to allow them to, or don't have to allow ourselves to play into the hands of the other fringe of establishment who wants to use us to grab power from the other side. So what do? The only thing we have is to, vote out incompetence during the elections, because if we don't vote out incompetence, they'll keep experimenting. It's just like we're in the midst of a tussle between this angle of incompetence and the other angle of incompetence. They're fighting each other, and we, the citizens, are like the guinea pigs. We're like the collateral damage, because we suffer for the fact that they are incompetent. We suffer for the fact that we let them stay in power. We suffer for the fact that we put them there with either we agree or we're ignorant, or we just stay idle and watch. So what we should do is it's just 3 weeks to election. We should vote wisely, and we should not allow them use us to either cause unrest or protest, or to go into the street and disrupt the elections, because there's another angle to it. Some people want to use this avenue to either cause chaos, cause postponement in the election, bring the interim government, and then destroy the mass movement that's been building up to elections, and then we all become losers, Because when this happens, the president will cancel the whole policy. The politicians will have access to their billions. They can buy votes. They can maneuver the elections. And the establishment of corruption, of impunity, of incompetence will keep holding Nigeria to a jugular. And we, the citizens, will be losers. I think we should be wise. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Kaji, for that. So you want us to endure the incompetence. So that's your advice to Nigerians: just endure. Are you saying it's better we just endure than the alternative, which is CBN bowing to pressure and reversing this policy, right? If I understand you correctly, you're asking
Reversing
us
the
to
policy
endure.
makes us losers, because that's all we have. Well, like I always look at China. When Mao Zedong tried to revolutionize China, Chinese people passed through lots of gruesome pain, sacrifice, and all that. Some people called him wicked and bastard, weak, evil leader. He was vilified in the West, but those sacrifices yielded up in years to come. When you're trying to fight an establishment system, and Nigeria is a crime scene. When you're trying to change the situation, when you're trying to create a new system, people will definitely suffer. There will definitely be sacrifices. But these short-term sacrifices, if we can, look at the long
Okay,
term, the
I understand.
elections, the polls.
So let me ask you another question. So what if you wake up tomorrow morning and there's breaking news that the CBN is about to bow to pressure, extend this policy beyond the election period. Suspend the deadline. What should Nigerians do? I mean, someone earlier said, "Oh, we've endured this far. We've already suffered. So, we should just. I mean, the policy should take effect. But what should we do? I mean, particularly for those of us in this movement as obedience." If we wake up tomorrow morning and find out that, oh, this man is about to bow to pressure, right? What will be the consequence of that?
Okay, yes, there's massive calls. Like we heard Mr. Ngilali today was talking about the fact that the president was misled into agreeing to this policy. What these people do? These people have the ear of the president, and they can easily convince him otherwise. They try to pin IPOB on Emefiele, because they know that the North do not play with IPOB. The North are very, very sentimental when it comes to IPOB. They're trying to create this situation that Emefiele is trying to favor his Igbo brother, and all that. So it's possible, because the president may bow to pressure, because the northern governors went to meet him, the APC governor went to meet him. They tried to talk to him, even though he said no. It is highly possible that he might bow to pressure. But if he does, what he's going to do is that it's not going to give the politicians an arsenal with which to fight the election. But we, the people, we still have our arsenal, which is us as a movement. We still have ourselves. We still have this mobilization we have built for the past 10 months. We still have the momentum. It's not going to be more of fire for fire. You understand? They're going to come with the financial war chest. They're going to come with the machinery of states to use it and steal the election. But what we need to also do is not to relent and not to play into their hands by being violent or by being taken to the streets or causing chaos. So we'll not be tagged as anarchists. What we should do is to work harder. The polls have been telling us that we are doing well. Just go in areas where we're not doing well, like the Northwest, Northeast, where we're not optimum. Work harder and get those votes, because fine, with beavers, there's still hope that the election might be a little credible. But the fact that people can buy votes is the issue. The fact that people can manipulate INEC, can bribe people, can mobilize, urchins and miscreants to, disrupt voters. That's what the cash would enable those positions to do. But we as obedience, we as movement who wants to, grab this power from these people and then use it to better our lot, better our lives, we should just be careful. We should just be watchful, and we should keep mobilizing. We should keep working. It's not over yet. They can have their cash, even if Buhari caves in. Let them have their cash. But we are still going to be on the polling units. We are going to monitor the votes. We are going to be there. We are going to mobilize our people. Keep talking to our people. Keep preaching the gospel that Nigeria can be salvaged.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Well, wow, it's a very tricky thing. There's some people of the opinion that if Emefiele bows to pressure, if the president intervenes and says, "Oh no, let's not do this anymore," it's going to be very difficult for us to win the election. I've heard all kinds of conspiracy theories about the war chests that a certain politician has accumulated for this election. But hey, you're right. God help us. Okay, I said something earlier. I even posted a tweet asking that we put pressure on the banks, asking that people name and shame banks that are hoarding cash. The name of the space is CBN policy, who is hurting Nigerians. If you look up on the Jumbotron, I posted a tweet saying, oh, let's call out banks, name and shame them, starting tomorrow, drop evidence. I got a message from Maurice Monnier who is suggesting that, oh, as we do that, if there are any banks who are credible, who are not, who are people friendly, who are not hoarding cash, we should praise them because banks love good publicity. So banks that are doing well, maybe if you have proof that a certain bank has been credible, is not holding cash, let's also praise them while we shame, drop evidence, proof if we can find it of banks that are misbehaving. I saw a message on the space from Oge God. So Oge God, I'm going to come to you. You posted a communique from I don't know Association of Bankers denying, saying that we should not scapegoat them. I would love for you to explain. I don't know where you got that, what that is about, but I'm going to come to you to quickly drop your submission on that subject. Okay, God, are you there?
Yes, I am. Good evening.
Okay, good evening. You have the floor.
All right, thank you. I'm going to try and be quick. I got that communique from a banker, I think in Abuja. Yeah, he stays in Abuja. So that communique is coming because, of course, we know about the happenings in different parts of the country on banks, on bankers. And they are saying to us that stop attacking bankers because some bankers are being beaten and all that. Stop destroying banking structures. That this money that we're saying they are hoarding, it is not a general thing. There are a few banks that are doing that, but we cannot use the few to generalize the whole lot. It is not something going on everywhere. It's just a few banks that probably are just conniving with the politicians or whoever and are doing that. But basically, most of these banks do not have these new Naira notes. And I want to agree with them. This is why. You know, when people come up and still keep telling us the reason for this policy, this cashless policy thing is to stop the rigging of elections and all that, I begin to question, what about as at December 2022, there was this video that went viral of a person like Tinubu, whom we say he is one of those who wants to rig the election with cash, giving this new Naira notes out. He had a big bag next to him and he was giving money out to people, and it was new Naira notes as of December 2022. I am in Kano. The person that came up and said as of 2 weeks ago he could withdraw 50,000 Naira from ATMs in Kano and it was new Naira notes. I don't know what ATM, but as of 2 weeks ago in Kano, virtually all ATMs in Kano were spewing out old Naira notes. Old Naira notes. When did we start getting the new Naira notes? It is so bad. I don't know if it's everywhere. It's so bad that in Kano, if you want to withdraw your, say, Axis Bank, you want to withdraw from, say, Zenith Bank, they charge you can only withdraw 1,000 Naira per slot. 1,000 naira if you're not their own banker. Anyway, let me just quickly go to Kalu and the things he said about education and all that. Kalu, I'm so glad you talked about Togo. And it's so sad that when we want to compare Nigeria to other African countries, what we want to do is look at probably our size and then the whole giant of Africa thing, and then begin to talk about how more educated we are than they are. But let me tell you that Togolese are more educated than we are. Please, what is education? Is it about going to school and coming out with a certificate? Is that what it is? It's about how informed people are. I thank James so much for that question she asked when she said, are our students being taught about how to use all these electronic devices, the whole cashless policy thing? Is there anything teaching people that? But these other smaller countries are doing it. It's imbibed in their society. They may be smaller than we are, but they are being more educated, more informed, more enlightened than we are, giants of Africa. Do you get it? The woman who is selling puff puff that you can buy 15 naira puff puff with transfer in Togo and other places, from where did she learn it? Well, go to our moms in the market. How many of them know anything about code? Not to talk of punching numbers to do transfers. And we are here comparing ourselves to Togo. Please don't do that. Don't do it. Nigerians, we just have schools everywhere. We are hardly educated. We are barely educated. Okay, so if we say places like Togo, yes, they can be doing that because over time they have taught their people. Nigerians have not been taught. And one bad thing about our leaders is they just want to do copy and paste. You just go to a place, there's cashless policy. You want to come to Nigeria and just paste it without having to go through the process. We keep saying we need to suffer small before we can get it right. Suffering our process now. Take us through the process. Stop doing automatic. It cannot happen like this. It can't happen with the snap of a finger. Please. And let me ask Kalu a question. Why now? For goodness sakes, don't tell us not to blame Emefiele and Buhari. For goodness sakes, why are they doing this cashless policy now? Cashless policy is a thing that has to go through a process. It's a period. I'm glad you also talked about the POS, the use of POS. Initially, people didn't want to touch it. People didn't want to use it. But now everybody, virtually every nook and cranny has it. But it took a while. It took a while. It's not something that the government shoved down our throats. You must do it now. Between now and now, you must start using POS. No, it started growing, and now it is widespread. Why can't the so-called cashless policy be that way? And why are they merging it with this period of election? Why? Why are we having it now? Is it that Buhari and Emefiele do not know about the kind of people that our politicians are? These
Okay.
politicians.
Sorry to interrupt you. We don't have much time left. Please, can you wrap up your questions or your submission
All
in
right.
a few seconds? Yeah.
To wrap up, our politicians are not people that are willing to give us back Nigeria. They are going to do anything possible just to make sure they have their way. Buhari knows this, and Emefiele knows this. So that is why I agree with one of the speakers that said this is purely, I don't even call it incompetence, I just call it a plan and a script. Right? Don't forget, I'm going to just remind us, and this is how I wrap up, that last year, right, Buhari hinted he didn't want the elections to hold in February. He talked about interim government and all that. Let's not forget that. So just cross the T's and dot the I's, because I think that is why he's doing this at this time. This cashless policy, it is good, but why now? Thank you.
Thanks, Okay, can we go to Mr. Kalu to respond? I think you posed a couple of questions to him. Mr. Kalu, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, real quick. Great energy from Oge. I appreciate what you're saying. Again, let me say this, right? We are confusing. I don't want to use the word confused, but we're conflating two issues. The cashless policy has got to do with moving from a cash system to a system where there's financial inclusion, where Nigerians without a bank account can do transactions using their phones to pay for goods and accept deposits. That's cashless banking. The banking world is what's confusing. It is to allow you without a bank to do banking. The policy we are confusing it with is the change of the naira. The change of the naira is not cashless banking. When a CBN governor said we're going to change naira, he listed why he was doing it. Number one, monetary policy. There was too much naira out in circulation. He wants to bring it into the banking sector. Number two, he listed counterfeiting. Number three, they listed terrorism. They are doing it now because this is the time that the bad actors get cash. There is no point doing this in July because you won't get the bad actors. The bad actors act now during elections. The only people that need cash in the quantity that is being mentioned are politicians and terrorists and bandits. I don't need 100 million in cash. I don't. So that's the question. So separate it. Cashless policy has nothing to do with naira change policy. They are doing naira change policy now because it's an election. Hence, the bad actors need cash. Let's go to education, where the Nigerian IT sector in the whole of Africa, the largest base for IT, trained IT folks are in South Africa. The second base is in Nigeria. What's unique about the Nigerians is this: they are self-taught. 50% of the guys that do code in Nigeria didn't go to university. They are self-taught. So we're very educated, very savvy in Nigeria. Kenya uses mobile banking, not because they are more educated, but because they have M-Pesa. M-Pesa was their quote-unquote MTN. It was not a bank. They were lucky that they did mobile banking before their central bank clamped down on them. Nigeria tried to do M-Pesa, but the CBN took over. Hence, we haven't had MTN mobile banking till last year when the CBN allowed MTN and Airtel to have banking. Watch what will happen in 5 years. They will take over because only 38%, I shared the slide with you guys on the Twitter space, only 38% of Nigerians have got a bank account. Only 38% or 40. So that's why in Togo, in the Francophone countries, they use mobile banking because they don't have banks. But Nigeria has got a lot of banks, but Nigerians don't do banking. They only do deposits and withdrawals. The bulk of the poor people in Nigeria don't go to banks. So cashless will make them do banking with their phone. Two different things here. So when you say why now, why suffer, you are confusing both of them. If you do cashless, if you do change in naira in March, who is going to need cash? Nobody. So there'll be no line. These lines are deliberate to catch out the politicians. And is it working? Yes, it's working. That's why they run to Buhari. That's why the National Assembly invited Emefiele. Emefiele printed 23 trillion naira, an amount larger than the foreign reserves of Nigeria. Was he invited anywhere? Did anybody go report him? So suddenly, they now report him and are inviting him because he's doing change of naira. Connect the dots, people. We are all suffering, but connect the dots. Don't look a gift in the mouth. Do not let the necessary be a slave to the perfect. Connect the dots. I'll leave it there.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Kalu. Okay, you know what? Let's go in this. Let's go like this. I'll come to Z. We've got a renowned banker here, Z, on stage. We'll have Z, then Chidi, then attackers, Ibrahim, then Ibrahim. Let's go in that order. Z, then Chidi, then attackers, then Ibrahim. Z, good evening. Please let's make our submissions very brief, please. Like I said, we're almost out of time. Good evening, Z.
Hi, Kelbati. Hi, Pearls. And thank you, Kalu. Thank you, everyone. And someone called my attention to this space, and I just jumped in. It's about safety for me from my perspective. I've worked in a bank for 15 years, and what Oge God spoke about, the union publication or public announcement, is very serious because we're facing a lot of danger. It was dangerous to try to approach our branch. I was in Abuja, now I work in Lagos, and it was very dangerous to approach even our main head office. So I'm just wondering about, yes, I'm obedient, I've been obedient, and we're hoping to change government and do all these things. But why this sudden focus on, oh, it's the bank's fault? I heard a few submissions which talk clearly about incompetence of how CBN went about it. We want this, but is this the best way to do it? And now that we have this situation, why make it worse? Why make it worse to the point of destroying bank property and attacking bankers? I doubt if anyone here, if suddenly because of your profession or who you are, because you're a woman or a man or Yoruba or Hausa or Muslim or Christian, you're suddenly afraid of how and where you move. I doubt how very comfortable or how very safe or how very reassured you'd be. So my point is, and Kilbati, you said something. Someone also suggested that when you see it being done well, they should commend it. So please, in our speaking and in our dealing, let's take up that responsibility of knowing that our words matter, and people are really under threat. And we shouldn't fuel and give excuse to bad actors. There are several bad actors. People who take any opportunity to just see something, steal something, and sell it, or just cause mayhem and destruction. People are frustrated. It takes me, I queue up at least 2.5 hours to even try to attempt to get money, and there's no promise that you get it. So I'm wondering, if I'm a banker, if they say, oh, all banks are hoarding cash, why would I hoard it from myself to suffer, and I can't still get the money I need to go and join a queue to buy fuel in Lagos? So I just want to plead with everybody here, as we're posting and reposting, and as we're thinking about everything that's happening, like Carlo said, connect the dots. Yes, we want this and we may need to endure, but let's do it safely and let's not lose sight of what we're here for, because it seems to be taking us like in different directions. That's just my submission, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Z. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's go to Chidi now. Good evening, Chidi. Chidi Cadets, good evening.
Thank you, Kibati. Thank you, Pearls. Spoiler alert, I'm not obedient, but thank you for having me in your space. I didn't join because I thought it was an obedient thing. I'm here because of the title of your topic.
Oh, no, everyone is welcome. We're very welcoming as obedience. Don't worry. You're
Okay.
welcome. Go ahead,
Thank
please. But you have less than 2 minutes, please. We're almost out of time. Please
you.
make it brief.
You took my 30 seconds, but that's fine. Anyway, so see, my dear brothers and sisters, can we please, for the sake of Jehovah God, stop blaming our dear people in Nigeria who are already suffering? You know, it's like you walking into an emergency ward where someone's legs are hanging and you're blaming the person for being in an accident. The brother who talked about incompetence took everything from me. Right now, it's not even about your political inclination or whatever you believe or don't believe concerning this election. It's not just failure, but it is wickedness. I'm an architect, and architects are by default project managers. Can you imagine me coming to a project that's been designed, and then I am looking for someone to blame for a building that has been done in such a way that it will collapse? Before you even come up with a policy, are you not supposed to study everything? There is no room for excuses. Now we're looking for food to look at poor bankers. Look at what the lady said. She's afraid of going to work. And you want to tell me that the person, why initiate the policy if you have not done your due diligence? Due diligence is, first of all, you have to collect data. Carlo, thank you for all the things you said, but don't you also, I'm on your Twitter page and I see you deal with a lot of data collection and analysis and using all of those figures. But then, isn't that what you're supposed to do? Someone didn't see all this crisis. That person is I'm just going to control my words. That person is not deserving to be there. This is not the first time, this is not the second time that this central bank governor, right from even the cashless thing, right from setting the price of the dollar, everything has, right from even going to contest for an election. When you are the CBN governor, there are a lot of failures. There is no excuse. They failed. If you couldn't read the atmosphere, if you couldn't, you are supposed to read everything. If you knew your job, you should have tested, you have used all parameters to know that if we implement this, this should happen. Come and try it here. I live in Canada. Come and try it now. Come and try something and you say people should suffer. No, you make sure they don't suffer. You are a good professional when you are able to analyze it. That's what you do. You say, that's why you have standards. If I'm going to do a design, I'm not going to say that I made a door smaller so that when people have to pass, they have to squeeze in. Just don't worry, squeeze in, suffer a little. After a while, you get used to it. No, I'm supposed to know the standard for a door. And when I design, nobody will ever have problem in that door. So let's not confuse these things. And please, I hope you understand what I'm going to say next. My dear obedience, please, don't ever make this about, if this happens, then you may lose the election. No, please. Right now, it's about our people. They are suffering. Let's put the election aside. You see, this NFL man has created this opportunity for Agbado to you see. Now Tinubu says, they did it because of it. They are just playing on you. Tinubu doesn't have a problem with this currency at all. If Tinubu wants $1 trillion, he will get $1 trillion new money. It has nothing to do with him. The terrorists you're talking about, they show videos. I'm into media. I get videos of terrorists sharing the new notes. What are you telling me about? The people, all the reasons he gave, they fall the akata on the floor. It has nothing to do with this. It's failure. He should be there. He should be gone. I'm telling you, let's leave this election aside. Our people are suffering. They are dying. Let's not blame them at all. Why should you blame them? Is it their business? Where did you consult them before you did the policy?
Mr. Chidi. Mr. Chidi, thank you. Wow, thanks for your passionate submission. I went through your profile and noticed that yes, you support Sowore. That's AAC, right? That's your party.
Yeah.
So you're saying that we should forget about the election, but
no, that's not what I mean.
You're saying the election is not as important as our present suffering. Is that what?
No,
if I understand what you were trying to say, right?
I'm here. Let me explain what I'm saying. Somebody here came, he said it's an obedient. He said, look, that if we allow this thing, if we make the central bank governor fail, then that means it will make us lose the election and this movement will form for 10 months. Then no, that's not what it's all about now. Who cares about the movement? Who cares about Shore? Who cares about AAC? I don't care about myself. I care that people are dying.
Yeah, but you're saying the same thing now. So you're saying the election is not as important as this issue.
No, my dear. Okay. If your people die before the election, who is going to vote?
But people are already dying. That's the point. A few days ago, 41 people. We saw 41 corpses in somewhere in the north. People killed by bandits. In one day, 41 people were massacred by bandits. What are you talking about? We're already dying.
I think me and you are misunderstanding each other.
I understand though. When you say
I want to come in here.
When you say this election is not important, that is my fight with you. I mean, I guess that is with the disagreements we have with the bill. For obedience, this is the most important election of our lives. This election is more. In fact, as far as some obedience are concerned, if we lose this election, some of us will die. I interviewed a couple of obedience a few weeks ago who told me that they will kill themselves if we lose the election. And I am not even joking. I am not even exaggerating. So it's going to be very hard to convince people that, the election is not important.
Kibati, you're taking me out of context. Well. No. I'm still here. Kibati. If you allow me. 2 minutes.
Hold on, please.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I may have to come in at this point. Mr. Chidi, we will give you a little more time to finish, but Kibati, do you want to just let Trudy come in a little bit?
Okay. Kibati, you are misunderstanding the guy all round. Like, I think I share the same sentiments with him. Because you cannot, before politics, we are all women. You cannot overlook the suffering of the people and everything happening in Nigeria right now, and you are there saying you care more about the election than the people. That Emefiele must do this, must do that. They saw these things. They know these things will happen. Like, for me, I think I put the people ahead before any political interest. So you see, these things that we say, it's so insensitive. Like coming out to tell the people to calm down, exercise patience, this, without considering their own pain. This is a problem that was caused solely by the people who implemented this policy. So I don't know, but then the whole thing, please just let the guy talk. I get where he's going. It's not just everything is not just about election. No, people are suffering. You might not be seeing it, maybe you don't live in their sphere, but then there are people who are dying currently because of these challenges we are having in Nigeria now. And for me, I represent those people. I put them first above all everything that we are saying now. This thing is not a joke. It's not something.
But excuse me, guys. Maybe I'm old enough to remember when we had the first currency change by the same Buhari government. And back then, we didn't have all these banks, we didn't have POS, we didn't have anything. I know my parents suffered, lined up to change their naira. The point is this: when the CBN says they were going to change this currency, the CBN governor said, I said, go and check the quote. He said there will be no naira. They will restrict naira. He said it. And he said the reason why is they want to stop naira flowing. You can argue if that's a good or bad policy. I've said it's a bad policy. You can't fight inflation by simply restricting printed naira. It's there on Twitter. And I quoted on Twitter, I said, the real policy will come after the naira change. I said it there on Twitter. So everyone that knows finance saw this was coming. Everyone saw this was coming. If you cannot suffer, let me use the word, let me use those words they're using. If you cannot suffer for 30 days, to the point that politicians are now running to Asu Rock, if you can't hold for 30 days or 28 days, what can you hold for?
Mr. Kalu, are you still there? Okay, I think he's done speaking.
I've made my point. You
okay.
Connect the dots. We're confusing both issues. They are restricted cash for a reason. You are suffering. Everyone in Nigeria is suffering. We've heard a personal story from a banker saying her own life is being threatened because of this policy. She's right. Everyone is suffering. But why are you suffering? Why? Why are we suffering? Is it because someone just wants to make people suffer? We all know what happens in elections in Nigeria and cash. We all know. We all know. And someone has said, I am going to at least do something. It's a very crude way. It's like taking a hammer to kill a fly, but the fly will die. But it's crude, right? So the question we have to ask is it working? And how do we know it's working? The APC governors, I'm not trying to be political, but they've gone to Abuja. And I quote again to you guys, 23.7 trillion naira was printed by the same Central Bank of Nigeria governor. Did you see any politician raise a voice to say people are, who do you think will pay that money back? You are. The person saying you are suffering, you are going to pay that money back. There's nobody called government. You on this space, living in Nigeria, sending money back to Nigeria, with family in Nigeria will pay back that 20 trillion. Let anyone on this space tell me what that money was used for. Yet you can't hold so that they can lock this thing down for just 28 days. We can't suffer, but want to be like America has done revolution. Come on, guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalu. Okay.
Can you give me 10 seconds?
Oh my God! I've still got so many. Okay, you know what? I'll give you 15 seconds very quickly to respond. Very quickly.
You see, Kibati, that's my problem. You see, I'm an architect. My name is Dr. Chidi. I have a doctorate degree. I live in Toronto. But that's the problem I have. When I discuss things like this, you have to come to the base. We sit in our high horses and we tell people they have to suffer. No, they don't have to suffer for a second. Why should they suffer for a second? You don't wish any suffering on any human being for a second, not 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, not 1 day. So any policy that will make you cannot go into a policy already putting suffering inside. You failed. As a professional, you're supposed to Do everything. Do your diligence. Cross all your T's and dot all your I's. And if you see
Come
any
on, man. Come on. You live in Canada. In America, they
why
just
would you
passed
say
the law.
that, Carlo?
They passed the law in America that says if you earn more than $600 in America,
Exactly.
you have to pay taxes.
Exactly. So I pay taxes. I know that.
Hold on. It was protested. People are going to suffer right now. You're going to pay if you sell on YouTube. You sell your
Carlo. No. See, I
So
don't want
what
to
are
make
you
this. I don't want to make
Mr.
this between
Chidi,
me
your
and you.
15 seconds are up. Oh. I
Anyway,
even gave you
thank
an
you.
additional like 35 seconds. Your
Okay.
15 seconds
All
are
right.
up.
Thank you very much. Carlo, you're taking my time. Carlo, it's not right. Carlo,
I'll give you my
no, I
time.
have the floor. I have the floor.
What's the
I have the
alternative?
mic now.
What's the alternative?
Unless
We
the
don't do
host
it.
is not
Mr.
protecting
Chidi,
me.
you've made your
No,
point.
let me say.
No.
Give him his time.
If I have my time, if you want me to have.
Okay,
Please give
thank
him his
you.
time.
I'm so
I beg
sorry.
you.
I'm
Please
so
give him his
sorry,
time.
guys.
Please give him his time.
Carlo, you can't bamboozle me. If I have my mic, you let me have my space and you
Mr.
have your
Chidi,
time.
I am the one that gave you extra time. And okay, you know what?
No,
I'll give
you
you
didn't
10
let me
seconds.
finish.
Hold on, I will give you 10 more seconds to wrap up your submission. Exactly 10 seconds. And then
Thank
Mr.
you.
Kali will come back. All right, go
I will
ahead.
do that. Yes. Okay. I'm not your host. Carl is your host. I respect his position as your host. But I would say this, that anybody who looks at a policy and imbues suffering in need, that person is wicked. And what I'm saying about this policy is that it is a failure and we must hold the CBN governor accountable. All these statistics and everything that points to the fact that we must endure, it is absolute nonsense. BS as far as I'm concerned. Forgive my French. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for your submission. Now we'll go back to Mr. Kali. Thank you.
I think that the point is this: what policy is he speaking about? Is the cashless policy has no suffering? The cash restriction policy is financial inclusion. 100 nairas were not affected in this policy. If you want to take 1 billion naira in cash, you are allowed to with this policy. No one has stopped that. There is no cashless policy. Cash is going to be restrictive, but not banned. So what is the suffering that he's speaking of? There are lines at the POS machines. Why? Who owns the POS machines? Let's leave it there.
Thanks, Mr. Kali. I was almost losing my mind there for a second. The last 8 years have been hell for me, psychologically, physically, financially, mostly psychologically. And someone is telling me that, I don't have cash in my purse. I don't have cash. I don't have 5 naira. And I have decided I am not going to go and stress myself. I would rather drink Gary in my house for the next 4 weeks, 4 weeks till the election is done. Because I am tired of the establishment. I'm tired of the system. And I'm very sure I've spoken there's no single obedience I've spoken to who does not agree with this. And I think we just need to educate Nigerians and let them know that's the purpose of the space. Who is hurting you? What is the reason? And like somebody said, even if the CBN reverses this policy, it's not going to change anything. So what are we talking about? I mean, telling us that, a bit of discomfort is, with Nigerians should not endure any, I'm sorry. I mean, I was almost losing my mind there, but let's move on. Let's move on to attackers. Good evening, attackers. Very briefly, make your submission, please.
Good evening, okay. So let me just say something. You see this Chidi, well, I don't want to even attack him because I think that you live in Nigeria, you're supposed to understand what the meaning of election violence, post-election violence and pro-election violence, Togri and the rest of them, because we that live in Port Harcourt know what it means. We know what it means. Do you know, as of 2019, do you know the kind of casualty we have in River State because of these talks? Because as it stands now, let me just tell you categorically now, because there's a reduction of maybe, for instance, kidnapping, because there is no money to buy guns. There's no money to buy guns. That's the reason why they are shouting. That's the reason why, see, it doesn't really matter whether any person that wins or loses, because to me, I believe that people's life matter, because you cannot, see, if someone uses gun to just shoot one, do you know the kind of, do you know what it means? You see this thing now, let me just say the truth now. Let me just say this cashless policy
is even very, very good, because to me, the commercial bankers have a marketing department that normally used to go to market to educate people and also tell people to register and also open banks accounts. That is what they do. I've worked in bank for like 3 or 2 months. I know what this means. We have a lot of banks in Nigeria. And even with that, this is the time for the bank to recruit a lot of people. We have unemployment. We have some people that have not been employed. Employ these people and go into the market and educate these people and open banks, open accounts. And we are here shouting. We have a very way of even employing people. And some people are telling you that this cashless policy is not good. This is changing of that. You see, there's a lot of people, not even only politicians, non-state actors. They have already stuck in this 500 naira and 1,000 naira, waiting for this kind of thing, terrorism and kidnapping and the rest of them, buying of guns. I don't know why people are saying this kind of thing. This is the time to even employ people, especially in the department, in marketing department, in banks. Go in the remote area, go in the market area, educate people, open this bank, help them. Since that we have a lot of unemployment youth, this is the time for them to call them to work in bank and go into the remote area and help these market women and open account. For the mere fact that they normally used to use phone, the mere fact that they normally used to make calls, they can be able to do this, this cashless policy, because they have children around them. And when people are saying that we don't know anything about banking, in business study, in business study, when we are in JSS, they know you should talk about banking system. And I know very well that in this Nigeria, this local, almost all the local government have a primary schools, have secondary schools. Are they not doing a business study? This is even an opportunity to employ a lot of people. And people are now complaining this and that. Okay, look at this banking, all these bank managers. They give them money to go and distribute cash to the market. They will not stock it and be giving it to politicians, giving it to their customers. When you have a way to be able to encourage people in order to encourage this cashless policy, I don't know why people don't normally used to think out of the box, for goodness sake.
Okay, I'm so very sorry to interject. Do you want to just round up in 30 seconds? We have lots of people who want to speak. I'm so sorry.
Okay. To me, this is the best time in order to comb this money. Because as if the thing enter tent, this our old naira the stock will not be a legal tender again, and it will be useless. And it will also try to make sure that the rate of transfer and the rate of cash that we normally used to use will reduce. It will comb a lot of things. And I also give the solution for trying to educate people so that they can be able to be accessed or know about this kind of cashless policy. And to me, well, if the only thing I can pray is that if Buhari and Emefiele will stand by their words, that is the only thing I'm praying. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much, attackers. Thank you so much. Let's move to the next speaker. Oh boy, we've got so many speakers. Okay, let's quickly go to Professor Bat. You've been here for quite some time. Let me quickly come to you for that reason. Quickly.
Yeah,
We've got less than 2 minutes, please. Make it brief, please.
Thank you very much. It's very sad that you're giving me 2 minutes. I have a lot to say, but it's okay. No problem.
I'm so sorry. Please stick to the time. I mean, we are way over time.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I will say this. I do space once in a not frequent. I will try to do more, but I really appreciate you guys putting this space up, and I appreciate it. And God bless every one of you. Look, I have been living in the Western world for over 20 years. When you want to mention Canada, you want to mention US, you want to mention Europe, you want to mention Australia or whatever. Wait, folks. You cannot go to the field and plant cassava or yam and go to the same field that day and be saying, Grant, please give me this cassava. I'm suffering. It doesn't work like that, right? So when we go to this topic right here, because of time, CBN announced 3 months, if I'm not wrong. I don't live there, but I watch all the news and I listen, and I have family there, I have friends and all that. We'll be doing space since last year. Obedient, not obedient, just change the country, right? Suffering will exist, right? So the period was given. Nigerians, don't wait to the last minute. And then you say, you're not saying no. Wait, the first time it was announced, why don't we Nigerian plan? Why don't you go and buy something? Oh, look, if you go to my Twitter, I just put on Doubletron, you'll see the things that are eliminated, are listed there. Everything is there. Go to and watch that video. We want change in Nigeria. So this very cash issue, CBN, look, CBN has done great things. Let's not criticize that man and crucify him. CBN is not the president. Things are bad. Kidnapping, killing, and election buying and ringing, and the old kebab, and they want to destroy the nation, and we are complaining. We have to say, what can we do in this policy to change? Quickly, in Europe, in America, where you want to change currency, we give you 1 month. From day one, Europeans, Americans will go and start planning and fix everything. Not at the last minute. Folks, let's wake up. Let's focus on the right issue, right? This election buying must end. Buhari, we have to praise him for even sticking to that, so that we will make sure that all these old guys killing Nigeria, it will stop. Let's focus on electing Mr. Gregory Peter Obi to be the next president of the United States of Nigeria and set things right. Because if things were right in Nigeria, this thing will not be a problem. So I just want to ramble with this. I don't have the time. I just want, if you can follow the speakers, and you guys speakers and calls, please follow me. Let's do this again. Let's educate Nigerians. We are very talented, but we still have majority of people who are living in ignorance, and we're fighting stones, and we're fighting shoes and whatever. So let's keep doing this and get to the focus. That the conclusion I will say right here to this topic is this: who is hurting Nigerians? It is the people are your leaders. The leaders are the one, not this very CBN policy. What they've done over the years, they've destroyed people. I saw one tweet, maybe it's in my tweet, over 50-something thousand people have been killed in a short period. This government has done so many. I don't have time. I'm so sorry. I'm so very hungry, but I just appreciate what most people have said. You have said what I want to say, and you have buttressed it. Let's keep doing this space. Let's doing everything. We have few days before election. Let's go and vote them out, and let's vote the right people, the senators, the right people, the governor, the right people, and let's start changing things. What is happening around the world, we have the same thing happening in Nigeria, and your passport will be valuable, so you can travel around the world. You can be free. You can be proud to be a Nigerian, because most times I'm not proud to be a Nigerian, really, because they've destroyed that country. So let's go and build that country. If it is suffering, conclusion, look at Ukraine. Russia is killing Ukraine. Look at the way they perseverance, the persistency. Look at the president run away. This is the kind of things you can look at. You can bring that to Nigeria. Are they suffering? That they change currency in Ukraine? Come on, folks. I see people in Canada, they be comparing and just making, baseless submission. Look at Ukraine. That will teach us Nigerians a big lesson. If I'm wrong, ask me the question. I yield the mic. God bless you. Follow me on. Let's follow these guys doing it. And let's change Nigeria. It is possible. Obama said, yes, we can. And really, we can fix Nigeria. We can, when we come together and really hold these guys accountable. That Buhari will not be there, stay. Any person like Buhari will not stay there in any governor, as a governor, as a president, and stay there for 1 year, not be booted out. Look at UK. Miss Truss was spent 44 days in office. Folks, we live in this universe. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much from Beth. That was wow, Miss Pearls. You want to say something? I think Prof. Baz has summarized it nicely. Well, personally, I'll just end the space there. But hey, I know so many of you still want us to contribute. So let's quickly move on to the next speaker. Ibrahim, I know you've been here for a while. After Ibrahim, we'll go to premium most days. You have the floor,
Yeah,
Ibrahim. Please make it brief.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, who is hurting Nigerians? For me personally, I think Nigerians are hurting Nigerians, from the policymakers to those in charge of ensuring this cash is distributed, but are exploiting that. Because from what I'm seeing, people are paying 1,000 to get 10,000 notes. So 10,000 naira notes. So I think that's exploitative. But I think personally for me, this policy is good. Absolutely, we agree. We need to move to cashless. Yes, but one thing we have to think about is also Nigeria is a country with 200 million people, and 80 to 90% of these people earn less than $1 or $1.80. So that's roughly 1,000. So their cash in it is not high. Currently, what is going on in that country, people do not even have access to that 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 they basically need to run their life. So that is not their problem, and they did not need to suffer to have access to that. Yes, I know politicians, yes, they stack cash, but regulators, if they really want to do their job, they know who those people are, and they can get them, and they can get those cash. So you don't need to make your population to suffer because of probably people that are not more than 10,000 within a population of 200 million. And leadership, all of us, for me, I've had like a lot of discussion here. It seems like we're really comfortable with making our people suffer. I don't think that's right. Whatever policy you have to, if you find yourself as a policy maker or as a leader, it's for whatever decision you're making is for the common good. And you have to analyze the impact of that decision on the common person you're leading. So if we're really comfortable with people to suffer for a day or 2 or 30 days, basically because of a policy that is targeting 10,000 people out of 200 million people, I don't think that is really right. And our regulators, if they're doing their job well, they know who these people are, they know how to get them. Let them do it rather than wait for people to really be suffering, to be going to the ATMs, queuing for the whole day or 2 days, etc. I'm not even talking about the financial inclusion, which we know there's a reason behind that. Other countries in Africa, for example, are roughly 10, 20 million people. But Nigeria is a massive country that we cannot easily compare them with other countries. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, but most of us are exploitative. We're just looking for opportunity to really exploit others. And I think this is what's really happening here. And then finally, what I would say is for CBN, for example, as of December or end of January, there were old notes within the country. This policy came into play almost 3 months ago. So I think they have a role to play to ensure that, yes, they mop up whatever cash they want to mop up, but the required percentage of cash they want to rotate within that country definitely needs to be there. But currently, it is not there. So, yeah, that's what I will say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Ibrahim. All right, let's move on to premium most days. Good evening.
Okay, good day, everyone. I'll try to make it as short as possible. I'm going to talk about the cash withdrawal limit and the cashless policy. So for me, it's very easy for everybody to say an inconvenience will not happen, but that's not realistic. When any rules or anything comes into effect in whatever part of the world, people are going to suffer. First things first. Now to the cash withdrawal limits. We're not looking at it from the perspective of policeman carries you to the ATM, you have not committed any offense, forces you to withdraw 200K to give him. If they maintain that policy at 100K, extortion would stop. Somebody kidnaps somebody and they're saying 50 million. When you have a limit on your account, they may have to keep you and then be transferring the money in bits and pieces. Yahoo boy collects maybe 100 million and then he goes to the bank and withdraws cash. But when there's like a limit now, the moving around of, people just extorting, and majority of the damage and the problems we have is because we are heavily dependent on cash, from extortion to terrorism to political nonsense that we believe in. When this cash limit thing and cash withdrawal thing really takes effect, what it's telling you is that somebody in the market is not the one that will decide, or an Agber on the streets is not the one that will decide who becomes your president because somebody has paid them 10K or 20K. Nobody is going to pay you and I 10K or 20K to sell our votes. They're going to give it to those people. They need manpower. They need the money. Anybody saying now that Tinubu already has all the money he needs to win the election is not lying to them. It's lying to themselves, because they have limited the cash that is in circulation. And while everybody may say that, oh, banks are hoarding cash, banks hoarding cash is not the reason why there is not enough cash in circulation. They have just limited the amount of cash that is in circulation. So even if banks were not hoarding cash, we would not still be able to get as much cash as we want to get. So just to summarize, first things first, saying that, oh, a policy for 10,000 people is going to affect, I mean, in Canada, in the US, whatever, policies come up every day with tax increments and every other stuff, and people suffer for it. Once there's a valid reason why that is in place, everybody gets with the program. The problem with we Nigerians are the ones hurting Nigerians. We don't take time to understand a policy. We don't take time to understand why things are being done. We do not want to suffer any inconvenience. And that is the reason why we continue to suffer on the long run. We do not want to understand anything. And somebody said something about educating people. I've done market storms before. You see those women who have bank accounts, they refuse to even open accounts. They refuse to provide KYC. They refuse to provide anything. Are those the kind of people you want to educate about cashless policy? Sometimes if strict measures or hard decisions with consequences like this are not made, we Nigerians do not understand things. We are not people that should be treated with levity. And then people talk about data. We don't have any data in Nigeria. Whatever data we have is never even 90% accurate. So there is no how this decision would have been made, and they would have used some data to ensure that people will not suffer. How won't people suffer? Even the educated ones were moving around with 500K. We're moving around with 1 million. Why? I mean, that's all I have to say. I'm for the cash limits policy. I'm for the cashless policy as well. We're going to complain. We will get with the program. That's the honest truth. It is inconveniencing. It's a lot for us to handle. But for me, I'm looking at the longer run as regards extortion, all the other policy regulations that this can help us, building us as an economy and as a society. We're crying about it. We're all crying about it. But I really think that is for the better good, however we will see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Premium Mosday, for that submission. Let's move on to the next speaker real quickly. Obi has been here for a while. Let's go to him. Good evening.
Yeah, Kibati, good evening. Pearl, good evening. And good evening, Mr. Kalu. Today was a very terrible day for me. As a Nigerian, like Kalu said, what do you need 100K for? Today, my parents said they needed cash. Like, I just needed to get 20,000 for them from Asaba to Anambra. Can you believe that I entered Anambra State this is not me exaggerating, and this is not a made-up story. No ATM machine in the whole of Onitsha, Nnewi, Ekwulobia is dispensing even old notes. Let me say this again. No ATM machine in Onitsha. I drove through Onitsha. I stopped virtually at every bank along the express in Onitsha. Through Nnewi. I go to my hometown in Aguata. I went to Ekwulobia. No ATM is dispensing even old notes. When I left the village, I finally used a POS and I paid about 3,000 to get 20,000. When I was going back to Asaba, I took Oka route. I get to Oka again. Only 2 banks were dispensing, their ATM were dispensing in the whole of Oka. Only 2 banks. And the kind of crowd in that 2 banks. You see, banks are lined up with about 6 ATM machines. Only 2 will be dispensing. I came back this evening. Let me just surf the web and I saw a video of new naira notes running on hundreds of millions inside the vault of a bank. How do you want me as a common Nigerian not to make a blanket statement that banks are the people hurting Nigerians? After seeing this kind of video today, how will I not make a blanket statement that banks are the ones hurting Nigerians? Like Carlos said, what do you need 100K for? If these new notes are in these machines, I don't even know how many people that wants to go to the ATM and withdraw 100K, even if 100K is your card limit withdrawal. But these notes are not there. Even the old notes are not there. The whole filling station in Anambra State now demands cash. Even if the one that you see that is open, they are selling fuel for above 300. Man, today, I never appreciate what I saw today. I was like, I said, we have to make this submission today on this space because it took, when I was driving all through Anambra State today, I was like, is this thing really true? Is this thing really happening that no ATM in the whole of about 5 local governments are not dispensing cash? What should we hold responsible for this? Does it mean that CBN is not giving the new Naira notes to Anambra banks? Is that possible that CBN is not giving the new Naira notes to all the banks in Anambra State? This begs me to wonder, and this is why I'm making this blanket statement. Nigerian banks are the problem of this cash crunch. Simple. I stand to be convinced and be corrected because I feel the local banks are the people that is causing this mayhem for people. Let me yield my mic, please.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry about.
Kibati, are you there? Is it just me or can anyone else not hear her?
I think she dropped off, but I think that was a great commentary by that gentleman, and I think he answers a lot of questions. So he asked a question at the end: is it possible that the Central Bank of Nigeria has not supplied Anambra State with currency?
Okay, what's going on? What's going on? Can anyone hear me?
Yes, Kibati.
Yeah, Kibati.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, we can.
So,
Pearls, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you. I can hear. Can you hear me?
Pearls, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Can someone in the speaker section speak? I need to be sure it's not me.
Okay, I think
we
if you can hear me, can you speak, please?
Yeah, we can
Kibati,
hear
I
you.
think you went off for like 10 seconds. You are back now. We can hear you.
Kibati, we can hear you.
Can anyone hear me?
Of course,
Yes,
we can hear
you.
you.
Can hear you.
Okay. I think there's a problem. No, it's not possible.
Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. My co-host seems to be having some sort of glitch right there. I just took her down. I'll bring her. Trude, do you want to mute your mic for me? Thank you. So Kalu, you were about saying something. Do you want to just go ahead?
Yes, I was saying the guy that spoke very, very detailed submission. He was saying in the entire Anambra state, no ATM was dispersing cash. You have some with 6 ATMs and just 2 dispersing. Of course, CBN supplied that state with cash. Of course. So, like I said, connect the dots. Why is there no cash? I remember back in the days when we had fuel scarcity, the government would publish a list of the filling stations that got allocation from NNPC. I think the central bank should do the same thing. And I think if you're a bank worker, we hear all this whistleblower. All the banks have got whistleblower. If you work in a bank and they are holding cash, whistleblow it. Tell your friends, this bank has got this cash, down this person. Report them to the Central Bank of Nigeria. There has to be consequences. I know the cash has been given out. This is not rumor. I know for a fact cash has been distributed by the Central Bank of Nigeria to the banks. In certain states of Nigeria, there are always lines for cash. Always. If you go to the north of Nigeria, there's always lines for cash. But in some locations in the south that never ever have lines for cash, or you have, like the guy has said, 6 ATMs and just 2 are dispersing, then there's something going on there. If the bank has no cash, the bank cannot open. Understand the point I'm making to you. If a bank has no cash, the bank cannot open for business. So again, you have to look at these things in reality. There's no point attacking the banks, but the banks also have got to whistle blow. One guy just can't say he's a branch manager, then he will now keep cash. On what account? So I think we have to demand more from everyone. People are suffering because this policy is, and you're speaking my words, they want to restrict cash and Nigerians use cash. So clearly they will be suffering. But the suffering is because they want to target the 10,000. It is the 10,000. How many people are National Assembly? Are they more than 10,000? How many people in Aso Rock? Are they more than 10,000? Again, connect the dots.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kalu. I will very much agree with you right there. Guys, you know how you play that game, show and tell, right? This time around, it's see and tell. Name and shame those banks that you feel are hoarding money and keeping it for the politicians. I've seen so many tweets praising a particular bank, Sterling Bank. So many people have said whenever they go to Sterling, they see money in Sterling. It has never been a situation where they get there and there is no money. So when you see the ones that are hoarding money, name and shame them. When you see the ones that are being efficient in dispersing the money, name and praise them as well. My co-host is back here. I will pass the mic over to her to continue. Welcome back, Kibati.
Thank you, pals. I don't know what happened. My network, I don't know, just went haywire. And wow, interesting observation about Sterling Bank. I'll check them out tomorrow. I hope they stay that way. I hope it's well, I hope it's true across all their branches, and it stays that way. Because come on, Nigerians need relief. So please, I would like to encourage all the banks to please follow suit. Please, if there's any bank that is customer friendly, not hoarding cash, whose ATMs are stocked, like Pearl said, let us praise them to encourage the others. You understand? But please, for those demons, there's a particular bank that so many people have been complaining about. In fact, 2 particular banks. I won't mention their names now, but please, for those demonic banks, let us shame them, because I mean, I believe these are the real enemies of Nigeria. These are the demons making our lives hell. Let's quickly go to another speaker. Let's go to Chinedu 10. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me on the space. So I think a lot of people have said, have touched on areas I wanted to talk about. So I'm not going to take much time. What I want to say is this: for people that are not in Nigeria and are saying Nigerians are suffering, what I want to say is every policy has pros and cons, and I think the pros of this very policy outweighs the cons. You cannot say because you don't want Nigerians to suffer, you're not even in Nigeria, and you want the policy to be taken down so that people can, influence the outcome of this election, so that we will not suffer for another 4 to 8 years. Please don't say that, because you're not in Nigeria and you don't know how it is here. I know, yes, we are all Nigerians, but you're not here. And for people that are saying that policies that affect people, let's look at when there was COVID-19 and the lockdown. In the US, people were fighting for tissue paper. It is normal. When there is high demand, there will always be high supply. I don't know how they put it. So that's why you go to POS and they're charging you 100 naira or they're charging 200. It is normal. That is how it is. So please, people should not come here and say the policy is this, the policy is that, the policy is not that. Me, I don't have cash on my hand. I like the policy. Please, let's have an election that is at least to some extent free and fair. To some extent. We don't want anybody to come and influence election by giving people 10K, 20K. We don't want that. So please don't stay wherever you are and conclude that Nigerians are suffering. Leave the suffering like that. Just leave it. Leave it. It's better for us to have a fair election where we elect someone rather than because the election was influenced, we now suffer for another 4 years. I don't understand. Like, which one is worst? Which one is worst? So it's better that this policy, yes, I know that people are going through a lot and all that, but at the end of the day, the policy has to be policed. Like, the CBN has to, I've seen news where ICPC said they caught some banks, I think Unity Bank in Lagos, for holding. They are trying, these guys are doing their own part. So please don't come and say the policy is this, the policy is that. Anybody that is saying this policy is bad has an ulterior motive. There is nothing anybody wants to say or wants to tell me. The person has an ulterior motive because students were on strike for 8 months. The National Assembly did not sit for 1 day to address the issues. For 8 months, they were at home. They did not address that issue. There are certain bills in the House, like bills that pertain to harassment, domestic harassment. There is a bill in the House that has been there since 2013. They've not said anything about it. All of a sudden, the CBN governor is bringing a new policy and everybody is shouting. Do you think they care about you? They don't care about you. They care about themselves. So with that, I'll just yield the mic. I don't have much to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chinedu. Let's move on to the next speaker real quickly. Let's go to LP Dreadhound O. Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Pers. Good evening, Kibati. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and good evening to everyone in the house. I don't really have much to say. First of all, I'd just like to say, just to speak to the topic, who's hurting Nigerians? I believe that everyone is involved, but I'll say the main culprit is the banks. Because I'm very sure that a couple of weeks, I think it was a week or something ago, or 2 weeks back, I received some emails from my bank, which was informing me that the central bank would be disbursing money to the banks. And they actually, mentioned the exact amount that was coming to them. The reason why they sent me this email was to inform me in case I needed some cash so I can contact them. So I believe that the money has been sent to the banks, but whatever the bank is doing with this, I don't know. I've seen a couple of videos whereby the banks were actually hiding the new currencies. So I don't know what is going on with the banks. And I'm very, very happy that Mr. Carlo just said that if you're a banker and you notice these things taking place, please report them to the CBN or to the anti-graft institution, which is the ICPC. That said, I just wanted to very quickly speak on the topic of the cashless policy, because I keep hearing a lot of people say that the reason why the CBN is instituting this haphazardly implemented policy of change of the new of the legal tender is because they want to introduce a cashless policy. And I'm asking, cashless policy where exactly? In Nigeria? Please let us not joke and kid ourselves. Cashless policy in Nigeria. That's a big joke. Please, I'll start to be corrected. Can anyone point to me any society in this world that is cashless? Please just point me to one. Even if it's an advanced country, I want you to tell me which country is cashless. I haven't seen that. And I've very well traveled. I have not come to a country where everything is cashless. So for Nigeria to delude itself and say that it's going to implement a cashless, policy, is just waste of time. Now, let me tell you something that Nigeria is lacking. The problem is not the cashless policy. The problem is trust and confidence in your banking system. The Nigerian banking system completely lacks the confidence and trust of the people. That is just a simple fact. Nigeria is one of the only countries whereby when you have money in a bank, you consistently keep checking to ensure that your money is still there. Any other place, when you put your money in the bank, you can go to sleep. You can travel around the world and stay for 4 months and return and know that your money is still there. We have been hearing horror stories on this Twitter of people losing their money all of a sudden. Deductions made from the accounts. And the source of that deduction cannot be traced. And the bank is asking you to go to court to get a court affidavit for you to even open a case with them. We are seeing cases of people losing money in their domiciliary accounts, dollars in thousands of, in the thousands. So basically, there is no trust. Are you expecting Mama or Iyawe to sell something for streets to completely pack all her money and go and deposit in a bank that she has no trust or confidence in? We are joking. We are kidding ourselves. It's not going to happen. So basically, the entire cashless policy thing is just a joke. You haven't even covered the entirety of the country with internet connection. The thing is completely epileptic. You have to move around from one place to the other to even get the network and the service you need to make a call. And we are talking about cashless policy. Is the cashless policy going to involve people making online transactions using apps? How many Nigerians can operate apps in today's age? The vast majority of Nigerians don't even use smartphones. And you're talking about cashless policy. We are just a big joke. The truth is that this policy, I don't know what this policy is meant to be for, but I believe it's a reactionary policy that was introduced by the government. For what reason, I have no idea. But if it's going to help ensure that this election, that it helps to curb vote buying, yeah, well, all good and fine. But please, let's not deceive ourselves and say that we are trying to implement a cashless policy. There's no cashless society in this world. You can go and check it anywhere. And I stand to be corrected. Thank you so much. I yield the mic.
Oh wow, he literally said go and verify. I'll go to Mr. Kalu. I think
Yeah,
you
I
should
just
react
want
to
to.
everything he just said.
Yeah. So I think the problem is because it's called cashless. So look at the word cashless. So less cash. It's not called no cash policy. It's called cashless policy. The central bank has said they want to reduce the amount of cash. Why cash? Why are they targeting cash? Because only 38% of Nigerians use banks in Nigeria. That's according to EFINA. Let's even make it 50% for the sake of argument. Only those guys use banks. And the average, according to CBN, right, they say only 10% of transactions in Nigeria are above 150,000 naira. Only 10% are above 150,000 naira. That's in Nigeria. So what CBN wants to do is this. Let's bring in other ways to do banking into the formal sector. When I say 38% use cash, where do the other folks go to? Don't they use banking? They do informal banking. They do Ajo, they do traditional lending, they save money in fintech apps, but it's not cash. So CBN then says, okay, we are going to now allow folks that are not financially included to be able to transact in the formal banking space. How? We are going to allow them to use their phones without internet, using SMS text to do banking. That's where you have the POS from. The POS guys are part of this cashless banking to expand banking to the non banking population. This policy was in 2012. In 2012, we did not have the fintech revolution that we have now. We did not have the internet reach that we have right now. So they have allowed these things to happen. Now we have e-naira, fintech, we have banks like Kuda, we have SMS enabled banking. Thus, CBN has brought back the cashless policy to allow you, if you are a Nigerian without a bank account, you can transact and do banking in the formal banking space. That's what the policy is, the cashless policy is. We are confusing this policy with the Naira change policy, which is designed to change the color of the Naira to attack monetary policy, counterfeits, and corruption. Why are they doing them together? Because they have to do the counterfeit one before the elections. The cashless policy has been here since 2012. So we are mixing both. This is a third time making this clarification. We are having a cashless. In China, they don't use a lot of paper currency. They do a ton of their transactions online, cashless, but there's still cash in China. You are never ever going to eliminate cash, but cash is expensive, and only, according to the CBN, only 10% of daily transactions in Nigeria are above 150K, which means you have all these big bank networks that make you, the customer, pay more for only 1,000, 2,000 cash transfers. So when they do the cashless policy, you can do your transactions without cash, lower cost, and more efficient. Just making that point just to so we understand both policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kalu. Thank you. Let's move on to the next speaker. I think some people have been here raising their hand for a while. Let me go to Millie. Good evening, Millie.
Hi, good evening. Oh,
Welcome
can you
to the
hear me?
floor. We can hear
Okay,
you loud and clear. You have the floor.
okay, okay. Thank you. So I've heard what everyone has been saying. Just like I think Oge said that in Kano that as at December the ATMs were not dispensing new cash, and this money was actually released by CBN. One of the problems we have is the commercial banks. Yes, the banks. In as much as you want to blame CBN, the commercial banks they didn't see this coming. I think they didn't see what's happening now coming. They maybe thought that it would be normal. They maybe toward that end that they'll extend or CBN will extend. They didn't know that the CBN governor had it planned because as of December, banks were still loading old notes. And I went to several weddings and I saw people spraying bundles of this new money. Bundle. So where did they get this money from? CBN don't interface with customers directly. They give money to banks. So those banks will be giving money to their customers. Because I know account officers they actually got calls from politicians and those guys telling that they actually pull funds from those from their accounts if you actually play ball. Now a politician has like 5 banks and he's telling you that he will pull the funds. Maybe he's the one holding the cabal of your branch. He will pull funds because the other bank want to play ball and give him what he wants. So the fact is that the commercial banks they should have done what they should have done, load this money because the thing is that money withdrawn from the ATM goes to the market, then comes back to the bank as cash deposit. See, I've actually worked in 4 commercial banks before I resigned. I work in a brand that we opened. Actually, we didn't have enough money to pay customers. We had checks 5 million. We didn't have. Just to the customer, okay, just hold on. We managed them until deposit came and we even overshot the vault limit. So whatever money that leaves the ATM or it goes to the market. People buy, then people come back to deposit money. Nobody withdraws money from the ATM to go and keep in his house. People send the ATM to withdraw. Okay, like December now, you go to ATMs, there were lines in ATMs, people were withdrawing money. They were spending those money buying the market, and these people that sell things in the market, they'll bring this money back to the bank and deposit. So if the banks had actually loaded the first set of money that they've given them in December, and this money had penetration, you wouldn't have had this problem now. But instead, most of them were doing cash swap for politicians, swapping old notes and giving a new note. So that's why we're having this problem now. So this policy is a nice one because for politicians to complain, it means that this is the policy that actually touched them. It has touched them for them to complain. Normally, we had first custody before and they were managing it, but this Naira redesign, this new redesign, and the central bank governor being firm and saying after now, nothing. So it means that they won't have enough cash because yes, no matter the money they have, they can never recover that kind of. Even if they take all the money they have to bank now and deposit, they cannot withdraw that. They cannot withdraw that amount. And there's something else I was thinking. Like I said, another mistake CBN did was they should have implemented the withdrawal limit first before the new cash entered, so that by the time we have new money, people won't be writing checks of 2 million, 5 million to withdraw, and some banks will be forced to pay them this new money. So if they had implemented that withdrawal limit first, then if you go to a bank, you cannot withdraw more than 500,000. So if you want to access 2 million, then that means you need to withdraw for like 4 weeks. That's 4 weeks for you to have 4 million. And for you to have 2 million. So I believe CBN, what should have done better was, first of all, implement the withdrawal limit first before injecting this new cash into the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Millie. Thank you. Let's go to
Mazito Mazitochuku, sorry. Good evening, Mazi.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Kibati. Good evening, Pearls. And also, good evening to you, Mr. Carlo. Thank you for your insights. What you said about the cashless policy was very insightful. And I thank you for explaining what cashless policy really is. I want to say that the CBN policy is a welcome development. The cash withdrawal limit and the never redesign, they are all good policies. And whether or not if this is the right time is left for them to design. But in my opinion, I think it's a perfect time. I think it's a perfect time because whether we believe it or not, it's going to help curb vote buying. That's just the truth. Not in its entirety, because we definitely know that some of these politicians have their connects in the banks, and one way or the other, they're still going to get cash in large quantity. But at least it will curb it to a great extent. That's one. But my problem with the policy is this. I don't know when they made this cash available to the bank, but I don't think they made the cash available to the banks early enough. Because as at early this year or late last year, almost all the ATM machines, or the ATM rather, where I stay, we are still dispensing old cash down to, like, let's say late mid-January or towards late January. I don't know when exactly CBN made this cash available to the commercial banks, but I know they made the announcement around October 26th. I stand to be corrected. And I feel they should have made the cash available, let's say, some weeks after or a month after making the announcement. So by now, the rush won't be as bad as it is right now. That's one. Secondly, I feel that the reason why Nigerians are frustrated and trying to show how frustrated they are, it's not necessarily because of the cash redesign policy or what's happening right now. I think we've had so much, we've taken in so much from this Buhari administration. Man, it has been hell. The past 8 years has been so frustrating. So we are looking for opportunities to actually vent, whichever way it comes. So as long as it affects us in a negative way, we would want to always vent because we feel we've suffered so much. This 8 years has been terrible. It has been really bad. So I understand when people take to the street and try to attack commercial banks and just show their frustration. Not because they don't know that the policy has a long-term positive effect on our naira, definitely on, and maybe on our economy, but because they've been through a lot, or they've gone through a lot in this Muhammadu Buhari administration. They just want to vent and look for a means to actually show how frustrated they are. But I think we should endure. It won't definitely last forever. It's just for a while. And I think the election is going to the narrow redesign is going to help us in the long term, and it's going to help curb vote buying. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's lovely. Well put. Let's go to Energy. Good evening, Energy. Are you there?
Good evening. I'm here. Thanks
Yes, you have
for.
the floor. Go ahead.
All right. I want to say good evening. Thanks for giving me the mic. Actually, it's interesting. I don't know that there's going to be a day in the history of Nigeria on Twitter when APC supporters and Labour Party supporters will agree together on President Muhammadu Buhari policy design and implementations and timeline and the rollout period. And another interesting thing is, the way most of people that are spoken on this speaks today keep telling us it's okay, it's just temporarily. Every policy has its pros and cons. You guys just manage. These are the kind of things I hear on APC space, which I join a lot. They are my brothers. I join lots of their spaces, so I hear that a lot. So when I'm hearing it from you guys' spaces, it's actually fascinating to me. I want to make something clear. I understand cashless policy is good and all that, but the way we implement it or the way it's being done is not by abrupt cash reduction and circulations and inconveniencing vast majority of the populace. The politicians that you think this might be targeted at are not necessarily affected by this. If you doubt me, don't take my word for it. But if you doubt me, go to Sailor's Lounge in Lekki, people that lives in Lekki. You will see people actually just swapping their card and getting raw cash to spray on musician. I was there last Sunday, live and direct. So the big people are not affected by this. Ordinary men are affected. When I was traveling out of the country yesterday, I actually withdraw 20,000 and I paid a premium of 6,000 on it. So put that in perspective. That means if you want to withdraw 200,000, you're paying 60,000 just to get 200,000. So the general populace are the ones that are greatly affected by this. Big politicians don't go to bank to queue. As of last week, I believe sometimes on Monday, I still withdraw 3 million and they gave me old currencies in banks in Lekki right there. So when we are talking about, I don't want to say redesign, the cashless is not good, but the implementations and the timeline is just not it, in my own opinion. The timeline is not making it easy for Nigerians. It's bad enough that people are queuing on the gas station for gas. Then it's even more bad that, people have to struggle to even get anything done. Like last weekend, everybody in Nigeria will attest to this. Most of you guys have difficulties in logging into your banking application and doing transaction. These are the kind of things that the implementation of this policy does. It stress banking infrastructure. And this is in a period whereby most banks are struggling already about their IT budget for the year. Most banks today, they don't even necessarily own their own data center or maybe host anything in the cloud necessarily. So you see their banking infrastructure being stretched thin. Like I try to log into some of my accounts, FCMB, you keep getting JBDC error. Anybody that does IT here knows that those are some Java and Oracle error that you cannot even log into the backend. So you see banking infrastructure being stretched to the thing. So these are the kind of things that CBNs and the banks should have put in place before we're rolling out these policies out. Again, let me stay with IT. If you're into IT, let's say cybersecurity, for instance, the three pillars stands on is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. That is three pillars. Without one, the other two are useless. If your data is not readily available, confidentiality and integrity is useless. So when you want to reduce stuff and you're making life of people harder, people cannot even have access to their money, people cannot even transact, then what are we talking about exactly here? So, like I said, this policy, in my opinion, is not going to stop food buying at all by any mayor. And we all attest to it after February 25th. I strongly think that CBN could do better. I think that banks can also do better. And I think we as citizens, we need to call them out. Because when this policy is not politically expedient for us, are we going to come back and say, oh, now this policy implementation and timeline is wrong. Now we don't want to suffer again. Is that what we're going to say? Then our world is going to change. And I think that's what we all need to think about. We shouldn't be looking at it from a political expediency perspective, but we should be looking at it
Mr.
the
Energy,
right
please, can you
policy.
please round up in a few
Yeah,
seconds?
I'm going to round up in 15 seconds actually. We should look at it from, is it a good policy? I believe it's a good policy, but I think the timeline is wrong. The implementation at this period is wrong. It should be carefully thought out, planned out, and laid out so that it's beneficial and we can phase out, or reduce cash and population, in circulation easy in the way that's going to make it easier for the general populace. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. I went through your profile and saw that you're a fan of, so you're a supporter of AAC, right? That's Showrace Party. One of another, another supporter of your party said something similar. I wonder why you guys are all on the same page, opposing the policy, but hey, it's fine. Let's move on to the next speaker. Let's go to James Ovier. Good evening.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, Kebaki, and good evening, Pels and Kalu Aja. It's been a very wonderful space so far, and I would say Kalu Aja has been spot on with all his analysis, and has really done a great job. But it's just unfortunate some people still try to take it from a totally wrong angle and try to misunderstand the whole situation. He explained both cashless policy and one of the reasons why this is being done at this time. It is very obvious. Anybody that comes here and say, "Oh, it doesn't stop vote buying," you're just being disingenuous. You're just trying to tell yourself all the lies in the world, right? And this doesn't even have anything to do with Labour Party or APC, or this has nothing to do with parties. And I don't live in Nigeria, but I did call someone in Nigeria, and I was asking myself, like, why are people really dragging? Hello. Yeah, someone's mic is on. Why are they even rushing to go to the ATM for with so much, I don't know, the fights, the old madness. I don't get it. But one thing I want to say here today is one of the major problem we have in the country is what is still affecting this, situation right now. There is no consequences for bad behavior. There is no consequences for crime, right? I tell you today, with what I follow the news and I see all these issues going on, but there are videos. I wonder if you come here and you say, "Oh, it's fault of the federal government or the CBN," but don't you see the videos where they show you some banks? They don't even load their machines. There's even a bank that loaded his machine or their ATMs, and the currency, the cash was still wrapped, right? But I tell you one thing today, like I said, there is no consequences for crime in Nigeria, and that is why these things keep going on, right? Every other thing, like I've been very critical of the Buhari administration so far, but this very policy, I think, is doing it for a good reason, and the timing is not even wrong. There is nothing wrong with the timing, right? I tell you one thing today: if there is one arrested bank manager, because now, of course, the regular staffs, and if you arrest any of them, they will tell you, "Oh, it was what I was instructed to do from above," right? But if I tell you, if one bank manager is put in handcuff today for bad behavior, why he instructed his staff not to load the ATMs, and it's on national TV, most other banks, they see that they will stop this nonsense they are doing, because it's very obvious they are hoarding this currency for whatever reason. If they want to give it to politicians or whatever, I don't know and I don't care, but I'm sure the CBN is doing the right thing and it's the right time. And this is not really suffering. I don't know why people call it suffering, right? What is the if the banks are putting the money in their machines and they are giving the cash to the regular citizens for the small businesses and the everyday users of small cash, there will be enough, because the CBN is giving out the money, and then there are videos that are showing us the vault of those banks with so much new currencies, right? But nothing happens to nobody. Nobody gets queried for it. So why will the other banks, release their own new currencies? Because nobody is getting, punished for it. There is no consequences for bad behavior in Nigeria. That is why this is going on. I think the policy is very good. I think it's the best time, because it's going to help a lot. And especially with the elections coming up, they want to really make the elections, less vote buying, and the rigging of the elections should be reduced. It will be reduced so that we can have a better situation in the country. We cannot continue like this. Things have to change. It's a good policy. And Kalu Aja, thank you very much again for really giving everybody the best of explanations they can get. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for that. Pels, for how many more minutes are we going to go? Or are we going to do this till morning?
Um,
Pels, are you there?
yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I think we
So
should
for
just go for another maybe 30 minutes and then we round up. What do you think?
30 minutes out. Okay, all right. Let's see how far. I wanted to suggest we continue to 1 a.m., but I know a lot of people still want to speak, so let's see how that goes. Let's take the next speaker. Please, if you're on the stage and want to speak, raise up your hand. We've got Harrison. Good evening, Harrison.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead,
No,
please.
no, raise my hand. Pardon me. My own is just a quick response to something. I want to react to a particular issue of this that the Naira design is.
Harrison, unfortunately, you're not very audible. I don't know what the problem is, but we can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, let's try again. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so I was trying to say that currently I'm not trying, I will not be blaming anybody for now, but I would just say that Nigerians should exercise patience with the current situation, because if you look at the situation now, the old Naira is already in circulation, and the new Naira is already in circulation, and the old Naira is still there. So if the CBN governor is to reverse this policy now, we are going to have these two currencies in circulation, and we will have excess money in circulation in the country, and we know what that is going to cause in the economy. It will cause more harm because more inflation will come up, and a lot of things will come to play. So I think the CBN has to just go out, continue with the policy as it has already been rolled out. Actually, if it is not the actual time, I will not say, but I think they have experts that took time to design some of these policies I believe that they consulted people before they did these things. Though we may not be aware of the consultations, but I believe that a whole CBN will not have experts that would be able to sit down to design these policies and the right time to implement them. Then secondly, I will also say with the issue of banking system in Nigeria, whether it's poor or not, like as I'm speaking to you, many tech companies are already thinking of what to do to solve because it has already created opportunities for IT professionals to be able to come up with solutions, especially those of them in fintech. So I believe that in less than 1 month, you will see. I trust Nigerians; they are capable of bringing out ideas that will solve this particular problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. All right, let's go over to Deborah. Good evening, Deborah.
Good evening, pals and Kibati. It's been quite an interesting space, I must say. With the cashless policy, from day one, I've always said it's a good policy. But I think that it came almost looking like an emergency for something this serious that would have an impact on Nigerians. I would have thought that this would have been given like 6 whole months. You know, it just seemed like people just got it and said, oh, I think we need to do this, bam, and they just went on to it. So it's the emergency approach that's the problem. Now, we needed to get it right with these enter-switch companies. Because as I speak with you, they are the ones that are messing things up big time. You cannot run a cashless economy when, if I try to do a transfer, I try to do a POS transaction and my money is taken I'm debited without my money actually going to the person I'm paying, and I have to go to my bank to fill a form and then wait for 48, some of them 7 days, some of them 8 days before my money is reverted, then we are not ready. These are policies that the CBN ought to have checked. we ought to have been sure that we are ready to go. You don't just wake up in the morning, because we've been a country that does basically cash transactions. I applaud it because most of the crimes that are committed via cash transfers. I mean, face-to-face cash givings, the kidnapping, armed robbery. These are things that curbing cash circulation would solve. But I just have a problem with the emergency approach. What suddenly created the need for it? I think people who are guessing is the election might not be wrong, because it looks like it. However, the suffering is too much. Why can I not get money from the front desk, but the ATM can pay me? Is it not still cash the ATM is giving? It doesn't make any logical sense that the ATM can pay me, but the front desk, I cannot get paid because it's still cash. If you've limited me to how much I can get in a particular day via front desk cash up, and then you've also limited what I can do via the ATM, why can I not just withdraw on the front desk? Why am I being limited to that? Because the truth is, the aim of this thing that you're doing, I don't see them achieving it. You know why? Because these guys would pay anything to get the new Naira notes. They would. If someone has bullion vans, if someone has money stored, and perhaps has, say, 50 million, and he knows that this money will waste if he doesn't give it to the bank, and the bank is telling him, I'll give you the new Naira notes, 50 million in turn, but you would give me maybe 5 million. I mean, any reasonable human being will go for it because it's business. Your money is going to waste, but the bank is offering you a backyard kind of exchange, and you're going to give them 10% of it. So what are we talking about? What we're trying to avoid will still happen. They are just crying because it's going to they just cry for crying sake. They know how to get these things solved. They've been doing these things, the corruption is crazy. The reason you see the people now buying Naira notes, it happened in COVID. Vitamin C that used to cost very minute amounts, they started selling it for more expensive price. Whenever they get a chance that people need them in Nigeria, every sector messes up. So what you're seeing in the bank is just what transcends to our leadership. We say the leaders, but I tell you that Nigerians are corrupt, and we need to investigate how we got to that level, why we are like this. Because a normal Nigerian man, sorry to say, looks for a chance to cheat. And it's quite pathetic. Why would you? I saw a video where they were docking in their vaults. They were docking the new Naira notes inside. For who? For the guys who are going to pay extra for it. So what are we saying? The masses are going to suffer. And is it the masses that will do the vote buying? Nahi. No, it's not. It's still these guys that they are trying to do the policy for that will still get the monies that they've sent to the banks. So what are we exactly doing? The transaction through the internet is horrible. Everything is haywire. And have you asked yourself, how come the ATM people don't have internet problems with you giving them your card and doing transfers for you at very exorbitant rates, and you doing it from your phone? Is that some kind of a sabotage going on? These are things that we have to check. And the National Assembly, they just called that man and laughed with him, and he walked away. That is laughable, because I thought they would be discussing serious matters there. And they just let that man give them speak English and then walk away. But I tell you that this thing was done all wrongly. It might be a right intention, but I don't even see them achieving that, because these guys have been doing this. Excuse me. They will find a way around it. They certainly will. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your submission, Deborah. Thank you very, very much. All right, let's move to the next speaker. Okay, before we go to the next speaker, I want to really go to Savik. I want to touch on a response to what Deborah just said from the political side of things. So, Savik, good evening. Thanks for joining us. How you doing?
I'm doing okay, Kibat. How you doing?
We're very awesome. Yeah, go ahead,
Well,
please.
I have a different opinion on all of this, right? My opinion is that I think we should leave these politicians, we should leave their fight to themselves, right? All this brouhaha with all this Naira design and Naira policy. And the question I want to ask for politicians is, where were they when, palliatives were being hoarded by this same government? Where was the outrage? What did they say about it? We are in the thick of an election. We just have about 20 days to election. All these things are sponsored. I can tell you that. There is a lot of sabotage in the system. The CBN is doing what they want to do, the policy they want to implement, but the politicians are sabotaging it. And what they are doing right now, all these things are manufactured outrage. Honestly, they are all manufactured outrage. They are sabotaging the system. The Naira scarcity that you're saying right now is because of what they are doing with the banking sector. We've seen footages of, some of the managers of banks hoarding these new Naira notes. They are sabotaging the system, the politicians. So whatever we are going right now, I don't even think we should be discussing this, to be honest. Because the more we are discussing this, the more we are giving them what they want to know, what they actually want to do. Because this discussion right now is playing into their narrative. That we are even discussing CBN policy right now is playing into this guy's fucking narrative. We're not supposed to be discussing this. We should be having our eyes on the ball. Our eyes on the ball is right now is to be telling Nigerians, whatever you're passing through, keep on your faith. Everything is gonna be fine after 25th. I can tell you that after 25th, it's all this money they are hoarding everywhere, all this sabotaging that you are having in the system is going to come to an end.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Vic. I'm really terribly sorry to interject you. There is a reason why this space is being held. So I'm sorry. I wouldn't want to share in your idea of saying we shouldn't have this conversation. There is a group of people who came together and decided that we wanted this conversation. So please, if you want to stick to the topic of this space, or I don't know, please just don't say we shouldn't have the conversation. I'm sorry about that. Please go ahead.
I understand what you're trying to say, Pels. I understand what you're trying to say. Did you read Peter Obi's response to this today before you guys open this space?
Yes, I read it.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I'm trying to allude to.
Hold
on. Let me land. Let me just land before you. Let me land. I know where I'm driving to. Let me land. The reason why I'm saying this is that there is this perception and narrative that the politicians are trying to create with this CBN policy. And I'm just saying so that we don't fall into the trap. They are trying to create this narrative that this CBN policy are affecting Nigerians, is hurting Nigerians, is doing this, is doing that. It's a false outrage that they're trying to create out there.
I'm sorry. You see, I'm so sorry again to interject. I don't know how long you've been on this space, because so far this space has actually been more on the side of CBN. So we've not actually really alluded to this policy actually hurting Nigerians like that. So that's why I'm saying this conversation, there is a reason this conversation is going on, and so far the feedbacks I've been getting has been very, very positive. So we are not going against what Mr. Peter Obi has said. We are not going against what CBN is doing right now. Most people here are actually in support of that. So if you want to just round up in 30 seconds, that'd be really great. Thank you.
Okay, but what I'm saying anyway, what we should understand is that whether good or bad, messaging is very, very key, right? And that's what I would say. Messaging is very, very key. And if you look at the response of the opposition party, since Peter Obi tweeted that in the morning, you would understand, that what these guys are trying to do is craft out a messaging.
I'm so sorry, Sarvik, again. I'm gonna appeal to you. I think it's a little bit, because the feedbacks I'm getting regarding your submission here, it's a little bit disrespectful to come in here and tell us what to discuss and what not to discuss, because everyone here has come and made their submission for or against the topic of this space. So I'm sorry, I would appeal for you to round up in another 10 seconds, and please don't tell us not to have this conversation. Like I said, there is a reason, which I'm not going to mention here, why this space is holding. So it's a little bit disrespectful for you to come here and tell us not to have this conversation. Please kindly round up in 10 seconds. Thank you.
My apologies if my submission is kind of being disrespectful, right? My apologies, right? But I think my last submission is going to be that whether what we want to achieve right now with this discussion is good or bad, I think it's distracting us from keeping our eyes on the ball. Thank you.
Okay, Savik, I appeal to you to be respectful, but you chose to keep being disrespectful, but that it is what it is. There is a reason. I don't know how long you've been on this space. There is a reason this space is holding for the umpteenth time I'm saying it. So I would not appreciate for you to come here and keep saying this is distracting us, because this space has not stopped anyone from doing whatever they want to do. It has not stopped anyone from going to get their PVCs today. It won't stop anyone from voting on the 25th of this month. So please, let's be guided, because I've gotten lots of DMs from people regarding your submission here, and I don't know. I don't want to even talk about the line of conversation. The line of messages I'm getting. But well, it is what it is. And back to you, Kibati.
All right, thank you very much, Pearl. Thanks, Vic. Okay, so let's recenter this conversation. We're going to be wrapping up shortly in a few minutes. So the topic of the conversation is CBN policy. Who is hurting Nigerians? Who is hurting Nigerians? Why has this additional hardship been unleashed on Nigerians in addition to everything else we're going through? We're trying to identify the culprits, who are making this rollout, this new policy grueling. And the majority of the speakers today have all agreed that yes, it's implementation. That's one, and then the banks. The main culprits are the banks. I think most Nigerians are on the same page on this, because CBN has obviously released cash. We've seen videos and videos of banks being caught, bank officials, bank managers being caught hoarding cash. The EFCC and the ICPC have carried out some arrests, and we've called out to people to please name and shame them. Let's begin to name and shame those banks. We've praised certain, at least one particular bank on tonight's space, who have been proven to not be guilty of this behavior, who have been releasing cash to their customers. And we've said, okay, you know what, let's identify our real enemies, because some of these politicians doing this are faceless, but at least we know the banks. We know the banks sabotaging us. We know the banks making our lives difficult. We've heard stories of people, and one particular person that said he went to how many towns in his states and could not withdraw as little as 20,000 naira. Heartbreaking stories. It's really crazy. And the CBN has confirmed. It's confirmed that the CBN actually releases money to those banks. So what are they doing with the cash? Why are they hoarding it?
Well, I personally appeal to you guys to please, beginning today, let us name and shame them. If you have evidences, if you have proof wherever you are in Nigeria, whatever state you have, whatever bank, let us call them out. Let's put a face to our enemy, the real enemy of the people, and call them out, and not fall into the trap of those politicians. Anyway, let's continue. Like I said, we're going to wrap the space up real quickly, very soon. Let's go to Sammy. Sammy, your hand is up. Good evening, Sammy Chris. How are you tonight?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Carlo. Good morning, Pers. Everyone, everyone. My own opinion regarding to this CBN policy is on the aspects of I see people coming here to say talk about cashless policy. I think this cashless policy didn't start recently. It has been there for long. I personally have gone cashless for like 5 years now. Since 2018, I've been using my ATM, my banking app, and USSD. I use my USSD whenever I'm in an area that doesn't have an internet network. That's where I use my USSD. And I use my ATM for POS. I use my banking for larger transfers like 50K and above. So cashless policy didn't start today, it has been here. But the issue now is this Naira redesign, which just happened, and people are now getting to know that, okay, since they couldn't hold up cash, they have no other alternative, and people don't have internet banking or have been using this cashless policy for long. So the problem we have here is the bank. The bank are the ones hurting us. They are the ones hurting Nigerians. They have been playing the tunes of the elites, the big guys, because since last year, November, the new Naira notes has been there. People has been using it. Some certain people withdraw it in bulk. I can also remember on a video that was shown on this Twitter space last year, where Tinubu was also using the new Naira, sharing in a kind of event. So I think the bank are the major people hurting Nigerians by holding this cash, or maybe business with their big guys, customers, holding it for the politicians or selling for a certain amount. Even right now, they are also selling. I can testify to certain persons, some POS guys who buy from the banks, they buy and sell to their own amount. Maybe buy for any amount, I don't know, but they fix a fixed price of here in Osaka, in Enugu State. You can buy 1,000 naira new naira for 300. So this is what has been happening since this early January. So bank is our problem and not CBN. The cashless policy has been here for long. So that's my own opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's well put. Thank you so much. Okay, let's move on to the next speaker. Plankat, good evening. Good evening,
Hey, good evening.
Plankat.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You have the floor. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So first, let me try to answer the question which you have posed. My simple and straightforward answer is that the banks are the ones that are causing the suffering, and that's just because clearly they are hoarding this money and they are selling it to the highest bidders and also people that they favor. So every ordinary Nigerian is at a disadvantage here because the bank is the one that is creating that situation. And um, this is very clear in people's testaments and people's submissions, both on this space and even on the timelines and the other spaces. So I'm not going to be fixated on that because I think that has been pretty stated clearly on this space. But mine is just to share my thought process about this whole thing. First of all, I do agree that this is a great strategy. I really do. I think it aligns Nigeria with global standards. and it provides us an opportunity to drive innovation. But then the question is it appropriate if you consider Nigeria's context? I do not believe that it is appropriate for today's context within Nigeria. And that's because, first, I don't think that this is a route to a cashless society in Nigeria. I do not believe that it is a route. And let me try to bring in some numbers. Currently, Nigeria has about 60% of its people suffering multidimensional poverty, between 60 to 63%. And I remember that Kalu talked about 38% of Nigerians being banked, while the rest are either informally banked or do not have any bank accounts or don't use banks. But if you look at these numbers, 38% and 60 to 63%, you see that they complement each other. They complement themselves on the percentage scale, right? If you add those two numbers, they are roughly about 100%. So there's 60-something% of people that are not using banks, aren't using banks because it is not a necessity for them. Someone who goes to the site and earns 2,000 naira per day and spends about 1 month before he's able to save 5 to 10,000 naira. A trader who sells bole by the roadside, a conductor, a bus driver who makes about 1,000 to 4,000 naira every day, a shoemaker who makes almost roughly that amount, do not have a necessity to use the bank. It is not like they don't want to use the bank because they hate the banking system. They just do not have the financial capacity to use those systems. So it is not a route to cashlessness because you cannot force these people that do not have the capacity to use banks to use them. Even if you force people, even if you continue to do this policy and expect people to go put their monies in the bank, it's not going to happen. Those 60% of Nigerians that are poor are not going to use the bank. It is logical. It is simple, right? So that's number one. I do not think it is a route to a cashless society, even though it is a great strategy. It is not, it does not apply within the Nigerian context. My second thing that I would like to add is it is not also a panacea for defunding electoral fraud. Neither is it the be-all, end-all for solution for vote buying. It is not, because criminals are very innovative. These politicians that have been using cash to buy votes and funding electoral fraud are going to find another way to do that, and we know that. We know that they are very desperate to get power, and they're going to go to extra lengths, and that is why they have been ruling us all these years, from 1999 till now, because of how desperate they are, because of how innovative and very tactful, right? So this is not the end all be all. It is not even the main solution to defunding electoral fraud and vote buying. I do not believe so, because I know that these people are going to still find another way to make it work for them. So even if we say for this election that is coming up in February, this whole Naira redesign helps curb vote buying and electoral fraud in this election, it is not going to do that in the next election. So it is not even a long-term solution. Because if you find a way to miraculously get people to bank, then electoral fraud only becomes easier, because you just need to tell someone, send me your account number, I send you the money. People don't have to go to the lines anymore and say, collect 5,000 naira, vote this one. They find a way to do it electronically and make that transaction very, very effective for them. So at the end of the day, it's not even a long-term solution for vote buying and curbing electoral fraud. So again, just to sum up what I said, number one, I think the bank is the culprit here. Number two, I do not think that this great strategy is appropriate for the Nigerian context, because number one, it is not a route to cashless society considering the current Nigerian situation. And number two, it is not really a tailored solution for defunding electoral fraud and curbing vote buying. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Blanca, for your submission. I want to ask you, you live in Nigeria. Do you live in Nigeria?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. When was the last time you were in Nigeria? And have you participated in the electoral process, or when last you participate in the electoral
I
process in
voted in
Nigeria?
2019. I voted in 2019, 2015, 2011.
Okay, so have
I'm a
you?
voter. I'm registered. Yeah.
Okay, so have you witnessed vote buying personally,
Yes.
one on
Yes, I
one?
have.
The
Yes,
process.
I have.
Okay. How does it usually happen
Someone comes and
from
tells
your
you,
experience? Yeah.
yeah, someone comes and calls you aside and tells you, we need people to vote this party, and we need some form of evidence that shows that you have voted this party. And if you do that, you're going to get a certain amount of money, or you get something else in exchange. It could be provision, it could be I don't know. Most of what I've seen mostly is cash, but I've seen pictures and heard stories of other things being used in other places.
Okay. No, what I want to ask, what I'm driving at is, have you seen the use of transfers in votes buying? Have you seen or heard
Personally,
of people using
personally,
transfers?
personally, personally,
Internet
no.
banking.
Personally, no.
Okay, all right. That's what I wanted to clarify because I have never heard of it, and I think there's a reason why they do not do that. But I mean, I don't think criminals like to leave a paper trail, and that's why we believe that this process, starving the policy of cash, of raw cash, will. We're not saying it will totally eliminate the problem, obviously not. Politicians will even go as far as using dollars, fake dollars. I mean, you saw the story of I think was it $15 million fake dollars being seized at the semi border or something just a few days ago. Politicians will do anything, to circumvent the problem. But we know, I mean, we cannot. It will be disingenuous to say, oh, starving the, reducing the cash in society will not curb vote buying to a degree. Come on, I mean, we all know it will, no matter how small. And I think it will make a difference. Anyway, that's my opinion. Anyway, you know what? Let's move on. We're almost done with the space for tonight. Let's go to the next speaker real quick. Ajet Tomobi Damilare. Good evening. Good evening, Ajet
Good
Tomobi.
evening.
Are you there?
Good evening. Good evening.
Welcome. You have the floor, please. Go ahead.
I really appreciate you giving me this moment for me to speak. Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Hello?
Go ahead, please. We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
I really appreciate this moment you gave me for me to talk. I've been raising up my hand since that I want to speak. I want to speak. Well, I'm very, very happy you give me this short period. As I was saying,
Apologies for keeping you. So sorry. Go ahead,
yeah,
please.
we all are talking about this cashless policy. If I was to speak for myself, I would tell you it is good. And another says, I don't know how to put it. I don't know, let me just put it like this. You see, what you like, another person will not like it. That's it. What I'm just saying about this thing now, this is just like a game. They are trying to play games on us. You see, there's no way you want to do something in a country whereby you won't let people know. We were told that we should put our money in the bank. That at certain time that we won't be able to use the old note. Whereas we did that. Later they told us that they have given us a little time for us to adjust ourselves so we can have much time to deposit our money into the bank. Along the line, there was no more cash in the country. Whereas we know these people, they know what they are doing. We are just here figurehead. There's nothing we can say in this. This is Nigeria. We all know. These guys we are talking about, they have their spies in bank that work with them, that change money anytime they want. So there's nothing we can talk that can change this Nigeria. This Nigeria is something me and you know. We all adapt. Like now, if they tell us that rice is 200 naira, 200 naira, we all will murmur, will talk and say a lot of things along the line. We will adapt to it. So the only thing I would just say for us that we should vote for the right candidate. That's the best thing I would just say. We talking this, we talking that. It is not affecting any one of them. Sure, you understand me? So I would just say we should vote for the right candidate. This CBN of 18, they know what they are doing. We were only here talking. Our talk cannot change anything. That's the little thing I just want to tell. I'm very, very grateful for this little opportunity, ma.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you so much, Ajeto Movie. Thank you. All right, let's take our final speaker for the night and then call it a night, or morning. Blonty, good evening. Hello, Blonty. Uh-oh. I hope Blonty hasn't fallen asleep while waiting for us. Hello, Blonty. Good evening. Oh. Okay, it seems Blonty. Okay, all right. I was gonna say something, but never mind. Bells.
Yeah, so guys, it's been a very wonderful space so far. The conversation has been very amazing. But you can agree with me that whatever has a beginning must have an end. But before we round up this space today, I'd like to Trude, do you have any last words for us?
Okay, I'm even feeling sleepy, safe. But I've been listening all this while. So what my last word is that we had a very interesting conversation, and I appreciate everybody for their input. What I found out is that some of the people talking don't know the reality on ground. Like I was going through the timeline now and I saw something. Somebody is saying that POS guys hiked their charges, and um, tomorrow when things get to normal, their customers will remember that they hiked the the charges. This is not the thing on ground. The thing is that you don't even see cash anywhere. These POS guys have to go into the market and buy this cash from businessmen. Like these businessmen sell at the rate of 10% or 15%. These POS people sell with 5% or 10%. So you don't see cash anywhere in some places. This is how bad it is. So that's what I understand. But so well we made some nice suggestion and um, contributions here, and I hope at the end of the day we can find a way forward. Like we pointed out, like we'll start pointing out these banks and some of the bank branches that are not doing well, holding money and all that. So it's all good. I appreciate everybody here. Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Thank you so much today. We really do appreciate your last words. Mr. Kalu, any last words for us?
Yeah, I think it's just
Mr. Kalu is not on stage anymore. I think he's in the speaker
He
section.
is. No, he is on stage,
Oh,
Kibati.
is he?
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe my eyes are deceiving me because I can't see
yeah,
him
it's
on stage.
yeah. Good being here for a while. Just to
Pels, well, it's either your phone or my phone, but I can't see Mr. Kalu on stage.
Okay, he's actually speaking right now. He's speaking.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, please go ahead,
Uh-oh.
Mr. Kalu.
Yeah, I think we cannot hide that the policy has been tough. We can't hide that. Nor can we argue that people are suffering. People are suffering. I think we have to. The cashless policy is here to stay. It's going to keep on being implemented. The naira change policy has been badly implemented. Its CBN is at fault. The banks are at fault. One isn't supervising one, and one is taking advantage of not being supervised. So Nigerians are suffering. All this can end in a few minutes if we actually go out and enforce. What you need to do is to deploy people and verify that the ATMs are loaded and allow the CBN, as just said, you can get cash across the counter. I would also say do a charges holiday. Say for the next from now till February, there will be no charge on POS, on transfers, on checks. There will be no COT or any charge whatsoever. That would really alleviate some of the stress on cash. And we should look at the long picture and say this would help the economy in the long term. Thanks for inviting me. I do appreciate everyone. You guys have a great day.
Wow. So, guys, my sincere apologies to everyone who I couldn't bring up on this space today. And there are lots and lots and lots of you who really want to come up and speak, but our time is very much fast spent. And I really do apologize for that. But we will see if we can organize another space and Kibati so we can continue this conversation. And there was a reason this space was held today, and so far it has been largely achieved. And lots of people are still sending me DMs that they want to come speak. I'm really do sorry, guys. We will try to organize another one for you to speak. So I want to say a very big thank you to every one of you who has come here today, both as speakers, as listeners, because there would never be spaces without you, the audience here. So I really do appreciate every one of you who has joined us. And a very special thank you to Mr. Kalu Aja. He is a very, very busy person. But despite his very busy schedule, he created time to come be with us here today, even when he had some other things to attend to some hours into this space, but he graciously spent the whole time with us. We've been here for the past 4-5 hours, and Mr. Kalu has been very wonderful and being here with us. I also want to thank my wonderful co-host Kibati. You've been so amazing. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate you co-hosting with me today. And Mr. Kalu, yeah, thank you very much, sir. Someone is saying she wants to hear your voice again. So if you want to hear Mr. Carlos' voice again, please do well to follow him. He usually hosts spaces every Saturday, so you would very much hear his voice in those spaces. Thank you very much, Mr. Carlos. We really do appreciate your time here, sir. So guys, thanks very much again for coming here. And we know the elections are just few weeks to go. I will not tell you who to vote here. You all very much know who I support. I would have said here to vote that candidate, but I don't want to show my opinion down your throats because there are lots of people from other parties here. This space was meant for obedience, but along the way, some people from other parties, I see so many of them here, and we don't operate echo chambers. And I'm really just sorry for those who really want to come here and speak. My sincere apologies. We will try to create another space. So guys, thank you very much for coming here. It's been a very wonderful space. Please do take care of yourselves and each other. So until the next one, bye for now. Love you all.